Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Heart-Devouring Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku was perceived as a monster. He couldn't possibly fathom why. Maybe it was his mumbling? He had made sure to kill that habit when it had gotten on his teacher's nerves, however. So perhaps it was how he sat quietly, never uttering a word to others, content to just observe was unnerving to others. Maybe it was his unnatural lithe body and the fangs that paired with it, but he quickly stopped asking what was wrong with him when his mother started treating him differently. "Hell Izuku, leave me alone," was the only response he seemed to get these days, so he kept quiet, content to pretend that everything was all right at home, plastering a copied smile on his face. Pretending that he didn't notice how she started taking longer shifts, more business trips out of the city, or how she stopped leaving money out for him. Izuku wasn't insane, he wouldn't repeat the same processes over and over while expecting different results, but the hunger he was born with clung to his bones with much fervor. Too much sometimes, and he could tell his mother hated him, so he shut up about that too when the doctors couldn't find anything wrong with him. They couldn't understand the issue with his diet, why he couldn't gain weight, or why he never felt full no matter what he ate. While not having a quirk was Inko's last straw, the boy's hunger was what pushed her over the edge. She couldn't understand him and couldn't even look at his face without seeing his deadbeat father. Inko could understand Hisashi's motive, however. He had the luxury of leaving and he'd done it before she could have, and she hated him for it. The only thing she was grateful for was the fact that he had taken Izuku's older adopted brother with him, so she didn't have two brats to feed. Tomura never liked her anyway. Midoriya Izuku was tired. He desperately wanted this day to end. To go home and possibly sleep, never waking up again in the morning to come. Smoke clung to his tattered uniform from when Bakugo had cornered him after school, surprised and annoyed that Midoriya had the audacity to even apply to UA. What good would a quirkless Deku like him be as a hero? Who would he ever save? In Katsuki's mind, he was saving him from certain death, and with the extras and teachers condoning his methods, he grew more brazen. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get a quirk in the next life, still rung in his ears, like a broken vinyl on repeat, and Izuku was desperate to escape his own mind, to claw his way out of his brain's confines. He remembered how Bakugo's lackeys cackled, tears streaming down their cheeks as if they hoped that he would keel over this very moment. The teacher that hid a laugh behind his palm wasn't forgotten either, and Izuku wished someone with authority would do something. He dreamed for someone to ease this burden, to make his life easier, to give him sweet relief, but such a thing never came. It would be easier if tomorrow was different, but such a tomorrow only existed in the minds of dreamers and losers. As a cruel twist of fate, on his way home a villain showed up, filling his mouth with sludge, and feeling the viscosity of it so intensely made his skin itch unbearably. His only saving grace was All Might, who showed up with a Watashi Jikida, and stuffed the villain in a bottle, preparing to take off while Izuku was still hacking the sludge out of his lungs. Wasn't the hero supposed to get him medical attention? Alert the authorities? That was the correct protocol, he would know. He'd wanted to be a pro-hero after all, but he pushed such a thought to the back of his mind. While it wasn't smart to cling to the number one hero's pants in an attempt to speak to him, Midoriya had no regrets. All Might landed on a random rooftop, looked ticked off as he did. Even so, he took the time out of his day to speak to Izuku, and he took All Might's deflation in stride. Izuku wasn't someone who got surprised. Not anymore, and even though the symbol of peace was running on dregs, he still patrolled and in return had saved his life, even if he seemed wholly annoyed by the outcome. He was naive and underestimated the saying, "Never meet your heroes," because he had his heart broken for the second time today when All Might told him to give up on his dream and instead pushed him to be more realistic before leaving him on the locked roof. Be realistic? Did he even know what he was talking about? Quirkless individuals were the scum of today's world. They barely ever made it to age 30, and an insane majority of that population were unemployed. The only thing that welcomed the genetically deformed was death, whether by their own hands or by the crushing weight of society. All Might did know that. He knew of the prejudice the horror children went through on the daily, but he still dissuaded Izuku from pursuing his dream. The #1 hero hated himself. So here he was, on the roof of the highest abandoned building he could find, overlooking the vast city, and he wondered what the view from halfway down would look like. Midoriya Izuku still felt that intense hunger underneath his skin. The type of hunger that wouldn't go away no matter how much he managed to eat, and it pushed him to step over the railing, so he did, pausing to admire the beginning of the sunset that was painted on the sky. He took off his carmine sneakers, placing his phone beside it. That same phone had a dozen missed calls, all from the only contact Izuku had, his mother. She had sent multiple messages demanding to know where her degenerate son was and why he hadn't made dinner as yet. Inko typically was content to ignore him, unless she wanted something. In this case, she was too lazy to cook for herself even though she had been home for the past few days, enjoying her off time. She preferred when he was home, out of the eyes of the public, and she could pretend that she didn't have a son, that she lived alone in her apartment building with no one the wiser. His waterlogged analysis notebook was the last thing he left behind, taking care to remove his earphones from his pockets too before turning around to face the railing. Shades of yellow and pink kissing his face. Izuku wanted to cling to life. He wanted to live, to have a dream without being seen as a burden, as defective, as someone worthless. Closing his eyes, he reassured himself that living was not an option. No one would miss him and they wouldn't even realize that he was gone. Night would fall and the sun will surely rise in the morning, days continuing as the earth doesn't cease. Spinning on its axis for one man. And then he tipped himself back. Free falling gave Izuku such a rush he wished he could do it again. To experience the wind rushing out of his lungs and for his mind to be empty like before. Now he'd be nothing more than a heap of broken bones on the concrete. Just another quirkless teenager who'd had enough and finally did the universe a favor by committing suicide. Just another case to add to the growing statistics. He doubted that he would even appear on the news, but Izuku made his peace with that, still falling and basking in the warmth of the sun behind him. Such utter bliss. A shadow held a black notebook in their hand. Eyes widening as they read the cover and then the contents. A warp opened up. Shigaraki Tomura was tired. He'd rather chew on his own shoe than ever admit it to anyone, but he missed Sensei. The man in question was busy at the labs, overseeing whatever new abominations Garaki had cooked up and as such, didn't have time for Tomura. Truth be told, he could have made time if he was a better man, but all for one felt no such urge, so Tomura wallowed in his loneliness. He wished for company, the type that came with unconditional, unwavering love, a family. He had long since realized that Sensei was nothing more than a teacher, genuinely having no interest in replacing his father no matter how hard Tomura had begged in the past. He had accidentally called him dad once, and the man had corrected him with such fervor that Tomura hadn't the heart to do it again. While his family was trash, the years before his father became strict hadn't been that bad, and he found himself drowned in the nostalgia. He didn't need a mother, not anymore, but the daddy issues just wouldn't go away. Tomura was content to ignore it. Perhaps he should replace Hana? He'd been cooped up at the bar for weeks and now he was just sick of it. Sensei didn't typically let him go outside, spouting some bullshit about heroes and the mechanisms of society that wouldn't accept him. He wasn't even truly a villain yet, how would they even recognize him? But they wanted to put plans in motion in the coming months, so was this just his never-ending paranoia? Either way, that was decidedly none of Tomura's business, so he waited until Kurogiri was having a good day. A good day meant he could override his controls, and those were Shigaraki's favorite days because the warper seemed more human, or as human as he could possibly get while being a Nomu. They had already been to the mall and had several bags to prove it. Shigaraki's favorite place was GameStop, and he had filled his cart until Kurogiri reminded him that they had a budget. He wasn't able to get everything he wanted, but that didn't even damper his mood. After walking around for a bit, he was now ready to go back to the bar and devoting the night to clearing his games when he saw Izuku's shoes on the ledge. That specific shade of red was what caught his attention. He wore the same shoes and he couldn't wear any others because they simply didn't fit right. Was there another person like him too? A stray like this was the perfect individual to bend to his whims. By the time they had warped to the roof, Izuku was already falling. Kurogiri noticed the notebook, handing it Tomura so he could read through it. The butler didn't expect the next words that came out of Tomura's mouth. We should bring him back to the base so we have an analyst to crush the heroes. Are you sure Shigaraki Tomura? The man questioned, not expecting Tomura to have been capable of thinking that far ahead. All for one would be quite pleased. Yes, Kurogyri, Tomura drawled, looking over the railing. Now open up a portal before he's a puddle on the concrete. Opening a portal right before Izuku makes contact with the pavement makes the boy pass out, and Kurogyri sighs. Tomura is visibly vibrating with excitement, however, and he stays that way until their impromptu guest wakes up, video games long forgotten. A drawn-out groan catches their attention as Izuku blinks, trying to clear his vision. A teenager with chapped lips is the first thing he sees when he opens his eyes, and Izuku looks over to see Mist right beside him, staring as he notices that Kurogyri does indeed have a face. I thought you'd never wake up, Tomura starts. Waving the notebook in his hand, this yours? He asks. Izuku counters, who are you? Any sane person would have stated their name first, not mindlessly asking some stranger questions with no preamble. I'm Shigaraki Tomura and this is Kurogyri. Is this your notebook? He waves the notebook around, more frantically this time with water slowly dripping out of it onto the floor, so Izuku nods. Would you want to do analysis for me? Tomura asks, confused when Izuku frowns. It's just a hobby. Not something I do seriously, he replies, and Tomura wonders if he's an idiot. Your analysis is very good. Kurogyri butts in, always good at telling when Shigaraki's about to blow his fuse. Would you be interested in working out a pay rate with us? Are you villains? Tomura and Kurogyri look at each other. They're both sheet liars apparently, with go-doffel poker faces too. What had given them away? It's okay if you are. Not like I'd rat you out anyway, and Izuku yawns. What's your objective? At this Tomura brightens, always happy to repeat the propaganda sensei drilled into his brain at a young age, and Izuku eyes him wearily. Do you have a plan for all that? Not as yet, Shigaraki decided on, and if Izuku had cared more he would have sighed. Kurogyri watches as the boy just hums, thankful he's smart enough to get a handle on Tomura's moods, but Tomura's questions do not relent. Can you stay here? Considering the whole jumping off a building thing, is home not safe for you? The butler's charge lacked tact, but his twisted way of caring still came as a surprise, and Kurogyri wondered if it was because of the shoes. Would you want me to stay here? Izuku questions, figuring that he'd simply be trading one hell for another. Maybe they wouldn't be as bad as his mother. Shigaraki PPS his head. Why wouldn't I? I don't have a quirk. Izuku trails off and he patiently waits for the other shoe to drop and a long string of curses to come his way, but that doesn't happen. So you're just naturally that smart then? Cool, you're staying. Truth be told, he just wants the company and he figures that this young boy can also replace his old pet corgi. He still misses Monchan. Alright Shigaraki-san, I'll stay. Kuroji-san, I'll be in your care. And with that Izuku takes the hood off his head, turning his head to the side to let out another yawn, and Shigaraki gasps. We look alike, he exclaims, and he really isn't fibbing. You'll be my brother instead. Call me Enai-san. Tenko feels giddy, something about this feels right. Was he someone's brother before? Did he have a loving family before this? He barely remembers living with Izuku. He doesn't remember Inko either, but something about those watercolor eyes draw him in, and he decides that this suicidal teen is now family. He pushes those thoughts to the back of his mind, and Izuku takes stock of the situation. They most certainly can pass for brothers, with the white hair, red eyes, and carmine shoes to match. They're practically identical, and their slim faces make them look like twins. Izuku doesn't remember living with Tomura either. He can't remember anything before the age of 7. Too many blows to the head damaging his temporal lobe, but he can't recall why exactly he doesn't remember anything either. I feel like I know you, Tomura muses, hand on his chin as his head is ped to the side. Tomura, you're tiring out our guest. Surely he'd like to rest. Kurogyri chides softly, and Izuku just now notices how droopy his eyelids are becoming. Shigaraki rests a hand on Izuku's forehead, pinky raised, and he brushes the curls out of his face. Sleep, brother, I'll see you in the morning. Shigaraki prances up the stairs, finally able to play his video games with no distractions, and he takes care to move Izuku's things out of the view that the cameras capture in the bar. He doesn't want to tell Sensei about Izuku, not yet at least, so he keeps quiet and hopes that Kurogiri can resist the urge to rat him out. He stays up all night, clearing each game level with relative ease, and he wonders if Kurogiri would be adverse to going to the mall again tomorrow. They may have to leave the bar again anyway. His brother needs new things. The only belongings Izuku had were the notebook, his earphones, and his shoes that were in Tomura's room to avoid suspicion, and that simply wouldn't do. Shigaraki doesn't sleep, opting to wake Izuku up at 8 a.m. so they can have an early head start. He decides to leave the warper out of his plans so Kurogiri can claim plausible deniability, and he hopes Izuku hasn't changed his mind since yesterday. A warm hand caresses Izuku's face and he wakes up instantly, looking up blearily as he rubs his eyes, and Shigaraki's face comes into view as he smiles down at him. Izuku has never had anyone treat him this kindly, not even his biological family, and he feels oddly conflicted, like this is too good to be true. As though he'll suddenly gain consciousness and this would have been nothing more than a dream conspired against him. Let's go shower, we've got a busy day. Izuku sits up, noticing that Kurogiri is nowhere in sight. What are we doing? As Izuku hides a yawn behind the palm of his hand, Tomura finds it funny that he resembles a small kitten, but he stifles his laugh before answering. We're gonna get you some stuff so you're settled in, and we can go back to your old place if you wanted to clear out your room or something. There's a lot of mentions of in this conversation, and Izuku's never felt so included in his life. Izuku decides to visit his room first, clearing out the necessities, and Tomura is absolutely disgusted by the sheer amount of merch his brother possesses. Tomura? Can I borrow your phone? Izuku asks, and Shigaraki opens it, handing it over without a complaint. Making an Etsy account is easy, and Izuku sells all of his merch in the next hour. It's crazy how fast it went, but all his merch was in mint condition, and he decides to part with it all except a small put your hands up radio he got from his 3rd birthday. Tomura was surprised with how Izuku previously lived. His room was sparse, save for the expensive merch. Most of his clothes had been donated to the nearby thrift when he outgrew them, and as a result, Izuku didn't have a lot left. He had nothing personal, except a laptop he built himself, and barely any basics, while the rest of the house was furnished. Inko's room screamed maximalism. She only had the best in her room, and Tomura was tempted to steal her bed. That thing felt like FANG clouds. The kitchen was well stocked, but the cabinets and the fridge had locks, and Shigaraki hated what that implied, so he turned back up the stairs, lest he decay the woman's belongings out of sheer hatred. "Ni-san," Izuku called, and Shigaraki popped his head into Izuku's room. "I'm done. Can we go to the post office?" he asked, and Tomura nodded, helping him with the few boxes that he had. Mailing his merch to the respective buyers and providing tracking numbers for the shipments did his account wonders, and Tomura peered over his shoulder to see how much he had made. The figure on the laptop made his eyes bulge. "How the F did you make that much squirt?" "Most of my merch was special edition. The figures and posters are mostly limited edition too, so most people would pay a pretty penny to add them to their collections," Izuku explained, and Tomura listened intently, committing everything to his shoddy memory. "Did your mom get you that? Was the woman not evil incarnate after all? Most of it was gifts from my family before I got diagnosed. Inko's side of the family is kinda rich, so it didn't hurt their pockets to go all out for my birthdays." Izuku's family was genuinely well off, but Inko had a strained relationship with them. Hisashi leaving her and taking only one of his sons was one of her blunders, and the fact that Izuku looked exactly like him did them no favors. The Midoriyas were content to talk behind her back, and she was definitely the black sheep of her family. The final straw, though, was definitely Izuku's lack of a quirk. They had been utterly disgusted at that and promptly cut her off from the family. Claimed that he was BSTRD scum who should have died during birth. Fueled with rage that she now had to work in order to provide for herself, she took it out on Izuku. He became the target of her ire, and with no way to defend himself, he accepted it with outstretched, unforgiving arms. The scars that littered his skin were proof of his weakness, and the PTSD that followed him around was evidence of his mother's unwavering anger. Tomura decided that the whole lot of them were doomed to die. Maybe not right this instant, but as soon as he could coax more information out of his little brother, their days would be numbered. Tomura placed a hand on Izuku's head, pinky raised as usual, and with a slightly strained smile he said, "Let's go to the mall, yeah?" The mall is loud and Izuku fumbles for his earphones. If it has to be loud, then it's going to be loud on his terms, and he is dragged along as Tomura picks out a few more games to play, opting for more multiplayer modes this time and an extra console. When they're done, Izuku's arms hurt from all the bags. Izuku thinks his older brother definitely went overboard with the spending, but he's already cooking up a lie to tell all for one so he can continue to keep Izuku a secret. Shigaraki groans, now he's exhausted. Izuku gets the room right beside Tomura and he takes his time putting away his new clothes. The bar is below an apartment. It's honestly just an abandoned building that all for one upgraded, but Shigaraki loves the space. The whole space runs cold and he figures that his league can occupy the rooms above while the bar brings in shady clientele. But for now his biggest concern is getting Izuku settled in and taking the next few days easy. Unfortunately, the older Shigaraki isn't cunning enough as yet to keep secrets from Hisashi. With the Nomu almost complete, he's had a bit of free time, bullying people on his payroll and forcing individuals to bend to his whims for his new projects, but now he's ready to see Tomura. Preparing himself for a weekend of droopy puppy eyes following him around, watching his every move. Typically the boy wanted to be in his skin and he would normally have a plethora of messages detailing how Tomura missed him and wanted to see him. He didn't have the luxury of playing house. He hadn't had the urge to, but this weekend was different. Their chat had no new messages. Matter of fact, Tomura had left his message on scene since last week when he said he'd be busy, and he wonders what hyperfixation had stolen his attention. Perhaps a new game? The massive charges on his credit card weren't unnoticed, and he wondered if Tomura was rebranding. He had gotten a whole new wardrobe after all, even a new bed, so all for one was surprised to see another copy of Tomura sitting at the bar. Was that Izuku? Lo and behold it was, and he was surprised to see Tomura care for his brother with such consideration. They didn't even remember each other, he had made sure of it. Only leaving Izuku with sparse memories of him, so it didn't seem too suspicious, but the way how they acted around each other had him doubting himself. Perhaps he hadn't done a good enough job at wiping their memories? Izuku introduced Tomura to artisan gloves that covered 2 of his fingers at all times, and now Tomura couldn't stop touching everything. Ironically, his love language was indeed physical touch, and Tomura smothered Izuku in affection, and he took it. Happier than they'd been in a long time. His fingers never left his younger brother's curls. Always content to play with them, patting his head, washing his hair, and even brushing it. Taking care of Izuku made him take care of himself, and now his skin wasn't as dry as it was before. He was almost like a different person. This changed things. He wasn't necessarily interested in Izuku. The boy didn't have a quirk, and while he might have potential as a Nomu, that plan went out the door because of how close he was to Tomura. No doubt he'd throw a fit if his brother was turned into an unthinking beast, so all for one resigned himself to allowing it, if only to curb the tantrum that would surely come if he messed with either of them. Tomura being this soft and behaving this well didn't go unnoticed, and as a result he couldn't send Kurogiri back to the doctor either unless he wanted to ruin the peace. Obviously the Nomu needed to be updated or have his control reinstated since he didn't inform him of Izuku or their spontaneous trips, but Tomura was always grumpy when Kurogiri came back from Garaki, no matter how Hisashi had tried to frame his visits as nothing more than checkups. Izuku felt Hisashi's presence before he saw him. Tomura was too busy playing Grand Theft Auto to actually notice the man, and Kurogiri placed some distance between them, under the guise of cleaning his spotless glasses. Tomura, Kurogiri, who's the visitor? All for one asked, voice as smooth as honey, and the unnoticed quirk under Izuku's skin throbbed, eager to make contact. Seeing Sensei in the bar at this time was odd, and Tomura thought that it was even weirder that all 3 of them looked alike. He had thought him and Sensei resembling each other was a lucky fluke, but adding Izuku to the mix raised his suspicions. He was even more shocked when the first word that came out of Izuku's mouth was a questioning "father," and he whipped around so fast to see how Hisashi reacted. Outwardly his face remained the same, red eyes unwavering, and he internally groaned. It seemed his laziness had finally come back to bite him in the butt, and he wondered if certain things could trigger Tomura's memories as well. He wasn't sure what had done it for his youngest son, but he put on a smile anyway and reached out his arm to pull him into a hug under the guise that he had missed him. Hisashi was always good at manipulation, but that action was another mistake. As soon as their palms made contact, his quirk rebelled in an ungodly manner, giving him a righteous headache so violent he had to drop Izuku's hand and step back, sitting on a bar stool, literally clutching his pearls. Izuku wasn't faring much better. Blood gushed from his ears and nose as he felt his hunger ease, only slightly. Tomura was freaking out, and for good reason too, when Izuku toppled over, landing head first on their hardwood floors, now staining them red. Kurogyri glitched, debating between settling Tomura's frazzled mind or helping Izuku off the floor so he could clean the blood seeping into it. "Sensei," Tomura trailed off, "what the F did you do to Izuku?" The man in question was still on the stool, catching his breath, and he watched as Tomura picked his brother up, gently laying him on the couch before putting a pillow under his head. Hisashi had never experienced someone attempting to take his quirk before, and although he did it multiple times to other individuals, he never had the misfortune of being on the receiving end of such utter pain. Personally, he had deemed his victims dramatic, as he thought there was no good reason for them to be screaming bloody murder when their quirks were ripped from them, but now he understood. Izuku had inherited his quirk all along, and now Hisashi wanted to kick himself because he'd lost the best regeneration quirk he had in his hoard. Introducing Izuku to a life of villainy would have went much more smoothly, and he'd only abandoned the boy and his mother in the first place because he thought his son didn't have any potential and Inko was a whiny, needy woman. "What's Izuku's quirk?" he asked Tomura as he directed Kurogyri to bring the injuries boy to the doctor. Tomura ignored the fact that Sensei already knew his brother's name. Clearly he hadn't maxed out his stealth stats as yet, but he told him what Izuku had said to him. The grin that took over Hisashi's face was slightly uncanny, and he beckoned Tomura with a finger, patting his head, telling him how proud he was that he was looking after his brother so well. Filling Tomura's head with sweet reassurances that Izuku would come back in one piece, even healthier than before when Garaki was done with him, and filled him in that he might have a quirk similar to his. Tomura soaked up the attention like a dry sponge, practically in Sensei's skin at this point. "How come he has your quirk, Sensei?" And while All for One had been trying to distract Tomura, that hadn't worked. He considered lying, but when the brothers reunited, that would surely come back to bite him in the butt. Tomura's eyes resemble stars, elated that him and Izuku are absolutely brothers now. Content that he fits into their perfect, fed-up villain family. Izuku's stuck with him now, for the rest of their lives. If he ever wanted to leave, then he'd just have to break his kneecaps or stick him in the vault where he spent his childhood. He'd rather not, of course, but if push comes to shove he will, and he sits idly while Kurogyri fusses over him, dabbing his face with a wet handkerchief, clearing the day's grime away. "Tomura-sama, would you like to head up to your room now, or will you be waiting for dinner?" There's no use in having dinner without Izuku, he can just have a bowl of cereal later. "I'm gonna go clear the game from last night and get my stats up." Kurogyri nods, pretending like he knows what his charge is talking about, and he busies himself with scrubbing the bar counter meticulously clean. Izuku wakes up strapped to a bed. He claws at the restraints, only looking down to see previous marks in the exact same spot. He wonders if he's going to die here like the other sad souls who have occupied this bed. The white lights in the room are utterly blinding, and it smells blissfully sterile, like the hospital like Inko worked at. The ceilings are unusually high, and he briefly wonders if he's underground. He decides he doesn't want to die today, not when he still has Tomura, so he eyes the cloth restraints with a new fervor in his carmine eyes. He bends down, straining his neck and back to do so, and he feels his joints snap in and out of place as he gnaws through his binds. Removing the ones holding his feet are an easy task, and he opens the room door to come face to face with Makia. "Oh, hello." Izuku bows, never impolite, and while he doesn't know who this behemoth of a man is, he doesn't want to offend him when he looks like he could crush Izuku's spine without much effort. "Little lord." Makia beams, picking up Izuku and swaying him lightly. Izuku feels as though he may be sick. Was this one of Tomura's friends? He doesn't bother correcting him. He doesn't think he's a lord of any sorts, but he asks, "Can you bring me back to Tomura?" That little brat? Why would you ever want that, master? And with that the bodyguard upturns his nose, looking quite silly as he does so, and Izuku has to resist the urge to laugh even though they've just met. Tomu's not a brat and he's my brother, I miss him. Makia sighs, he's a dramatic thing really, then Makia will take you to the bar. He'd only been once but he remembered their interaction quite well. Izuku and Hisashi smell the same and he wonders if it's something in their genetic code that allows them to put up with Tomura's bratty personality. He sighs, they've been doomed from the start. Tomura had called him a giant, good-for-nothing oaf, all because he'd accidentally stepped on one of his gaming controllers that he'd left on the floor. Makia had never forgiven him for it, didn't even bother apologizing for the mistake either, and with a heavy, forlorn heart he trudged to the bar. Garaki Dimnir had a heart attack when he saw the empty bed, wondering if one of his nomas had somehow freed the boy. Johnny, he called, go fetch all for one. The Nomu went immediately, tucking its wings in so it could fit into the bleak hallway without issue. All for one came to the labs shortly after, delighted that Izuku could escape all on his own, but the blood staining the white sheets showed that he'd exerted himself and it was highly unlikely that he'd come back willingly. He could kidnap him but doing so would incur Tomura's wrath and he'd rather not have a whiny brat bothering him at all times. No matter, he'd invite his sons back to the lab. Plans needed to be set in motion after all. Makia set Izuku down gently, patting his head before leaving, heading back to the mountains. He really didn't like Tomura and all for one no longer required his presence, so he made himself scarce, moving with extreme caution as to not alert others of his presence. A quiet knock alerted the butler of the presence at the door and he wondered who could have possibly been outside at this hour. Bright red eyes peered back at him and he ushered Izuku inside, dragging him to Tomura's room, promptly leaving after knocking on the door. His mist flickered, triggered by the blood coating Izuku's skin when he came back from the labs. He'd been in that position one too many times for his liking and he didn't need any reminders. Agiri, what is it? Tomura groaned, flinging the door open, hitting Izuku in the process. Izu, I'm sorry, and he pulled his brother flush to his chest, burying his head in white curls. I didn't know you were back already. Izuku was absolutely confused. Tomura had apologized with no hesitation at all. Inko never said sorry for hitting him, not even when she had almost pulled the organelles from his body because they classified as tiny organs. His only crime that day was failing to make dinner to her liking, but just that one transgression was enough. Maybe Tomura was different? Izuku decided he loved Tomura. He liked living here, although Kurogiri was a bit odd, and he hugged his brother back, rubbing his back in an attempt to soothe so he didn't feel guilty anymore. He wasn't even really hurt. Tomura Daisuke. He wasn't prepared for that, he didn't deserve that, but here was Izuku, saying he loved him and Tomura wanted to cry. He would have, but he had a reputation to uphold, and although he hadn't heard that word in such a long time, he held off on his emotions to reply, I love you too, Sprout. Then he notices the red on Izuku's face and he feels furious as Sensei has lied to him yet again, hurting his brother this time no less. Tomura scrubs Izuku's face raw with a soft rag, apologizing when his brother's face scrunches up and gives him a bath, careful to avoid wetting the bandages that seem to cover his body. Thank you, San, and Izuku lets out a yawn, curling up beside Tomura on his bed, and he resumes his game. The audio is low and it's a game Tomura has cleared before, but he focuses on the mundane task anyway, not willing to let anything take his attention away from his baby brother. Izuku, Tomura calls and the boy in question stirs, waiting for his brother to continue. We've got to crush the heroes soon, but I don't know how to do that and Sensei doesn't want to help. Says it's my duty or whatever. And with that he waves his switch around, pouting, and he turns off whatever he was playing. Izuku thinks, you could start by gaining allies, even if they're cannon fodder. We should probably have a more specialized unit though? For missions and stuff, maybe around 8 or so people. Tomura listens and he could kiss the ground that his brother walks on. He's a FNG genius. How do we get people though? The older boy asks and Izuku grins. I know a broker named Jiren. He normally sells my analysis for me, but he trades in other stuff. I'm sure he knows people looking to align with your mission, and I can get more people to come to the bar if you're willing to pretend like it's a business. Tomura eyes his brother, You sell analysis? He supposed Izuku really wasn't a goody two-shoes after all. Kurogyari is surprised to see the bar empty when he wakes up. Neither boys have had breakfast, but there are new additions to the building. Like the cameras hidden inside and outside in blind spots that require face recognition to allow entry. How Izuku figured out the software to do that or how to change the front door entirely, the warper has no idea, but he pushes such a thought to the back of his mind. A new neon sign catches his attention and he realizes that he can finally be an actual bartender if people start coming in. It's actually quite rude that the brothers haven't mentioned this to Kurogyari, but he's too excited to be truly angry. Midnight Blues does attract customers. Shady individuals that come in to buy cheap liquor and drags. Ironically, Kurogyari couldn't be happier. Now he's got purpose. More to live for instead of just taking care of Tomura, and he finds himself growing awfully fond of the regulars that show up almost every day. Izuku and Tomura mingle with new clientele alike and have enough thugs for their first mission, attacking the USJ when the heroes in training are there. Villains are actually quite eager for analysis. Paying for themselves, as a favor to friends, or simply attempting to gain the upper hand against their enemies. Women that are scantily clad find Izuku quite cute. Trying to pay him in ways that don't include money, cooing when they see him, and for the ones who can, try to buy him drinks even though he's quite underage and he literally lives at the bar. Tomura's forbidden him from getting too close to them. They all have ulterior motives and he won't let his poor naive baby brother be taken advantage of. Regardless, the HKs do make good company and Izuku listens when they need to vent about their deadbeat baby daddies, the children they're trying to raise, or whatever shit show they've gotten themselves into this week. Izuku busies himself with learning more about Class 1A. He's almost sorry for the hell he's about to unleash upon them, but Bakugo deserves so much more and worse that he discards such feelings. Some of their quirks are quite interesting and Izuku wonders if he can take them for himself if he happens to encounter them, if only as an excuse to soothe the hunger that he feels. He'll have to ask Tomura. The bar is always open as Kurogyari never sleeps, so when midnight rolls around, Izuku wishes Kurogyari a good night, leaving the Misty Man to clean his already clean shot glasses. He steps over a few women sleeping on the steps, pausing to put a cushion under Tsubakino's head. She's his favorite. They're all drag addicts, albeit sweet ones when their supply isn't low, and now they bring him cans of soda, specifically Coke, since Tomura threatened to kill them if they kept offering him liquor. He hears beer mugs clink in the distance and he watches as Kurogyari frowns when some spills and hits the floor, rowdy laughter drowning out his current plight. The clock on the wall chimes, indicating it's just a bit past 12, and Tomura's phone lights up with a new message from All for One. The man had been trying more of late, buying them gifts and speaking in soft tones, ruffling their hair when they did something right, but Izuku saw the manipulation for what it was. He wasn't loving them, even if his brother loved the attention. All Hisashi was doing was stifling them, albeit in a rather pleasantly controlled environment, but Kurogyari was rather pleased that the man had taken interest in someone other than himself, and as a result his visits to the doctor were paused for the time being when Izuku pointed out that the bartender seemed awfully out of it whenever he came back. He could recognize a trauma response when he saw it, and it was hard to forget how Kurogyari had reacted when he showed up on the bar doorstep all bloody, but Izuku's father wasn't the only person good at manipulation, and Izuku wasn't stupid enough to fall for the same tricks he pulled. Tomura hadn't realized that Sensei was a weak man as yet, and figured that the new games Izuku kept asking for were nothing more than gifts because All for One had extra money to spare. Of course Izuku didn't actually want the games. He did it for Tomura, and the way how his eyes widened whenever he received a new one gave Izuku such a high that he never wanted his brother to stop smiling. His grins were unnerving, but they were his favorite, and now he was even in Kurogyari's good graces. For now he'd let his father caress his face and brush his hair, pretending not to mind when he gives him a nickname that clearly belongs to someone else, his precious, unforgettable Ichi, or when he calls Izuku to sit in his lap so he could brag about his day. Pushing the door open, he's pleased to see his brother is still awake, and Tomura beckons him closer with a finger, patting the space in front of him. Izuku sits, feeling Tomura place his chin on his head, and he decompresses as his older brother holds him, not breaking concentration on his game. Tomura? Izuku calls, asking for his brother's attention, and he gives it, answering with a low hum. When we're attacking the unforeseen simulation joint, can I take people's quirks? I still have the one from Dad, he said I could keep it, but can I take more? You wouldn't mind, right? And Izuku's correct? Tomura definitely doesn't mind. He still finds it odd that his baby brother asks for permission for every single thing he does, but at the same time, he preens. He feels more mature and a bit more secure now that Izuku asks him about everything, and he's more inclined to take better care of himself. Setting a good example and all that crap, as Izuku is actually shit at that. His baby brother is worse than he is, and on most days he has to guilt him into eating because Izuku simply doesn't have an appetite, and he wonders how much of that is Midoriya Izuku's fault. Tomura scratches his chin, face illuminated by the light from the television. You can take anything you'd like, Izuku. You could kill the whole lot of them and I wouldn't care, except for All Might. He's mine. Thank you, Nii-san. You don't have to thank me for something like that, Tomura insists, still holding his console with his pinkies raised because he's lost his glove for the day and all the others are in his laundry basket. He can't afford another trip to the mall to replace it, and he doesn't want Izuku to feel left out either if they can't play games together. He's got a nasty habit of being stuck in his head, and it had taken weeks for him to realize that Tomura actually wanted him to stick around. Are you nervous? Izuku whispers, speaking lower than the audio coming from the PlayStation, but his brother still hears him and snorts. More like excited to kill All Might. There's no way the Nomu is gonna lose though, so I'm gonna win our bet. He gives Izuku a cheeky smile, wrapping the blanket around them impossibly closer. We'll see in a week, won't we? And Izuku nods. He's sure he'll be correct, but right now in his brother's arms, he's content to play the fool. He can be quite a convincing jester. Jiren is surprised when Izuku reaches out to him once again, especially with such an outlandish request. Finding small-time villains to attack a hero school is easy enough for the right price, and those fools go willingly to the slaughter for a measly cut. No way they're all making it out with their freedom. He's a bit set off that Izuku doesn't sell him his analysis directly anymore, as his business has actually taken quite a hit. Clearly the boy has switched to full-on villainy if the little high-tech bar he occupies is any indication, but he's a good sport, so he sends his customers over. For the right price, of course. He's also surprised that All for One is back in the game. Rather, it's surprising that he'd leave the planning to the older Shigaraki, but he prefers speaking to Izuku. Izuku doesn't throw tantrums, and he's smart enough to come to his hideout with concrete plans that Jiren has no issue working with, but for now he's focused on their second request. Finding villains specialized enough to form a unit, and he's already got a few people in mind. It seems Shigaraki is dead serious about killing All Might, or at least removing him from Hero Society altogether, and while Jiren doesn't think they'll succeed, he doesn't want them to end up in jail. He needs his precious customers after all. All for One and the Doctor are back in business the following week, planning to interpret the data from the Nomu they're sending solely for fighting All Might, but there are more upgrades to be made. As such, he doesn't have the time to check on his precious Ducky and his quirk or Tomura. His interest had only peaked when he once confused Izuku with Yoichi, and if the boy had inherited his mother's emerald eyes, he probably would have been locked in the vault already. Isashi almost feels bad that Inko abandoned the boy because of the genes that he himself had passed down. The hunger Izuku had mentioned was simply due to the quirk's greed. All for One was a gluttonous quirk, always wanting to take from others, and he had only curbed this side effect through many trial and error surgeries with the doctor. Having your quirk spliced opened wasn't the best feeling, so perhaps Izuku wouldn't be into that, but it couldn't hurt to mention it. Could it? It didn't explain why his Ducky found food wholly unappetizing, and the only time it appealed to him was before the meal was actually made, and he wondered if the boy wanted to eat before the food was cooked. That's a theory he'll have to test out later. If the Garaki was unsuccessful with his research, he could take over Izuku's body instead of Tomura's. Possessing a body so similar to his brother is a bit unsettling. He'd rather keep him in plain view. However, it would be a much better fit, but Tomura's hatred runs deep than the human mind could ever hope to comprehend, and Hisashi doesn't think he'll be completely safe if he ever decides to cross the boy like that. Albeit he's a brat, but he's a brat who's got a short fuse, so for now Izuku's safe, and he's content to rush the doctor along lest his body gives out before killing Yagi Tashinori. Tomura though? He just might be next. Monday has Izuku feeling giddy as he helps Tomura into his costume. Are you going to keep the hand on your face at all times? It doesn't hinder your vision, right? He asks as Tomura bends down to allow Izuku to place adhesive tape on the fingers, ensuring they don't move to cover his eyes and actually stick to his face. Everything's alright, I can see fine, quit worrying about me. My setup's FNG cool, of course they're gonna stay on me. Cool isn't the word Izuku would use to describe it. More like a tad bit creepy enough to give grown adults nightmares, but his costume is a bit on the boring side, so who is he to judge? Just a black scheme with cargo pants, high tops and a skin-tight tee that compresses him to the point where his sleeper build is non-existent. Geary, Izuku calls, bouncing back and forth on the ball of his heels. Can I have a shot? Henny on the rocks, please. The bartender ignores the fact that Izuku is painfully underage, and Tomura gives him the stink eye, slapping Izuku on the back of his head, making him choke on the liquor. What are you doing? Bright red eyes stare into his soul, a teasing smile crossing his baby brother's lips. A sight he's only been privy to recently. Liquid courage? And Tomura scoffs. He doesn't need it. Tomura is visibly excited as he rounds up what Izuku calls his cannon fodder. Realistically speaking, they could have pushed the attack back a weeks, just to ensure they had more persons with expertise, but Shigaraki has always been impatient, and while these NPCs may be captured, as long as the Noma gets its chance to shine, all will be right in his world. Kurogiri opens up his warp and all hell breaks loose. The butler in question feels nervous. He's got an important job after all. One that Izuku's drilled in his head over the past week, separating the students into the zones where they'd be least useful. He's almost done his task. Just Saya Azui left, and he deposits her where the temperature feels the coldest, with fake snow falling at an alarming rate, and he wonders if Izuku has somehow hacked into the control room. He wouldn't be surprised. Ida Tenya runs past him, but he's content to let him escape. No doubt on the way back to UA. Izuku's orders. Apparently that'll get the number one hero here faster, considering that the boy had ensured that he'd use up all the hours he was capable of transforming. Restraining the students is the objective, but Izuku can't find it in himself to care if they die or not. They don't have much experience, but he doesn't underestimate them, and he finds it funny how Mineta is stuck to cliff, unable to climb down with the ball that he pops off from his head. Perhaps he'll fall to his death, leaving a pool of blood on the concrete below, this traumatizing his fellow classmates even more, and the younger Shigaraki grins at the thought, spreading his arms, allowing himself to bask in the feeling. Meanwhile, Tomura is having the time of his life fighting Eraserhead as Kurogiri warps away to deal with Pro Hero 13. Ah, you're so cool, Eraser. Tomura grins with glee, and Izuku holds back a snort of laughter from the shadows. He hopes his brother doesn't kill him. Eraserhead is his one and only favorite hero, but he tunes back in, keeping an eye out for when All Might inevitably shows up. The students, though, seem unbreakable. Especially that one redhead who is rounding up his classmates, trying to get them to stick together to defend against the villains. They're covered in blood and lined with cuts that are no doubt swimming with infections due to the sheer amount of dirt in them. Toga would have loved them, especially that brunette with the abnormally round cheeks. She's quite cute. He wonders if they haven't covered basic first aid as yet. It's definitely one of the more important things to teach students early on, but that isn't his concern. Izuku prays they get sepsis and die horrible deaths. He should text Himiko back. Kurogiri, Izuku calls when the man is back by his side. Warp those students into the flood zone. Make them hit the water and make sure they're far from the shore. The misty man raises an eyebrow. Are we killing them? Izuku merely shrugs, waving him off. If they die, and if not. I guess character development? The young boy often threw him for a loop when he said things like that. Tomura and Izuku felt like conjoined puzzle pieces, but it was hard to remember that Izuku had the same taste Tomura did. The same taste that sensei had drilled into him when he was younger. A fed-up family indeed, but the man did as he was told, and not 7 minutes later, a student actually did drown, a boy with a tail as an extra appendage. Ojiro was his name, apparently, if his classmates' screams were anything to go by. However, Kurogiri didn't feel guilt. He was following orders after all, and he'd go to the bar forgetting that this had ever happened a few hours later. No matter how traumatizing it was. The currents in the water could be controlled. Of course they could be, and Izuku sets the waves against them, watching as they try to swim parallel to the shore, but the terrain makes them unable to do so effectively. Izuku took his time to log all the students' quirks into his notebook. This one was new, with a dull black cover, and kanji quickly covered the pages, looking like extraordinarily sharp strokes because of his new fine point pen. Uraraka's quirk was one he wanted, and he beckoned to it, slowly easing the meta ability out of her body so she wouldn't notice immediately, and smiled when the pads on her fingers erased themselves. He observed his hands. Now he was reminded of a cat's toe beans, and Tomura surely would have a grand time teasing him about that. No other quirks caught his interest, only Dark Shadow and Todoroki's quirk, but stealing those would bring attention to himself. Attention he was currently trying to avoid, but he feared that would be futile, as Eraserhead had his brother wrapped up in his capture scarf, and he could hear All Might's booming steps echoing through the plaza. Watashi Jikita. Tomura groaned, moving to disintegrate Eraser's scarf because the man didn't bind him in such a way that had his hands by his side. Izuku, deal with this pest. He didn't even look back to see if his brother had moved, too elated to send the Nomu after All Might, and he sat on the sidelines as they exchanged blows, generating enough wind pressure that Eraserhead was blown back. His back hits the wall with a sickening crunch, but Izuku's just glad that now he doesn't really have to deal with him. The plaza is in ruins, and finding stray wires is easy enough, so he wraps the man from head to toe with them, paying special attention to his hands and feet. Some of the wires are still connected, and Izuku takes his time to look for exposed wires with different voltages. He slips his thick black gloves on, no use electrocuting himself while electrocuting Eraserhead after all, and the man goes down for a second time, spasming and foaming at the mouth. Only the whites of his eyes are now visible, and it seems he's traumatized the students once more, as a small group of them are at the shore watching unmoving. Their mouths hang open, and from where Tomura is standing, it looks as though one of them has fainted yet again, and he snickers into his palm. He's getting irritated though. All Might doesn't seem to be weakened as he matches the Nomu blow for blow. Shigaraki-sama, Kurogyri starts, and both Tomura and Izuku turn to look at him. Tomura, he reiterates, perhaps it is in our best interests to retreat. The #1 hero doesn't seem to that weak. Our intel may have been wrong. He looks at Izuku when he says that, and the boy in question scoffs. Tell the Nomu to aim for his sides. Tomura nods, preparing the order when a bullet whizzes through the air, scraping his leg. FNG sheet. What was that? He looks around frantically, and Snipe looks rather proud, loading his gun with another round, preparing to take the shot. It's highly unlikely that he'll miss, and he has support anyway as more heroes stream through the entrance. Ida Tenya had some use after all, but now this was more trouble than it's worth, and Izuku wonders if he should have just ripped the engines from his body instead. The next bullet does hit Tomura, right in the femur, and Izuku cannot erase the sound of the guttural scream that pried its way out of his brother's throat. Kurogyri's portal opens. He's a bit slow on the uptake, but he can scolded later. Villains flood in. They're a rather effective meat shield, as some of them get hit trying to make their way in, but the heroes are behind too. Cementos is already there, posed to trap Tomura in concrete, but Izuku can't have that. He wouldn't survive if his brother was gone. His heart simply couldn't take it, and he knew that grief he currently felt was just love's souvenir. It's indisputable proof that we once loved, and he takes a moment to beat his heart into Espimson, his fists feeling quite heavy as they beat against his chest. Reaching out to grab his brother's arm, pulling him up and wincing when Tomura groans, but he swings him backwards. Right into Kurogyri's portal, and the black void spasms as it flickers before warping the air back to normal. He'll have to apologize later. Izuku sat on the slightly uncomfortable chair in the interrogation room. The room was cold, something he could appreciate, and he figured this wasn't a room typically used for small-time criminals. His eyes darted around. No windows. One exit point. 52 tiles on the ceiling. The room was spacious, and the entirety of the space was white, and Izuku figured that a lesser man would have gone insane from sitting in the same position, handcuffed to the table for 2 hours like he had. Truth be told, he knew he was being watched. Maybe observed behind the mirror that probably went 2 ways, or by the tiny unassuming cameras in each corner of the room. The door had 3 locks, presumably to contain individuals, and they popped open with a distinct click. Two men walked in. Were they going for a good cop, bad cop type vibe? Tsukachi cleared his throat. Sorry about the wait, Zero. There was some paperwork to be filed before we had the clearance to question you. Zero? Was that what they were calling him? He hasn't been an informant for that long since meeting Tomura, and he wonders if Jiren sold his information. No way they'd actually be smart enough to connect the two personas otherwise. Naomasa didn't mean that. He'd just been waiting for Eraserhead to arrive and cause things went haywire as they usually did when Zero was involved. The only thing that had put him on their sheet list was his hacking. He hacked into whatever he pleased with zero regards for the consequences. Izuku chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Oh. And here I thought law-abiding citizens such as yourself wouldn't lie to the people you question. The detective shifted uncomfortably. And why would you assume I'm lying? Aizawa found the smile that graced Izuku's face to be quite unnerving. Just a hunch. Shoyuta grunted. Enough with the mind games, let's get to questioning. I've got places to be. Really? I apologize for taking up your time then. You could let me go and we'd each be on our merry way then? Izuku loved teasing, loved getting under people's skin, and it was the only entertainment he'd have until he completed his mission. Aizawa scoffed. Unfortunately, the commission took vigilantes turned villains seriously, and it was only a matter of time before someone had to bring him in, even if he had stayed with his previous life, working as an informant to bring food to the table. He didn't expect it to have been Eraser though. The detective snapped him out of his thoughts. Please state your name and age for the record. Izuku eyed him suspiciously. Why would I do that? If you don't, you're gonna end up in jail, Aizawa cut in, trying to at least scare him into cooperating. Zero laughed. All right, cart me off then. Izuku was fairly certain that he could escape from whichever cell held him, whether it be in a month or maybe two, but he was always a patient boy. Mundane things like that didn't bother him too much, and he had Sekidi up to his father enough, pretending to be Ichi, who he missed to the point where he'd even called Izuku by the wrong name and Izuku didn't correct him. Not once. Surely the man would come to his rescue, if only to continue living his false dream. Tsukachi groaned, pausing the tape. He knew the boy was stubborn, but not to this extent. He already had enough stress as is. You'd really rather jail time than just cooperating? What if we could offer you a deal? Aizawa was more like a wallpaper flower at this point, observing as usually did before Izuku spoke. And why would I trust you to uphold your end? The detective looked baffled. Why would I lie? Izuku scoffed and countered. Why wouldn't you? I really don't mind going to jail, he piped up when both men took too long to respond. Tsukachi was in the middle of another groan when the door flew open. A little furry white creature waltzing in, making itself quite comfortable in Aizawa's capture weapon. Red eyes met black and Izuku's eyes light up in recognition. Nedzu? He tried, hoping that he was correct. It would be embarrassing if he wasn't, but the principal nodded while chuckling. Quite the pickle you've gotten yourself into, Izuku. While Shigaraki didn't appreciate him casually giving out personal information like his name, he wasn't mad that he'd showed up, although he wasn't expecting it. Izuku hummed in agreement. I suppose so. Nedzu shuffled forward, motioning for the detective to stop his recorder, shooing both men out the door. Is there any way I can convince you to come to UA? Nedzu speaks up, finally sitting at the table, laying his head on his paws. Izuku raises an eyebrow. You'd want me to be around the very individuals that failed me? Now that's just insulting. The fact that Nedzu had even proposed that made Izuku lose. What little respect he'd had for the mammal, and he discreetly tapped the small black button on the watch he was wearing. He could hear Aizawa bickering with someone outside, and with the principal taking his ear off about how he'd become a ward of the school and how the curriculum had changed in the past years, he grew increasingly annoyed. Izuku desperately needed Kurogiri to pick him up. He was sick of this. Sick of people pretending that they knew what was best for him when in reality they just wanted him to conform to their ideals. Now he really could understand why Nii-san hated heroes. Why he couldn't stomach their bright, flashy costumes. The fake sparkle in their eyes as they lied to citizens, telling them everything would be all right, how everything would be better soon, and how they didn't need to worry about anything. He was utterly disgusted, fed up with their beliefs, and now Izuku wanted nothing more than to be home, cuddled up under a blanket with Tomura by his side as they played on their new Wii. While he enjoyed their games of chess together on the dark web together, he'd come to resent meeting the principal. Nedzu was a shitty little rodent and an even worse hero, and that FING detective got on his bloody nerves. He still could hear a representative from the Hero Commission outside the door, and he could tell her perfectly manicured hand was moments away from turning the handle on the door. Izuku smiled as the air rippled and the telltale signs of Kurager's portals opened up under Izuku's feet, swallowing the chair in its entirety. Death was imminent for them all. Tomura isn't limping for long. While Hisashi would have preferred to let the boy heal the long way, just as punishment for his shortcomings because he could have definitely dodged bullets in his sleep, Izuku's miserable face is enough to curb that thought. Even though Tomura's fine, actually in better health than before USJ, Izuku still sulks and his paranoia has heightened to an unprecedented degree. While a decline in mental health is always good for converting souls to villainism, it's what he did with Tomura, but somehow seeing Izuku like this does no favors for his heart. Kurogyari is fine. He's actually content with just sitting at bar doing nothing but serve paying customers for days on end. The only major thing he had to do since was rescuing Izuku, and he really only opened a portal where All for One told him to. Cheer up, Zuzu, Tsubakino says, holding his head between her palms and taking care as she nuzzles him face, dutifully ignoring the murderous look Tomura sends her way as he looks down from the stairs. Izuku grunts, lighting the cigarette between her chapped, dark lips, and that shuts her up for a moment as she exhales the smoke. He pats her head, sending an awfully wistful expression her way and sliding a bottle of strawberry soju across the granite countertop. Thanks. Izuku, come. And he goes up the stairs to Tomura, letting his brother pull him to the basement even though the grip on his wrist is just a bit too tight. Izuku can see fingernail indents when he lets go, and he hides his hand behind him before Tomura can see the damage caused. No use having him feel guilt. Feeling guilty does not purify the soul. He deserved it anyway. I don't like that woman around you, comes the claim, and Izuku sighs. They go over this every single day, and now he's tired, so his reply is rather lackluster. Just a simple okay as they continue on their walk. I don't think we'll be dealing with Jiren for much longer, Izuku starts. It's probably better if we start sourcing our needs through our contacts. The musty hallways irritate Tomura, but he PPS his head and hums, indicating that he heard what Izuku said, but he's a bit confused. What brought this on? It's not a bad idea. It's definitely one of their better options, but he wants to know how this train of thought came to be. I'll tell you later, Izuku concludes and leaves Tomura wondering if his baby brother can somehow read minds. Typically trips to the basement mean meeting Jiren because there are enough subtle exits to outside that the man prefers. Izuku can't blame him, he doesn't like being trapped either. Hello Shigarakis, Jiren greets them, sprawled off on their couch, blowing smoke in their direction. Izuku's sure the man does it just to assess them off, specifically Tomura, and now that he's certain that the broker sold him out, he's got little use for him. However, they had plans in place before that, deals that were made regarding forming the League of Villains, so Izuku is capable of hearing him out before requesting that his brother turn the man to dust. Fing sheet Jiren, smoke outside DMN it. Tomura grumbles, leaning forward to decay the cigarette still on the man's lips. His lips are ashy, even more ashy really, and Tomura sits patiently as he introduces possible new recruits while Izuku stays in the corner, solemn and observing. Normally he'd be the one doing the talking, so something's off, and Tomura really doesn't like being left out of the loop. He needs to rectify whatever is wrong with his baby brother as soon as possible. If only this meeting would FING end. In the end, Tomura ends up gaining 3 new party members. Some BSRD called Dobby, but Spinner and Compress seem like a package deal, so he sends them upstairs so they can pick their rooms. Izuku, what's up with Jiren? He asks when the newcomers are out of earshot, and he watches how his brother's face is pulled tight. Izuku is completely set off, and it's not a face that he sees often. His brother barely shows any emotion. The only time his face depicted any feelings was when they had passed a stray tabby on the streets and the mangy thing had nuzzled Izuku's palm. He felt a bit guilty that they couldn't bring it back to the bar, as Sensei probably wouldn't have allowed them to keep it, and the tabby's mama came back a few minutes later. How much did you get paid when you sold me out? He asks, directing the question to Jiren, who's now sporting an impish grin. What you mad about it? You figured it out faster than I thought you would've. Tomura's eye ticked. This fool was responsible for his brother's arrest? He was awfully haughty about it. Didn't brokers have some code of conduct, or at least some desire to protect their credibility with their non-disclosure agreements? 722,000 yen, he continued, and Izuku scoffed. Just that, huh? And the police had no problem dealing with scum like you? Izuku could see the man's yellow teeth from where he stood. Isn't that obvious? You're clearly in high demand, Zero. Tomura heard his brother sigh, a long drawn-out one, like there was a heavy weight on his shoulders. Nisen, dust this fool. Izuku's eyes were unwavering, and Jiren felt as though those red irises were looking through his very soul. Wait, the broker flailed his arms. I only did it because they paid well, and don't we go way back? He didn't have to hear the rest of Jiren's pleas before the man's mouth was filled with sludge. The thick black viscosity sludge was a sign of Hisashi's teleportation quirk being used, and Izuku felt his anger ease just a bit. No one effed with all for one's things and got away with it. No doubt he'd make an example out of the man, but Izuku had no idea that Hisashi was capable of hearing their conversation this well in the basement. A low whistle pierced the silence. Didn't think Sensei would do that, Tomura said, and Izuku shrugged before replying. Me either, but at least we're not on corpse cleanup, so small victories? And he flashed Tomura a smile, pointy canines on show, and he relished in the head pat that came his way. Yep, rat, small victories. Izuku left the bar, warping away to go see his father. He wondered if he should love Hisashi like he saw families do on television. The man treated him better than his mama ever did, and he didn't hit or yell at him when he effed up, so he definitely liked him. However, he was a villain. Perhaps even the greatest criminal of all time, and while Izuku's morals were concerning, he wasn't going to reach all for one levels of cruelty just yet. Who knows what secrets time holds? Jiren's crumpled form being whisked away by two nomis is the first thing he sees when he enters the hallway. He knocks on the door, waiting patiently before his father tells him to enter. Good manners and respect are absolute in Hisashi's world, and he smiles at him when he comes in. Hisashi feels his son's presence before he even hears the knock. A plethora of quirks ensure that his five senses haven't dulled. They've actually improved quite nicely, and he calls Izuku in, putting his paperwork away for another day. Come sit, Ichi. What's wrong? And like the obedient boy that he is, Izuku sits on his lap, curling up on his chest with a fistful of Hisashi's shirt as though he's trying to become one with the man's heartbeat. If only Yoichi had been so willing. Izuku shakes his head into Hisashi's chest as his dad cards his fingers through his messy white curls. He doesn't know how or what to feel. Guilt is not an option. He's just so emotionally constipated that he lacks the knowledge necessary to properly identify this feeling in his veins. He'd planned on dealing with Jiren by himself, really. He's never had anyone be angry enough in his behalf to kill a man simply because they had effed him over. While he isn't sad about the death, his chest blossoms with the sensation of being loved, of being cared of being cherished, and he wonders if he is of importance to Hisashi. He doesn't ask, his heart can't take it if the answer is no, but all for one is borderline psychic. Knowing exactly how his son feels even if he doesn't say the words. Izuku, his baritone voice rumbles, demanding attention, and his son gives it. Peeking up at him with a carbon copy of his once carmine eyes. I love you. I killed the broker because he messed with you. That's all there is to it. Now Izuku's eyes really water. There were no ulterior motives? Just him being swindled was cause enough? He wondered why that was never the case with his mama. Why did she not care enough about him? Izuku sniffles, nodding, and lays his head back down. His father is more than content to sit in the silence, pretending that it's actually Yoichi that he's holding, and poor foolish Izuku is none the wiser. The man's love comes solely from a place of desperate delusion, but isn't unrealistic love better than no love at all? Hours go by and Hisashi wakes him with a gentle poke to the forehead. Haven't you got things to do, Izuku? And the boy actually does, almost forgetting the check marks on his to-do list. Sorry, Dad, got drool on your suit. The white mark on his suit does nothing to interfere with his mood. Don't worry about it, Ducky, and don't fret about you either, but do not disappoint me again, alright? Maybe if Izuku was more awake, more coherent, he would have seen the look in his father's eyes, but he didn't. Only nodding and hopping off the man's lap, slightly swaying as he made it to the door. He was really born to be a self-conscious jester. When Izuku said, "See you later," Tomura thought he meant a few hours later. Even the next day was stretching it, but now it had been whole 3 days with absolutely no sign of his brother. Sensei had been trying and failing to act like he was unaffected, but Tomura knew the man liked keeping tabs on his possessions, and he was the kind of sick individual who thought actual human beings belonged to him. Tomura typically had to call or send a text to the man whenever he was leaving the bar, only to soothe his sensei's mind when he left. Izuku didn't have a phone. He didn't even know that he should have let them know where he was going, but that could be fixed. Hisashi would make sure of it. The red light district was always buzzing and full of flashing lights. Izuku had forgotten how much fun this part of town was, where nothing but bars and taverns stretched for miles that the eye could see. A man with stitches on his forehead was currently getting his butt beat to the point where Izuku almost felt sorry for him. He was a regular in these parts, and Izuku figured he may just have an apartment here. Twice was a drag addict, always begging for trigger and taking out loans to buy his stash when he ran low. A shiny, pristine black leather shoe made contact with the side of his jaw, making his head spin at an alarming speed. Of course Izuku didn't get involved. He averted his gaze. He wasn't stupid enough to think that he could beat the Yakuza, not when so many troops were outside. Still, he couldn't help but stare at the man observing in the corner. He wore a suit similar to what his daddy wore every day, and he could see tiny hints of colorful tattoos peeking out from his collar. The bird mask was what spelled bad news, and he ignored the urge to ask Overhaul what his quirk was. It beckoned to all for one like a beacon, so Izuku walked faster, ignoring the hunger growing in his veins as well. Men like that would definitely notice if their quirk slipped out of their grasp, but in the convertible a few meters away, Izuku could sense another interesting quirk. A quirk his father would most certainly appreciate. Eri was scared. She was scared every single day and lived in a perpetual state of fight or flight. She hated when Chrono was away. He was mean, but at least then she didn't have to leave the compound to see the Yakuza beating people up. A pretty young boy caught her attention. With his carmine eyes and wild hair swaying in the slight nighttime breeze, how could he not? He pressed his pointer finger to his lips. Did she need to be quiet? What would happen if she wasn't? Rewind slipped away from her body without much prompting. Izuku slipped into the shadows, and Terrace Tavern was at the next left. "Yo kid, where you been?" A rowdy middle-aged man raised his beer Izuku's way, and his wife slapped him on the shoulder. "The poor baby got arrested." "Don't ask insensitive questions, you f-dash." Daichi's wife had a bit of a potty mouth, but the lady was kind. Incredibly kind even to someone like Izuku, and his lips twitched upwards into a smile involuntarily. "Terra-san, it's nice to see you," and Izuku did a small bow as she waved him off. "Polite as ever, kid?" And she slapped her husband once more for good measure before ushering Izuku towards the tavern's counter. "I've got a couple of people waiting by for ya. Some want analysis and some want you to collect." Her voice dropped to a whisper as she said the last bit of the sentence, pushing a plate filled to the brim with sausages, bacon, and a tiny bit of medium-rare steak. Izuku's mouth practically watered at the sight. He didn't like food in general, but he preferred meat. Meat was okay, and he'd been around Terra long enough for her to realize that he didn't hate her cooking. Izuku was just really picky and as such didn't eat much. Eating like a carnivore was expensive, and Izuku didn't have the luxury of eating like that every single day. Maybe he could actually, now that he lived with his older brother, but that train of thought was cut off the moment Terra presented him with a bowl of steak tartare complete with finely sliced onions, chives, and a bright yellow yolk on top. "Oh wow, you're eating like a king tonight, kiddo. If only the wife fed me that way," I teased, fake sobbing into his hands as he peeked at Terra's face. "You're a grown man. You don't need babying." Izuku laughed, as did another boy sitting beside him who was nursing a small cup of what smelled to be whiskey in his hand. "And for you, Pumpkin, don't worry about it. I just missed you, kid, all right." Terra smiled. "I'll send the folks your way when you're almost done, okay?" Eating while meeting potential new clients was probably rude, but Izuku didn't care, and the people around these parts didn't care too much either. They weren't particularly difficult, just a few villains wanting plans to break into a bank and another handful wanting a thorough analysis of their quirks. Some individuals were just trying to make ends meet, trying to carve out a better life with their own two hands, but that did nothing to Izuku's non-existent bleeding heart. They were incapable of garnering his sympathy as they tried to swindle him or attempted to bring the price down. Even though they grumbled as they paid, Izuku took the time to thumb through the cash, making sure it wasn't just a bunch of smaller bills covered by a large one. He didn't care if it was insulting to them. He couldn't trust anyone here, but he sat on the stool with his tummy full and a few 100,000 yen in his pocket and new contacts. Hakagure worked up the courage to tap the boy on his shoulder, praying he didn't get mad or freak out. "Hello, are YU0-san?" Izuku nodded, hoping that he was at least nodding in the right direction. It would be awfully embarrassing if he didn't, but now his hunger was activated yet again for the second time in one night. He felt queasy and he hoped his face didn't show how eager he was. Was this the one that he had to collect? "I was wondering if you could take my quirk?" Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why would she ever want to give up something so useful? As if sensing his distrust, she continued, "It's just that I'm invisible all the time and no one ever sees me. No one else in my family is invisible and I just want this quirk to go away. I want to be seen." As she ranted, her stutter disappeared, forgetting to be nervous in front of the informant she'd heard about on the streets that could take quirks. Hakagure Toru couldn't be a hero, not without one, but she figured that if she was lucky, Nedzu would transfer her to the general education or business department where she could finish the rest of high school in peace and relative quiet. That villain attack had been the last straw. Her homeroom teacher was strict enough, and she didn't sign up for being beaten within an inch of her life when she was just trying to complete a training activity with her classmates. Recovery Girl had already berated her enough for her audacity to try and act heroic when the older woman had to heal the hairline fractures in her ankle. Taking the quirk revealed one of the prettier girls Izuku has ever seen in his lifetime. She quickly opens her phone's camera to see what she looks like and promptly tears up. Toru takes his hands in hers, feeling the calluses of his palms, but that doesn't deter her, not when she's holding the hands of her savior. "How much do I owe you?" she asks, seemingly unaware that Izuku doesn't request payment if the quirk is interesting enough. "Aren't you a hero student?" he muses, pretending to be ignorant, and she nods her head. "Tell me about Snipe," he continues, hoping that he comes off as a die-hard hero fanboy even though he wants nothing more than to vomit in his mouth. He learns more about Snipe than he had in the past decade. He doesn't drink energy drinks, only coffee, and sometimes he goes up to the roof to smoke where he thinks the students can't see him. Snipe isn't really an animal lover, but he does like frogs, and Toru's never seen him outside of his hero costume. She even rattles off his address without a second thought. Invisibility has its perks, and it's a DMN shame she gave it up. Hakagure would have been an amazing underground hero. Make sure you come back sooner next time. Don't be a stranger. Aiche shouts, on his 9th beer, and Tara sighs as he presses his weight against her body so she can support him. He's right for once, and she reaches out to caress Izuku's face. "Come back sooner, alright? Or just send a text so I know what's up." Scribbles the number on his wrist, and Izuku looks at it once, memorizing the sequence of the numbers, and nods. "Thank you for everything, Tara-san. Especially the food. I see how it is, you little brat. She gets special thanks just because she can cook? What am I, huh? Chopped liver?" There's no heat behind Aiche's words, and Izuku laughs. "Sorry, I'll see you soon, okay?" The Yakuza are long gone by the time Izuku circles around the block, and the only evidence that they were there is the puddle of blood being washed away by the rain. The rain isn't unwelcome, but Izuku would rather not get sick. Being sick didn't pay the bills, although now he didn't really have any bills to pay since he didn't live with his mama anymore. He's been thinking about her a lot lately, comparing her to the other adults in his life. Adults who appear to give a f about him, and he wonders if his mother was wrong about him all this time. Tomura's life has been turned upside down since Izuku left. Just a few hours after he stepped through the door, Himiko and Twice came in. They seemed to be package deal just like Compress and Spinner, but they were much more unhinged. Himiko kept trying to stab Kurogiri because he couldn't tell her where Izuku was. It's not like he knew, Hisashi hadn't even given the boy a tracker yet, and he fumed as yet another patron ran out because of the shiny knives she kept waving around. Twice was also hopeless. His eyes were bloodshot and he kept twitching like he was going through withdrawals. Toga was great at keeping him distracted, but when she got bored, she went right back to stabbing people, and some poor fool actually got stabbed with her knife when they didn't want to pay their bar tab. Dabi found them immature. Entertaining but hopelessly immature. Ironically, this was his best bet at killing Endeavor, so he could play nice for the time being. It would be nice if Zero would pop around though. Rumor has it he's been working with Shigaraki, and if he was, then Dabi's workload just got 10 times less heavy. Breaking into Snipe's apartment was laughably easy. He didn't live in one of those gated neighborhoods specifically catered to pro heroes. Just a regular 2-bedroom apartment located close to UA. The woman at the desk behind the lobby didn't even look at him as he slipped through the doors as some civilians exited, too preoccupied with watching Love Island with subtitles. He had a package in his hand. The box didn't actually contain anything, but he tried to blend in as subtly as possible so people would think he lived here his whole life. Avoiding the cameras was easy. They had so many blind spots Izuku was tempted to fix the poor locations they were placed in. Alas, he had bigger fish to fry, namely hacking into their records, so he didn't have to knock on every single door of each floor to find out which unit Snipe resided in. Poor hero, apartment 306 had definitely seen better days. Easing the door open was child's play, and the door softly clicked behind him, indicating that it was closed. His footsteps were silent as he stalked across the room. Muddy rain boots were left in the kitchen, and Izuku wondered how funny it would have been if Kurojiri could have seen such a sight. The Noma would have had an aneurysm for sure. Scantily clad girls in suggestive clothing seemed to be the only magazines he bothered reading as they were left on his marble kitchen countertop. Either he had no shame or he lived alone. Izuku decided to go with the latter. That made the most sense. The man didn't even have any pets. Boring. The hero was in the middle of preparing some kind of tofu dish. Maybe mapo tofu? The package was still open with a shiny kitchen knife beside it that he knew Himiko would appreciate. Snipe's eyes flew open once he felt his throat being slit and his hands automatically pressed against his neck, trying to stem the bleeding. His room was pitch dark as it had always been, and the only thing he could see was his digital clock that read 23. He tried to get up, to get help, and as soon as he moved, the knife came swinging down again, this time creating a sizable gash on his neck. His head felt awfully heavy. He didn't have a montage or playback of any memorable moments before his death. Just an awful silence and the sheer terror that had gripped his heart in his final moments. Izuku decides to pocket the knife, for Toga. Free real estate, am I right? Breaking news. This just in, local pro hero Snipe found dead in his apartment this morning. The time of death is estimated to be around midnight, and some citizens may know him from the USJ incident where he bravely fought off villains terrorizing UA students. Dabi sat on one of the bar stools watching the television as the channel began to play a montage dedicated to Snipe. Even Toga and Spinner were paying attention. He didn't think their childlike minds could focus on something for so long, but Atsuhiro wasn't interested, however, and was on the couch, lazing unmoving. He found the tiles to be much more interesting, an odd combination of hardwood flooring and white porcelain tiles with small blue accents only noticeable if you looked closely enough. Tomura's jaw was on the ground, currently collecting flies. This was sudden. What the F, Izuku? That's gnarly, Toga exclaimed when they showed the state of the man's apartment. Blood stains coated his bedsheets and even the floor. Pillows were thrown askew. The nightlight lamp broken and bloody fingerprints were on his bedside table. Seems yum, she sighs, daydreaming of the blood wasted. She wishes she was there. The murder weapon is unknown at this time, but losing such a prominent person in the hero society has left a wound in our hearts that only time can hope to fill. Tomura tuned the news out as his party members continued to watch. He was absolutely stunned by these events. He didn't expect his brother to stay away for a few days just to turn around and kill Snipe with no warning. His gunshot wounds still throbbed on some days, and he smiled, a terrifying grin that stretched his chapped lips, slightly unnerved those sitting by him. Izuku loved him. Enough to murder a hero in cold blood, and Tomura's never been more satisfied in his entire life. The bar was closed today. It was always closed on a Sunday morning, only opening around 8 or 9 p.m. when Kurojiri really felt like it or whenever patrons started knocking on the door so hard he feared it would dent. The man in question was brewing tea, silently passing 2 cups to Spinner and twice, while eyeing Dabi wearily before sliding him an ice-cold beer. It was awfully early but the flame user appreciated it all the same, taking light sips from it. "Hey Shigaraki, aren't you worried someone else is stealing your thunder?" At this rate, knowledge of the league is practically non-existent. Tuya didn't really care. As long as he could wreak havoc he'd be fine, but he liked getting under Shigaraki's skin and wouldn't pass up an opportunity to do so. Tomura scoffed. "Why would I be worried? That little twerp's with us and he's got a whole bunch of questions to answer when he gets back." Was that Izu? Toga was excited now. She'd missed him. Izuku was her first genuine friend and he often kept her company in middle school, bringing her bags of blood so she didn't starve. Apparently his mother was a nurse who never questioned why he needed that many bags, but when stock ran low, he offered his own. Himiko never knew the types of lies he had to tell in order to get her blood, but he never complained and she appreciated it all the same. Never once wincing or whining when she sunk her fangs deep into his flesh, taking her fill, and he didn't shun her either, never once saying the cruel things that her parents did. He never asked her to be normal. Dabi was slightly pleased. If the League had someone who could kill a hero in their own home no less and get away with it, then maybe this group wouldn't be a waste of time and maybe he could kill his father just a little bit faster. The morning sun was cruel on Izuku's eyes and he sat on a trash can in some random alleyway. He wasn't too far from Midnight Blues, but Snipe had actually done a bit of damage before he croaked and Izuku's bruised ribs were a testament to that. He wasn't in a bad mood though. He'd seen his stray cats from earlier, both the baby and its mama, plus they let him pet them for as long as he liked. The moment he stopped, the baby let out a cute little murrup and scurried across the street, its mother hurrying behind it. Maybe he should ask Dad if he could keep them. Maybe that's not the brightest idea. Izuku could hear heavy breathing close by. Quite similar to his own actually, the sound the body made as it tried to force air into itself whenever it's injured is quite distinct, and Izuku craned his head behind him. He crinkled his nose as he opened the entrance to the trash. It smelled positively foul and the murky, damp alleyway didn't help in the slightest. "Hello, do you need some help?" Magna thought this boy was crazy. He definitely wasn't right in the head, but the specifics of his mental illness were unbeknownst to her. Firstly, he offered to help her. That alone was a red flag, especially when she'd just been thrown out of the nearby homeless shelter because of her gender identity. He had even respected her pronouns and her space, asking before he touched her, and although Izuku looked scrawny, he picked her up with no issue and took her to a relatively fancy-looking bar. They waited few seconds before the facial recognition registered and the door automatically opened, closing itself as soon as they stepped inside. Izuku didn't have a noble motive for helping Magna. He figured she'd be a good addition to the misfits the bar housed if that gigantic magnet of hers was any indication. He figured her quirk had something to do with magnetic poles, and he knew enough about physics to correctly assume what her quirk did if he could observe her for long enough. All for one was quietly thumping in his veins. It always wanted a quirk, but this one wasn't magnificent enough to make him spiral into full-on hunger's so small mercies. "Hello, Kurojiri." If the Nomu had a body that functioned normally, he would have had a heart attack. In this case thankfully he didn't, so the butler greeted him instead. "Hello, Izuku. Tomura will be pleased that you're back. May I ask who is this bleeding onto our hardwood floors?" Magna snorted as Izuku replied, "This is Magna. She uses she/her pronouns. Can you get her cleaned up? I'll be back later, okay? You can stay as long as you'd like, we've got rooms upstairs. I'm gonna go see my brother." And with that he patted her head as he addressed her, walking away, skipping up the steps 2 at a time, swinging his arms as he did so, looking like the poster child for innocence. Kurojiri shook his head. "He's an odd one, isn't he?" "Most definitely," Magna agreed. "Odd indeed." Kurojiri took great care with her wounds. He gingerly brushed against her wounds to avoid causing a disturbance or further harm to them. He in a breath anyway as he wrapped her ribs. Magna was utterly grateful. Buying medical supplies was expensive and keeping a first aid kit stocked was even more difficult, especially with these high-quality creams that you definitely couldn't get over the counter. She didn't know what they did for a profession, clearly something that paid well, but she was smart enough not to ask. It's not like she was anything special, her quirk was ordinary too. She could magnetize a person's entire body or specific portions. Men are polarized south, and women are polarized north, but she can't magnetize herself, which aided in her previous confusion as to what she identified as. Maybe it was just genetics anyway, no use thinking about that now. Screams could be heard from upstairs, and Magna's pretty sure she heard someone scream, "bloody murder," at some point. Kurogyri chuckled at the blatant horror depicted on her face. They aren't killing each other up there. Izuku was just gone for a few days and his brother missed his presence. He stated matter-of-factly, but that didn't convince her. If he was missed, should they be screaming? Would she have to cover up a murder? God, she hoped not. You absolute brat. Where have you been? You don't just leave without saying so. Tomura was furious, rightly so, but Izuku honestly didn't think anyone would care when he left. His mother never did. Matter of fact, she preferred it, even so he just wasn't used to this. He wasn't used to people caring about his whereabouts, and his brother couldn't be calmed down, continuing to rant as he paced the room. Even Sensei got mad. And then all these new people you wanted came in and they've been driving me nuts, and you weren't here to help. Izuku frowned. But I'm back now though? Tomura sighed, attempting to dispel the lingering anger from his body. Sensei could deal with this sheet. He was over it. His little brother just didn't get it, or perhaps he still wasn't used to basic human decency. You're right. Where did you go? At this, Izuku lit up, recounting the day's events. Like how he ended up seeing twice in the red light district. He figured he was now a part of the league, considering that he'd seen him coming out of the bathroom, and that made him wonder if Hime was here as yet. The whole trigger thing isn't a deal breaker. I mean, he's trying to get clean, although he's kind of twitchy right now, Tomura explained, sprawled off on his bed as he chewed on his lip. Twice was probably clean just because he couldn't afford more, and considering that the Yakuza had done him bodily harm, it was safe to assume that he'd racked up quite the debt, and he let his brother know that as well. Izuku could see the gears turning in Tomura's mind, so he left his brother to think in favor for going to see his papa, but not before leaving a note for Toga. Maybe he wasn't busy right now, and if he was, hopefully he wouldn't be too mad that he showed up. He still had a gift for him anyway. Kurogyri warps Izuku over after Hisashi had asked. It's funny how he was just about to go see Dad, but he got summoned instead. His voice boomed through the broadcast, filling each space in the building like he didn't know exactly which room Izuku was in. It awakens Toga, who's sad yet again that she hasn't seen her friend since she's arrived, but she does appreciate the note and turns over, promptly falling back asleep on his bed. Izuku thinks his papa may be a bit mad. He's not that good at deciphering facial expressions as yet, but the way how Hisashi's lips are pulled into a straight tight line tells him that he's definitely not pleased, and he wonders if he's angry for the same reason as Tomura. Hello, Izuku. Care to explain where you've been these past few days and why I keep hearing about you on the news? Izuku doesn't want to lie, but he doesn't think there's an answer in particular that will appease his father, so, I got you a new quirk, is the only thing that he blurts out, and Hisashi waves his hand in a motion that means continue. Oh. All for one raised an eyebrow before asking, and what kind of quirk requires you to be gone days on end? I don't like it when you're out of my sight, itchy. That spurred Izuku into action, reciting the brief summary he knew about the girl's quirk. The quirk had a title, but bestowing names until things could often hinder their growth when they weren't fully explored, so he didn't bother telling him that bit. Come, Ichi. Hisashi was impatient even during the explanation, making a mental note to cancel today's plans as he couldn't let Izuku out of his sight for even one measly minute. He was growing more and more like Yoichi as the days grew by, and soon enough he wouldn't be able to tell them apart. He wonders if Izuku would mind. You're just so precious. His papa sighed, and Izuku smiled, feeling oddly content that he had done something right. His mama never praised him like this. Such a good boy, Hisashi continued. Thank you for thinking about me when you were out. We can go to the doctor later, and my injuries should be gone in about a week. Realistically speaking, it would take the doctor at least a few weeks in order to scour a quirk in its entirety. He loved exploring the quirk gene, but Hisashi was impatient. How could he not be when his sweet son brought him a quirk that would quickly ensure All Might's demise? While he didn't particularly enjoy the labs, that's where he would be for the unseeing future, just until they got things right. Izuku stilled, tilting his head. We. All for one nodded. Of course you've got to come with me, Ichi. We'll get you fitted with a tracker so even when you run off I'll know where you are. You don't want to disappoint Daddy, do you, Ducky? His tone was sickeningly sweet, a mocking pout on his lips as he tried to coerce his son, speaking to Izuku as one would a toddler who didn't have the basic brain capacity necessary to understand arithmetic. It was obvious Izuku sought approval. The way how he preened whenever Hisashi told him he did good or gave him a head pat was proof enough, but Izuku's habit of just upping and leaving the moment he felt like it had to be curbed even if he didn't really understand why his father needed him in his sights at all times. A tracker? Izuku spoke up. He didn't think he needed one, but if it made Papa happy, he'd be more than obliged to do it. Giving individuals information, thereby keeping them in the loop, was actually much easier for manipulation. People tended to act out when they knew they were unaware or rather uneducated. Yoichi was the same. Hisashi had tried his best to shun the world from him, keeping him locked in the vault for days on end, controlling what he ate, even keeping tabs on whoever his little brother had called a friend. Just thinking about Kudu made All for One's head hurt. He'd go back in time just to kill the man once more. Only a small one, Ducky. Won't hurt a bit. Just another white lie to add to the book. The doctor didn't believe in using anesthesia for simple procedures, and his papa definitely lied. That FANG tracker hurt like a beach. Maybe he was just weak and being dramatic? Izuku ended up settling with that agreement, only letting out light groans as the doctor worked. It made the man pleased. He was much too used to patients screaming as he worked on them, and having someone be quiet for once was a nice change of pace. The tracker was placed in the nape of his neck and he became hyper-aware of its presence, hating the sensation that it made him feel. Still he shrugged off the feeling, hiding his grimace when Hisashi ruffled his hair. These white walls were driving Izuku mad. He didn't expect to be tossed into a vault even though he let the doctor put the tracker in, but apparently this was punishment and he'd stay there until he learned to do better. Izuku really didn't understand why he had to be there. He should be able to go as he pleased. He never did like when his freedom was restricted, and now resentment bubbled under his skin. He'd show Papa he learned his FANG lesson all right. That's if he didn't go crazy first. Every surface imaginable was incredibly soft, even the walls, and Izuku figured it was just so he couldn't harm himself. Only a bed and a small bathroom decorated the space, and he huffed. He wasn't used to a lot, but wasn't this too little? Hisashi was flourishing. Tomura had the league for company, and now he didn't call him over every single trivial matter anymore. His previous Ducky was locked away where only he could see him. It seems the boy had fallen into a bout of depression, however, as he didn't move at all from the place he claimed on the floor days ago. That in itself was a bit concerning, but he was sure Izuku would perk up once he saw Hisashi. He was sure of it. He dismissed Gigantomachia, who patrolled the hallways, ensuring that Izuku didn't slip out from him right under his nose. Izuku, I'm back. The boy didn't even turn in his direction. His eyes were glazed over, unseeing as he tuned his father out. Izuku was sure this was yet another manipulation tactic. With him only being in contact with Hisashi, he was sure to crave human interaction, therefore painting the man as a savior of some sorts when he was responsible for keeping Izuku in this trap. The comics in his hands went unnoticed, and when he presented Izuku with the mapo tofu he brought, All for One didn't expect his son to promptly throw up after just smelling it. He didn't eat much on a good day, and now in isolation he definitely wasn't any better without Tomura nagging him to eat. Water, bile and gastric acid are all that escapes his mouth, and Izuku groans, rolling away from the vomit and pressing his cheek against the floor, willing his headache away. If All for One wasn't concerned before, he was now. Fretting and fawning over Izuku, asking him what he wanted to eat, if only to coax him into having at least one meal. In his delirium Izuku answered he definitely wouldn't have before. In all his days at the bar, he had stuck to his lie that he was just a picky eater or he didn't have much of an appetite, so Kurogyari didn't feel too offended when he never cleared his plate at dinner time. The answer was so simple he had even considered it once before brushing the thought from his mind. Was Izuku a cannibal? Perhaps he wouldn't go that far. Maybe he just enjoyed the taste of raw meat, and while all for one didn't crave the taste himself, it was much easier to craft Izuku's meals. He didn't even have to cook it. He wonders why couldn't Yoichi have been this straightforward in the past. Meanwhile, Tomura was at the bar, wholly sulking, missing his brother once more. The League carried out their missions, mostly collecting intel, but Izuku was far superior at this task, and without the collector with them, individuals were tight-lipped for the most part, only telling them information they already knew. Even Terra and IHA wouldn't give them information. Just that they had new clients for Izuku when he inevitably decided to show up again. Dabi was getting fed up with the situation and was about to put the fear of God into the man who ran the bar beside the one Izuku frequented. "Don't," Tomura drawled. "Izuku wouldn't like that." "Yeah," the man spoke up, "Izuku wouldn't like that," he reiterated, looking a bit pleased with himself knowing that he'd been saved from Dabi's scorching heat. Tuya sighed, letting go of the man's shirt, and he felt a bit of satisfaction when the man let out an oomph as he hit the concrete. Twice helped the man up, patting his back when he was upright on his feet. "We need more manpower, right?" he began, when everyone else was out of earshot. "Why not team up with the 8 precepts? They've been making a name for themselves lately." Tomura could see reason. He had heard that name once or twice in passing, and with Stain back in town, he figured he'd better do something and fast, so the League remained as constant chatter on the streets. "Can you set a meeting up?" he inquired, ping his head as he did so. He wanted to know exactly where Twice stood with the Yakuza, and Izuku seemed to be always correct because the man nodded, giving his word that he would do so. Toga actually loved the bar. How could she not when Izuku lived here? Her heart ached, however. She had been waiting to see him for so long, but she was always a patient girl. Himiko could wait a few days longer, and for now, sleeping in his bed, basking in his fading scent would have to be good enough. Kurogyari had long given up and making her sleep in another room, only sighing and tooting under his breath as he walked past, and she spied Magna out of the corner of her eye when she walked downstairs. Patrons are on every inch of the furniture, and she sees Tsubakino nursing a shot of whiskey. They had a meeting to attend. Tomura said so, and Kurogyari had tailored them new clothes, lest they showed up in the rags that they typically wore. Himiko wore a pretty red dress with frills. Was it the best option when going into unknown territory? Definitely not. Did she regret it in the slightest? Definitely not. Overhaul seems to be a pompous a-hole, and Toga can't stand him one bit. Twice seems to like him though, sking up to him, trying to smooth things over because apparently he thought the League was filled to the brim with childish individuals. Dabi is irritated, and Tomura is following in his footsteps, wanting to scratch his skin regardless of there being no itch. Their leader doesn't miss the way how Twice angles himself just right enough to be out of sight as he accepts a red pouch from one of Overhaul's goons. "Alright, if this UFNG prick. Let's go, we're leaving," Tomura declares, since Chisaki can't be budged or reasoned with. "What? Are you going to run away with your tail between your legs since you can't have your way?" the man teases, his eyes crinkling behind his mask. At this, Tomura sees red, halfway across the room to decay the man where he stand, but Magna is unfortunately faster and has the unlucky break of seeing and feeling Kai's quirk in action. Magna was a rational woman. She kept her head down, stayed out of trouble, and didn't get close to anyone as a general rule. But Overhaul was here, slandering the League, and in her head that defaulted to Izuku. This man slandering him would not be tolerated, and her body moved before her mind could catch up. If her brain hadn't been so slow, perhaps she wouldn't be bleeding out onto the floor, and just maybe she wouldn't have been missing an arm. Izuku's mind was on the borderline. He felt as though he was Tame Impala himself with the way how his mind was about to split. He couldn't even count tiles to keep himself sane, and the one single door that the room had wasn't interesting enough to keep his attention. The entire room was padded, from the ceiling to the floor, leaving the entire room looking like a sad beige bouncy house. Ironically, in another life he would have loved this vault. The padded floors were actually bouncy, as though massive springs were beneath them, and he never did get to enjoy the bouncy houses at parties when he was younger, so this would have been a nice change of pace. The kids normally barred him from entering, using their quirks in turn on him, claiming that his quirklessness would have ruined the whole thing as though it was a contagious disease that sucked the fun out of everything. Their parents never stopped them either, always turning a blind eye to such matters, and Inko certainly wasn't any better. She hung to every word that came out of their mouths as they buttered her up. She wouldn't have pressed charges even if Izuku asked her to. But here he'd be free due to jumps, even flips if he felt like it, but the cameras hidden away in the corners of the ceiling reminded him otherwise, red flashing lights watching his every move. Gigantomachia was great company, but he didn't stay inside for long. Rather he couldn't, as per All for One's orders, and Izuku thought the man gave him too much credit. Could he even beat him one-on-one? Maybe he could if he used his quirk to strip Machia of the few that he had, but the man was a sweetheart to his very core and Izuku felt sick just thinking about it. He had been nothing but kind to him, putting up with his ever-changing moods and his fits of rebellion against his dad. His father had barely shown his face since Izuku threw up, and even now he could still smell the bile and sickening acid, though Hisashi had promptly cleaned the entire floor, looking like a glorified housemaid as he did so, scrubbing it until Izuku was sure that he'd wear a hole into the surface just from the amount of friction he exerted alone. The days going forward were mundane. He'd see the doctor sometimes and put up with the prodding as they fed him new quirks to sate his version of All for One. His quirk was awfully greedy, but he didn't mind it. Papa did in fact help with the hunger by letting him take a few quirks from his hoard, but now he was being brought out more and he briefly wondered if he was being taken advantage of. Izuku, Hisashi coaxed. Take his quirk. I want you to have it. Alter, a hero in the top 70, was strapped to the mahogany chair in front of them. Why his father had the man on such quality wood, he had no idea, and no doubt he would be complaining about the bloodstains in a few minutes. With a quirk like his though, the hero should have been in the top 10 at least. Alter, the ability to stop time. Currently he could only do so for 30 seconds, but Izuku figured the man just hadn't trained hard enough and he outstretched his arms toward him, beckoning to the quirk before he felt it settle in nicely under his skin. Done. Izuku stiffly replied and All for One nodded, humming under his breath. What do you think we should do with him? Please, the hero sniffled. I'll give you anything. Is it money that you want? You can have all the cash in my bank account. Please dash. Izuku is never one to pass up on easy money, and he swipes the man's phone from his front pocket, easily bypassing his password and wolf whistling when he sees the amount of yen on the screen. Trafficking organs pays good, huh? Alter nods. It does. It seems like he hasn't picked up on Izuku's tone. That was a question meant to go unanswered, and Hisashi watches as his son's face contorts into soul disgust as he swipes Alter's wallet as well. Izuku has gotten unnervingly good at reading his father's moods, even picking up on his little tendencies. The hero was dead before All for One had to command it. His son had used Bloom, a quirk he'd gotten recently that allowed flowers to grow from someone's blood. Originally Hisashi had thought that such a quirk was a waste, but Izuku had an even more brilliant mind than he did, and the way in which he wielded his quirks was absolutely breathtaking. The flowers could be turned into small, unassuming bombs, as the hero's body exploded from the sheer force of the flowers pushing their way out after draining him of blood. It was messy as expected, his previous mahogany stained, but the scene was beautiful. It seemed as though Izuku was in the mood for tulips today. Having a little shadow of himself fueled all of Hisashi's shady business, and now he could meet with more people because he had a trusty bodyguard who was a carbon copy of himself. It helped that his son had a short fuse, quick to see through bullshit and quick to put people in their place when they stepped out of line. Izuku soon had the entirety of the police department in his pocket and a bit more foot soldiers. Specifically quirkless. Rather previously quirkless individuals who would do anything to gain a meta ability even if it meant selling their souls to the devils to pay for it. Exposing Izuku to murder wasn't hard. He'd killed Snipe in cold blood for Tomura after all, and Alter just a few minutes ago, but soon enough his son joined him in more shady endeavors. Blackmail, coercion, torture, more murder. Name it, and Izuku had already done it this morning. All this came at the expense of his psyche, however, and while Hisashi was equipped to handle the butt-den of his wrongdoings, his son hadn't much experience, and the crushing mass of his sins weighing down on him fractured his sanity just a bit more each day. Tomura groaned, shielding his eyes from the bright light bulbs in the bar as he tried to forget the shit show that happened just hours before. He could still remember how Magna's face had scrunched up as she tried to swallow the screams begging to be released from her throat. Himiko had been distraught and twice felt as though the whole mess was his fault. In a way it was. He had proposed joining the Yakuza, but Jean had only done so for another dose of trigger. It wasn't even the real deal, just a measly batch that a newcomer had messed up. It was the kind that they gave out to druggies on the streets in exchange for a favor or information, not the kind saved for high-profile clients the Yakuza wanted in their good graces. Compress and Dabi had remained calm. Eerily so, as if they knew how this whole thing would have played out. Wrapping and properly bandaging Magna's arm effectively so Kurogiri could hightail his way out of the compound with them in one piece. Well, mostly, Magna's missing arm simply didn't exist anymore, and Spinner had been staring at the wall for the better part of an hour. He wonders how different things would have been if Izuku had been here. Izuku was smart. He wouldn't have let Tomura go in without a plan, but fixing the present was his current focus. He would see Sensei tonight. All for One typically wasn't this protective, and he usually wasn't this quick to anger either, but hearing Kurogiri's recount of what happened to the Yakuza had his blood boiling. It seems as though they've gotten cocky without the old man, especially if Chisaki was openly slandering his name with no regard for the consequences he'd face. Hisashi didn't know if it was bravery or idiocy, but he chose to go with the latter. "Izuku," he called, tone stern as he knew that would make his son pay attention. He had been ignoring his father of late, only speaking when spoken to, and All for One hated it, but at the same time his twisted desires thrived. Yuichi was petty like that, especially after meeting Kudu, and he'd ignore All for One for days on end even though he had no company in the vaults. "You're going to question Chisaki, is the declaration?" and Izuku looked at him as though he was stupid. "Why aren't you doing it instead, or the doctor?" he questions with an upturned eyebrow. Hisashi raises an eyebrow in turn. "Are you questioning me, Izuku?" He mutters out, "No, father," and turns on his heels back down the hallway to where Chisaki must be. Izuku stews silently in his anger, wondering when the hell did he turn into Hisashi's glorified errand boy. This was simply a test. He wanted to know how cruel Izuku could truly be without his father watching over his back. A test to see just how much sanity his son had left. As soon he is out of sight, All for One decompresses, his shoulders sagging. Their conversations are becoming more strained, and soon enough Izuku will end up hating him, just like Yoichi did. Chisaki prided himself on being sensible. He had well-thought-out plans. He never missed the chance to beat people into SBMs when they felt as though they could skimp out on their debt, and most importantly, he always had his guard up. Clearly not enough, though, since All for One was capable of picking him right out of his office at the compound, and he awoke with a groan. His bird mask nowhere in sight, and the smell of bleach and antiseptic invaded his nostrils. If he didn't know any better, he would thought he was still on the compound, but his tightly bound arms told him otherwise, and Kai never kept the building lights this bright. He wasn't left stewing his misery for long, though, and he craned his neck to see who just came through the gray, creaking doors. It was a boy, quite lanky actually, with white hair and carmine eyes that made him look exactly like that little brat who had wasted his time with his posse just a few days ago. Was this retribution? Izuku didn't give the man the time of day, uncaring of whatever impression he was leaving in Kai's mind. He had a wide array of tools courtesy of the doctor to play with, and he sat on the tool beside the chair Chisaki was strapped to. If Garaki had time to sterile the instruments and place them this nicely on the sheet, then he surely could have done this job. Wallowing in self-pity is never a habit Izuku partakes in, so he picks up a scalpel. "Who are you?" Izuku pet his head. Surely such questions were irrelevant. The man wouldn't even make it out alive, so what use was that? Still, he indulged him, as a favor from one dead man to another. "Shigaraki's Otuto." Chisaki scoffed mockingly. "So what's this? Petty revenge? Where's your parent?" Sending a child like this to question him was weak behavior. The boy looked as he would keel over this very minute, and as soon as he was out of these confines, Kai was going to overhaul every living creature in this dingy, freakishly white building. Revenge? Izuku pondered. Maybe it is. I heard you took off Magna's arm too. Why? That was the member he had been disgusted with the most. What did they get out of parading as a woman when they were clearly a man? Disgusting. Why don't you ask him yourself? Chisaki replied, putting special emphasis on the word, him, even though Toga had corrected him before. Release me from this chair and maybe I'll spare you and the rest of the league. Izuku nodded to himself, mentally adding to Overhaul's profile in his brain, you're one of those types, huh? A manic grin overtook his face, reaching even his eyebrows. We've got nothing to talk about then. Chisaki cracked once Shigaraki had started taking off his fingernails one by one, telling him everything he needed to know about the quirk bullets, where to find the rest of them and the scientist he had employed to finish his unethical research. All for one stopped listening since then, telling Izuku he was free to do what he wanted with the man, emphasizing that he could even put him in a box and send him to the bottom of the ocean if he so wished. Izuku wasn't as unhinged as Aurora, or he definitely wasn't feeling like Tristan, so he cut precisely, extremely slowly, and deposited his nails into a nearby kidney plate. The sound they made as they hit the surface grated in Chisaki's ears, and it was almost worse than the blinding pain his fingers were experiencing. The villain groaned, "What more do you want from me? Haven't you had enough information? Did you really think you'd make it out alive?" Izuku questions, genuinely curious. Was the man stupid? He laughs, but it sounds awfully hollow. Why would you think I'd ever let you go? The boy took his time slicing pieces of his arm out, examining his nerves as he squinted his eyes impossibly closer. Eventually curiosity got the best of him, and Izuku wondered just how good Overhaul would taste if his flesh smelt this appetizing. This body was lean, a bit on the fit side, and the skin smelt oddly of disinfectants and antiseptics like he bathed in them daily. That did nothing to curb his hunger, however, and Izuku ate the piece of flesh he had cut off most recently, and his eyes widened akin to childlike wonder. Like how a babe reacted when eating cotton candy or cake for the first time, and Izuku simply couldn't help himself. Soon enough Chisaki's entire arm was gone, with Izuku gnawing on the humerus, throwing the bone into the bin with nothing but bloodstains on it. Overhaul was certainly in hell. Perhaps he was dreaming. No, this was certainly a nightmare. He hadn't expected madness of this level, and his cries fell on deaf ears. Izuku hadn't spoken a word since his last sentence, and even when his face was sprayed with blood, no sounds left his mouth. Were these the type of demons All for One was raising? He'd clearly overestimated himself, and he would lick the man's shoes if he would rein his son in and save him from this effing purgatory. Was this how Eri felt days on end? What he did to her was the textbook definition of torture, and Chisaki could understand why she didn't like him, but right now he was sure this was a collection of all the bad karma he had managed to accumulate in this minute lifespan. It had him wanting to repent, begging for forgiveness from someone, anyone, and when he couldn't shut up, Izuku took his tongue, eyeing it with distaste, eyes entirely unblinking as blood pooled in Overhaul's mouth. Izuku thought that his glazed-over eyes were beautiful and briefly wondered how would they feel, how would they taste. He slips a double pair of black LTX gloves on, still with a scalpel in hand as he moves closer to Chisaki's face. The man has a grimace, lips pointing downwards, and he spurts out nonsense and unintelligible garbles that are supposed to be pleas. Once again his muffled sounds fall on unforgiving ears, and a total evisceration of the eyeball is specifically what Izuku is aiming for. The cornea has among the highest densities of nerve fibers in the human body, and even the smallest cuts can feel incredibly painful. Shigaraki is patient, however, yet again taking his time through the process, cutting away at nerves slowly and suctioning tears and blood when necessary so the eyeball remains wholly intact. Soon enough Chisaki can't help the spasms that come from the pain, but Izuku has none of it, sticking a spare needle syringe in the man's good arm hoping that it'll keep him still. It does, and soon enough he has the left eyeball in his hand. It's covered with blood and feels blissfully warm. Not too soft nor hard, the consistency feels like uncooked egg whites, and the vitreous humor bursts into his mouth when he takes a bite. The clear gel tastes unfulfilling, but the texture of the eye itself has him wanting to eat the other one, but for now he holds back. His fun has just begun. Kai could feel the phantom pain, although he no longer had a leg. Blood poured from his kneecap, and he watched in mild fascination as Izuku sliced through the muscle with only a scalpel, poking the femur with glee. Perhaps another arm was next before his hunger would be sated, as further payment for Magna's or maybe his remaining eye that Izuku seemed to be eyeing for the last few minutes. Tourniquets are placed on what remain of his stubby limbs, preventing blood loss so he doesn't die, and he wonders much how longer will his body hold out before it can't handle the rapidly changing homeostasis. Sweat beaded across his forehead, feeling feverish he asked, "What are you? A witch?" Shigaraki spun his stool around to look him dead in the face, tilting his head as he narrowed his eyes. "Perhaps, shall I burn you at the stake instead since you're in no state to retaliate? A son of all for one must certainly be a demon." Izuku stood before his father silently wishing that he had cleaned up after leaving the room. The doctor entered after he had left, seeing if he could salvage any bits from the body in an effort to reanimate it and turn Chisaki into a high-end Nomu. "I am finished, father," Izuku said, hoping he'd overlook his shabby appearance and forget entirely about the vault. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. "I can see that. However, I cannot fathom why you'd appear before me in such a state." He never did like messes, and on Izuku was no exception. "I got excited," his son admitted, and that is absolutely enough for the transgression to be forgiven lest the boy's answers become strained again. "How so?" Izuku thinks before he speaks, never one for mindless chatter. "I think seeing him made me angry because of Tomura and then I wanted his quirk so it got a bit out of hand." He trails off, waving his hand in a SO motion hoping his father will understand. And he does. While he would have preferred to have Overhaul's quirk, he has plenty more in his arsenal to make up for it. "I see," he drawls, hoping that Izuku realizes that he can see right through him, that there's obviously more he isn't telling his dear old father, but the boy makes no move to speak further, lips shut tight as if that will hold his secret. "What else is there, child?" he asks when Izuku clearly needs prompting and his son shuffles on his feet, gears turning in his head as usual, always thinking. It's a rather dangerous habit. Hisashi fears that one day Izuku may outsmart him, but for now he remains pliant, easy to manipulate and easy to love. He sighs promisingly, "I won't be mad at you, Ichi, speak your mind." His tone is sweet, awfully coaxing, but the sudden reappearance of the nickname has Izuku halting. Father hadn't called him that in a while, not since locking him in the vault, and this mild affection has him almost smiling. "May I see Tomura?" He cringes. The question is out now, and although he's just a few inches shorter than his father, Izuku feels quite small in his presence. All for one groans silently and asks, "Is that it?" And he watches his son nod, but he remains silent as if only the sound of him breathing is enough to anger his father. He hates having Izuku out of his sight, but he wouldn't be able to keep him in the vault for so long anyway. Hisashi always had plans, and now he was even more busy, so leaving his son unattended is out of the question. He would have come back to the vault weeks later only to see Izuku's corpse because the boy would have been too stubborn to eat in another fit of rebellion, or he would have found a way to injure himself in that padded room like Yoichi had been prone to doing. Either way, he was uncertain before, but now he can pose this as a reward even though he'd rather continue his son's punishment. I suppose you can. You've been so good, haven't you, Ducky?" Izuku nods. He's long since stopped acting out, bar not eating, and he think he did quite well with the whole Overhaul situation because his body was capable enough of being sewn back together, minus the bits and pieces that he ate. His father beckons him to come closer with a finger, but he hesitates. It seems their relationship has become quite strained, more than he's realized, and Hisashi needs to rectify that as soon as possible. He can't have his only son resenting him, so he says, "What's the matter, Izuku? I don't bite." "However you do," goes unsaid. That's what pulls Izuku out of his stupor, and once he's in front of his father, he can again see how much they really do look alike up close. All for one has made good use out of Rewind. He's genuinely never felt better in all his life, and it's all thanks to his little boy right here. "Good job," he tells him, patting his hair and running his fingers through white curls that are beginning to droop down into Izuku's eyes. He doesn't want his son to get a haircut. He looks even more like his little brother this way. "Thank you." The reply is stiff, and it has the same tone an automated message has, and Hisashi sighs. He seems to be doing that a lot lately whenever Izuku's around. Perhaps he came on too strong? Or maybe the vault had damaged Izuku's mind far more than he had anticipated. A month in there with minimal human contact probably would've had made him uneasy as well as he shudders at the thought. Maybe Izuku slightly resented him for that. Lord knows he would've, and with how intelligent his son is, manipulating him like Tomura may not be the best option. Hisashi pulls Izuku into a hug, flush to his chest, ignoring how his son's eyes widen and there's now blood and small bits of brain matter on his suit. "I'll send Tomura to come get you tonight, okay?" And he leaves a kiss on his forehead before exiting the room and reminding him to take a shower before going to see Makia. Tomura isn't used to getting what he wants without first throwing a tantrum. It's been that way even since his sensei took him in, and Kurogyari is programmed to bend to his whims in an effort to save them both headaches. So when he all but demands his brother back and all for one promises to send him along in a few minutes, he's shocked. Normally his demands weren't met that fast, and true to his word, Makia escorts Izuku to their meet-up location. Izuku looks different. Abnormally gaunt with hollow, dead eyes, and he holds back a grimace. "Missed you, Izu," he sighs, pulling him closer, and he can feel his slender fingers clutching his shirt tightly. "Did you miss me too?" he teases when Izuku refuses to let go and his baby brother nods into his chest. That's enough for the playful air to dissipate, and he wonders what hells his brother has gone through without him. "You won't leave me again," Tomura promises, hoping that will ease his soul, and it does. Izuku relaxes. His brother has never lied to him after all. "Did you hear about Overhaul?" he follows up, trying to prompt Izuku to speak as he hasn't heard his voice in so long and he woefully misses it. "Yeah," Izuku speaks up, voice gravelly and threatening to crack. "I ate him." Tomura's stride halts and his brain short-circuits. "You ate him?" he questions slowly, wondering if he misheard, but Izuku confirms it. "Yeah. I won't eat you though, if that's what you're worried about." At that he laughs. "As if you could eat me, you pest. I'd eat you first." And Izuku beams. He's missed playful banter like this, and he laughs with Tomura, who's still trying to wrap his head around this as they walk down the street. They look like conjoined twins as they make their way through the red light district, and they stop by Terra and IHA's bar before heading back to their own. "And don't if they come back, you if a prick. SCK it." A man falls onto their feet as he raises his arm angrily to Terra, who stands at the bar's small doorstep. "I wouldn't want to come back, you hag. You've got no bloody customer service." "You don't pay for customer service here," she drawls with one of her eyebrows upturned, daring the man to disagree. He doesn't as he scampers off, knocking over Terra's cactus plant, and Izuku hides a laugh behind his palms, sending her a tiny wave hoping to ease her ire. "Hello, Terra-san." "Ah, my sweet Izuku. Where have you been this time? I've missed you." And she fusses over him as a mother would to her son, checking him for scrapes and bruises that have already healed, and Terra's already forgotten about the brute that she just threw out in the streets. Once she's checked to her heart's content, only then does she address Tomura. Terra eyes him oddly. "Who's this?" "His brother," Tomura replies in an equally rude tone, and she looks to Izuku, who confirms it with a nod. "Very well, don't stand in the doorway all night," she says, waving a hand around, beckoning them inside as if she wasn't blocking the entrance just a few seconds ago. Izuku sits where he usually does, but he pulls Tomura's stool extra close to his, and now they're shoulder-to-shoulder bickering over what drinks to choose. "Are you sure don't want a strawberry lemonade, Tomura? That makes it really good and it's always fresh." "Do I look like someone who enjoys lemonade, Izuku?" Izuku stops and looks at him closely as he ponders. "Maybe if you moisturized a bit more you'd have the look so close enough?" "I'll kill you," Tomura says, absolutely deadpan as he gets an iced tea in a shiny blue glass with a shot of tequila to with it, and Izuku eyes him with concern. "You'd prefer iced tea over lemonade? I fear I'll have to disown you at this rate." He sighs, and Tomura wonders when Izuku got such a bratty mouth. "He's got a point, kid," Terra pipes up, laughing at his disgruntled expression. "Shut it." Visiting Terra's bar always has Izuku vibrating with excitement. She tends to concern herself with how often he eats and knows that more often than not, Izuku actually doesn't, so she takes her time preparing his food with utmost care. This time his spread is even more impressive, thinly sliced dry-aged ribeye steak dusted with salt and white pepper, complete with a side dish of yakho, drenched in soy sauce and sesame oil. "Ran out of sashimi this time, kid. I know you wanted to try it." Tara almost looks sad saying it. He really did, but the food in front of him has him forgetting that. It's alright, Tara-san, thank you. Itadakimasu. Wanna try Tomura? Izuku asks before digging in, lest he forget to offer his brother some prior to finishing everything. Nam good Aizu. I'm feeling sushi right now. I could do some tempura rolls, Aichi-sen says, popping up from God knows where, and Tomura humbly accepts. He likes these people, how they treat his baby brother, and the ambience here. It's shady, of course, it's the red light district, but it's comfortable than most places he's been to, and that's already a win in his eyes. Izuku eats at record speed. It's no wonder he disliked Kurogiri's cooking if this is what he preferred his diet to be, and Tomura makes mental notes of what Izuku's eating today so he can prepare these meals later once the butler goes shopping again. Tomura only turns away for 5 minutes before Izuku's liked the plate absolutely clean, munching on the last piece of steak with a wistful look in his eyes. The wolf whistles. That's faster than last time, Sprout. And Izuku looks bashful with a hand rubbing the back of his head. Really, you think so? Don't tease him, Aichi. Tara calls from the kitchen, too far away to really defend Izuku's honor, but she comes forward a few minutes later to take Izuku's plate, pressing a kiss to his cheek as she does, and she sets Tomura's sushi in front of him. The night is rowdy as always, and soon enough more patrons enter and Tara leaves to fetch them drinks. Izuku's quirk flares up underneath his skin, and he can feel the sensation of hunger clawing at his throat. He almost feels feverish as his eyes glaze over, and with his sudden slouch, one would think that he's had too much to drink. Shinso Hitoshi was not having a good day. Firstly, his foster parents had given him up once again, and he'd be moved into a new home come the following weekend. Secondly, his time at school wasn't faring much better, and although he'd been transferred into the heroics department, people still treated him as though he was nothing more than a villain. Like the nature of his quirk was worth more than his actions, and he got beat up in the bathroom for it once again because how dare he aim to become a hero with a vile quirk like his? Yes, he'd used his quirk on one of them, and yes, he'd provoked the other, but jumping him was unwarranted in his eyes, and in his mind this was nothing short of prejudice. His bruises didn't go unnoticed, and Aizawa-sensei had promptly sent him to Recovery Girl and then the principal's office, but nothing came to fruition. The boys had lied, warping the truth, and their parents had bailed them out, with Nedzu turning a blind eye simply because their fathers heavily donated to his annual fundraisers. That Finji rat. Some hero he was. The final straw, however, was the cat cafe closing earlier than expected due to the owner having a family emergency and the coupon he had sat at the bottom of his bag woefully unused. Still, he had time to kill, and what better way to do so than spend it in the red light district? It's not the best place for an aspiring hero to be, but they serve hard liquor to minors without a care in the world, and right now he feels as though he deserves to drown his sorrows. He picks the first one he sees. It's a good one by the standards here, and it doesn't look like it would fall over if a small gust of wind hit it. The decor is rather upscale, and he briefly wonders if the owners are rich. Why would someone wealthy own a bar here though? In the red light district of all places. There's a burly man behind the counter. He has a few gray streaks in his beard, and Hitoshi can see a few piercings glistening in his left ear. What can I get you, kid? Kitchen's still open, Aichi says, expecting him to order food because why else would he be here? 1 shot of liquor, please? Shinso cringes once the sentence leaves his mouth, tacking on a please at the end to at least come across as polite. He laughs, a good-natured one with his head thrown back and everything, banging his hand on the countertop. Haha, you see that, Aizu? Kid's funny? And poor Hitoshi watches as the man drags the boy sitting at the bar into their conversation. The boy beside him is rather cute, skinny, but he has a muscular build and fluffy white hair that he'd kill to run his hands through. Don't tease, it's clearly his first time. Izuku berates him before turning to Hitoshi with a smile. Try a gin and tonic, okay? The man comes back shortly after with the drink and slides it over to Izuku with a questioning eyebrow. This angel smiles at him yet again, passing him the glass, and their fingers brush against each other as Hitoshi reaches forward to take it. Thank you. Don't worry about it, he says in a sweet tone, and a gruff voice interrupts. Don't flirt beside me, Izuku. Yuck. I'm not, he whines. Ugh, you're being silly, Mura. Yeah, Tomura placates, giving Hitoshi a nasty scowl, hoping he'll get the hint to sit somewhere else, but he doesn't and instead tries to engage in conversation with his baby brother. The audacity that this purple-headed freak has. Izuku! Aiche calls, "We're getting busy, so holler if you need me. Otherwise help yourself behind the counter, alright kid? Me and Tara won't mind, okay?" The boy hums out in affirmation and Hitoshi shyly asks for another drink, this time without the tonic. He came here to get plastered after all. Tomura's getting antsy though with this many people in the building and he ruffles his brother's hair before heading out, trusting that Izuku won't get into any sort of trouble and head straight to him if needs be. Bye-bye Tomoenai. Izuku, the darling that he is, waves him off and drops a few thousand yen in his pocket, requesting that Tomura buys a few cartons of vanilla ice cream from the convenience store that's open 24/7 close to their hideout. A second serving of gin has Hitoshi loosening up, enough to try and befriend this handsome stranger beside him. "So, Izuku's your name?" he asks, in a sultry voice that is extremely unlike him, and Izuku huffs out a laugh. "Relax, you can just talk to me normally, but yeah, Izuku's my name. What's yours, pretty boy?" Hitoshi turns red all the way up to his roots. "Pretty boy? He thinks he's pretty?" "Shinso Hitoshi," he mumbles out, and Izuku smiles. "We know each other's names. Now we're friends, so how about another shot? On me." And Shinso agrees, leaving some yen on the table to pay for the previous two, and Izuku wonders if it's this easy to butter up all heroic students. His job would be much easier if it was. Yeah, they're lukewarm and just starting out, but surely they have lessons that warn them to be wary of strangers. Surely that's something children learn at a very young age, no? It seems Hitoshi is the exception, and that works wonderfully for Izuku, as the boy hasn't even noticed that brainwash is no longer with him. Soon enough he's as drunk as the man Tara threw out earlier, and he's slurring his words, waving around his sixth drink haphazardly. A loud crash grabs their attention, and Izuku looks over to see a drunkard whose face is scrunched up as though he's trying to prevent himself from vomiting. Lord knows Tara would have thrown a fit, especially after the man broke a stool, and Izuku sighs. "Tara-san," he calls, "I'll send someone to fix the stool tomorrow, okay? Don't get mad over it." She was prone to blowing her top for even the most simple things, and the woman actually had heart issues. She was supposed to keep her blood pressure low or at least somewhat stable, but she rarely ever did, and owning a bar in this district definitely didn't help. Aiche's fussing over his wife, making sure she's alright, and he turns around to properly chastise the man who lets out the contents of his stomach onto the floor, and Izuku sighs as he makes his way over. "I'll have them come in the morning, okay?" He continues as he rubs Tara's back, and Aiche picks up the broken pieces of the stool. Tara stands up straighter and sighs, "Don't have them go over the top like before, you hear me?" And she pinches his cheeks, holding his head in place so she can stare into his eyes. "I know you lied about the price last time. Don't go broke trying to help me out, kid." Izuku's dead heart feels warm as he smiles. "I wouldn't mind going broke for you or Aiche-sen, but don't worry about it, okay? It's not breaking the bank." Aiche comes back with a bucket of soapy water and a washcloth and has the man clean up his mess, even though his head is clearly swimming. Izuku looks around before saying, "I'll have them repaint the walls too, so they'll come in extra early so you don't have to close." The paint chipping has escaped his attention before, but now that he's not at the counter, he can see it more clearly, and Tara continues to smush his face together. "Thank you, Izuku." Still, the drunkard has ruined his mood, and it's already been 3 hours since Tomura's gone home, so he bids the couple farewell, and he notices the heroic student stumbling behind him out the door. Shigaraki tries his best to hold back a scowl and fails miserably. He's already stolen Hitoshi's quirk. He has no further use for him. No more reasons to pretend that he enjoyed the company. No more reasons to act as though they were friends, and he certainly doesn't have any further motives to be kind. If he dropped dead, he'd be doing Izuku a favor. Just thinking about how he's acted tonight has his skin itches, and he shudders, attempting to dispel the feeling from his body, but he can still feel the sensation on his skin. He desperately needs a bath. "Yo, Greenie! Wait up," the boy slurs out, and Izuku's eye ticks. He was awfully persistent, but it never hurts to be polite, especially in such a crowded area, and he doesn't need any underground heroes on his tail. Plus, there's no use making an enemy of him now, so Shigaraki faces him with a strained smile. I've got to get home now, so I'll see you around maybe? He ends the phrase with a questioning tone as if to give the impression that he hoped he would even if the mere thought made him want to hurl in the streets. Shinso's swaying now. "I don't be like that. Come stay with me." And he misses the pure look of disgust that Izuku sends his way. Hitoshi's surprised when brainwash doesn't work. He wanted to spend more time together even if doing so went against the other boy's wishes. Izuku seemed sweet. Perhaps he wouldn't have minded, but he was drunk out of his mind and 2 steps away from his hangover that was sure to come tomorrow morning. Maybe his quirk just didn't work when he was intoxicated? Either way, he's disappointed when Shigaraki speeds up as he walks, and then he's nothing more than a tiny dot on the horizon and Shinso's shoulders sag. He better get going too. The bar is lively when Izuku steps in. The patrons have long left and Kurogiri is cleaning up. It seems that the Misty Man is always cleaning something of some sort, and Izuku pops up behind him, relishing in the way how Kurogiri's mist flickers slightly, indicating his surprise. "Izuku, please stop doing that," he chastises, scolding him as one would to a misbehaving kitten, and the troublemaker giggles. "One of these days you'll give me gray hairs." The butler sighs and Izuku looks at him oddly. "You don't have any hair though?" "Shoo." Kurogiri all but pushes him away, going back to wipe down the teacups sitting on the ledge. Tomura definitely isn't asleep. He rarely ever is, but he can wait. "Himi thigh," Izuku calls, cupping his hands around his mouth so the sound is amplified. "Himiku," he calls again, dragging out the syllables in her name. He hears her shuffling before he actually sees her, and she falls down the stairs with a shout. "Izuku!" He smiles. "Hi Himi. Tomura's been treating you good?" She nods, pressing her face into his shirt, and her fingers press tightly in his back, and he's sure he'll have bruises in the morning. Dabi and Magna walk in on them hugging still. Izuku's legs have long turned to mush, and now they're sitting on the hardwood floors, albeit it's a tad bit uncomfortable. He lets Toga go in favor of inspecting Magna with, and when his eyes fall on her prosthetic, his heart clenches in an awful manner and a frown takes over his face. "Sorry I wasn't there, Magna." And she smiles at him softly, beckoning Izuku to meet her eyes instead. "Doesn't even hurt," she exclaims, waving the metal arm around for good measure. "It's okay. I don't mind it." Tuya feels absolutely left out of the conversation. "Adat, sorry to interrupt your touching reunions, but who the hell are you?" he asks, and Izuku is instantly annoyed. "If you were actually gonna feel sorry about it, then you would have shut the F up and let us finish talking." Tomura chuckles from the staircase, and Dabi wonders when the hell did teenagers get so blood rude. "He's a zero?" The people in the red light district call him the Collector, "my brother." Yada yada yada. Tomura trails off when he sees that the flame user is about to blow a fuse. Izuku goes by far too many names to repeat, just like Sensei does, and Tomura is now realizing just how similar they are. The names, the posture, their uncanny facial expressions, and even the quirk to tie it all in. Izuku has the same black holes in his palms that Sensei does, and he isn't sure how much of that is actually a good thing. Gigantomachia snored quietly outside the vault door, taking up most of the space in the hallway. All for one could sense Garaki scurrying around a few rooms further down, and he shook his head. That doctor never slept, always tinkering away with 1 or 2 beloved Nomu trailing behind him. And Hisashi had half a mind to make one follow Izuku around, reporting his son's every move back to him. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough scraps to waste when it came on to making Nomus, and he certainly couldn't afford taking any high-end Nomus away from the doctor. The man would probably throw a fit. Fake moonlight streamed through the ceiling window the vault had, and all for one quietly unlocked the heavy door. Izuku's food was still untouched, not even the utensils out of place since the 6 hours he left the yakitori there. His beautiful prince looked ethereal as he slept, clutching the only comfort he had in this room, a massive stuffed teddy Hisashi thought he would have appreciated, and his son did. Izuku clung to it like a lifeline. Hisashi often thought his boy was growing up too fast. He should have been in his 2nd year of middle school, but he was always smart. Intelligent to the point where Aldra had no choice but to let him skip grades. Yes, Izuku was growing up far too fast, but that was nothing that Rewind couldn't fix. "Sh, little one, go back to sleep." Hisashi held Izuku in his arms, although it was a weird fit as his son was no longer a toddler. And Daddy? All for one whispered, "Yes, my prince," as if speaking louder would burst the bubble of quiet that they had surrounding them. "Stay with me until I wake up?" Izuku all but pleads, relishing the feeling of his dad's hands combing out the tangles in his hair. His father smiles down at him, "Anything for you, Izuku." Hisashi left the minute Izuku's head touched the vault's pillow, with him none the wiser until dawn. Izuku shook his head as he cleared his thoughts. Why was he remembering such trivial details right now? His heart ached just thinking about it. The bar is empty. Kurogiri decided against welcoming patrons today, and Izuku had sent Tsubakino away earlier with a few beers and a warm bowl of cheesy, mild teppanyaki. Least he earned her ire. She had left with her mouth in a fixed pout, mumbling something about miso soup under her breath, and her slight sway as she walked had Izuku escorting her to the train station lest the woman passed out in some trashy alleyway before reaching home. Himiko remains glued to his side as the league introduces themselves, and Kurogiri busies himself with making a batch of lemon raspberry tea. The smell wafts through the air and Izuku finds himself salivating over the scent, already holding out a ceramic pompompurin mug for the butler to fill to the brim. "I hear Hime, a gift." Izuku lights up, presenting her with the knife that he used to kill Snipe. It's a rather long blade with a thin handle, and the dried blood doesn't deter Toga in the slightest. In fact, it seems as though she's itching to lick it, and Izuku makes a mental note to rob a blood bank later to sate her urges. Izuku wonders why such a knife would be in the kitchen. It's clearly not a chef knife of any sort, too lightweight to hold any real pressure behind it, but he truly doesn't care. The man's dead anyway, and the only persons who would care about knives being used for the proper purposes were maybe Kurogiri or Toga. "So, Izuku, let's start," Tomura grumbles, wholly annoyed that this blood-sucking vampire has attached herself to his brother. She's just as bad as Tsubakino, like a fing leech siphoning away Izuku's energy through skin contact, and he feels a headache coming on just thinking about it. Tomura sighs when he sees Izuku motioning for the ice cream, and he passes out a few cartons to everyone else because his baby brother had insisted on not leaving anyone out. Poor Kurogiri gets a brain freeze from the first bite that he takes, and that's enough for him to shove the carton back into the freezer, grumbling about how he didn't really want it anyway. Izuku hears a few curse words slip out. Spinner munches on some matcha ice cream, begrudgingly sharing a spoonful with Toga when she expresses her interest, and she makes a bleh face, sticking her tongue out, and the gecko huffs, upturning his nose. "You've got no taste," is what he settles on, but she's long gone, bugging Dabi for a taste of his caramel fudge that has chopped almonds in it. He doesn't mind her presence, actually having no issue sharing half his carton when she looks up at him with a pout. Tuya's heart aches terribly. Himiko oddly reminds him of Fuyumi. Izuku settles for plain vanilla, crushing a Twix chocolate bar in it before stirring. The ice cream turns to mush in his glass bowl, a thick creamy consistency. The dim lights overhead hurts his eyes, making everything look oddly distorted and blurry, but that's something to be ignored. "I'm not sure what Tomura's told you as yet, but we're aiming to completely overthrow the government and society as you know it." He starts, and suddenly the bar is hushed, everyone ceasing their drama and paying attention. "We're working towards a society where heroes aren't necessarily needed anymore." Tomura butts in, waving his hands around. "Basically, we're making a society a better place where people aren't discriminated and everyone is free to live how they please, yada yada yada." Toga laughs. Tomura-kun said all that already when you were away. What's our big plans? What's my job?" Compress raises his hand, oh so politely, and asks, "Are we lying low for the time being?" "Bingo," Izuku replies. "Our success depends on our ability to evade capture for as long as possible. We're operating in the shadows until further notice." "That's where I prefer to be," he blissfully sighs, and Dabi questions, "But what are we actually going to be doing?" "We're targeting the Meta Liberation Army in a few days. They've already threatened Tomura, and if they go through with their plans then that'd be a hassle for me to deal with." Izuku sighs again before continuing. "Luckily though, I'll think we'll be alright. We're aiming to overthrow the little society they've got going on." "Tomura's gonna rule?" Spinner asks, albeit a bit dreamily, but Izuku overlooks it, sighing blissfully once more. Ah yeah, but they've got so many assets, imagine just how much richer I'll be. Izuku's eyes have stars in them as he daydreams and Magna has to hold back a snort. Clearly money is the way to his heart and he jolts up with a start. Alter's accounts would be frozen soon. Tomura, I've got to hit the ATM, and with that Izuku is gone, dashing past Kurogiri hoping that the shady ATM he plans to visit has no creepy late-night visitors or any crackheads sitting on the sidewalk waiting for people to come by so they can beg for spare change. Tomura, go over their roles before I get back, is the last thing he shouts over his shoulder, and the bar's door clicks into place behind him as soon as he's out. Tuya sighs. Tomura's brother seems to be unhinged and a bit of a handful, but the brat's awfully smart. Way smarter than he or Shoto had been at that age, and he wonders just how far his intelligence goes. He's a natural-born genius. Painfully so, he realizes when their leader starts going over the plan Izuku's carefully put together. Himiko is satisfied. She has free rein to go out and feed as she pleases. Toga only has to abide by 2 rules. Never go out alone. 2. Don't leave any hero witnesses behind. In Izuku's words, she's supposed to psyche them dry until they look like withered weeds, and she grins, utterly happy that she won't have to fight on an empty stomach. Spinner and Magna are in charge of getting the league out in one piece. Kurogiri's sadly unavailable, and Tomura wonders if he really is or if father just wants to see how well Izuku's plan works without his help. Redestro is awfully conceited. Skeptic isn't much better. Their ideals aren't entirely outlandish, but even so Izuku simply doesn't like them. Similar to Tomura, they're hoping to overthrow the government or at least a part of it in order to be capable to rewrite a few laws. They're a rather large villainous organization that follow Destro's strong belief that using one's meta ability freely is a basic human right, and his followers fight against laws that regulate usage over superpowers, threatening the League of Villains just because they perceive them to be competition. As if overtaking Destro's name is something to be condemned for. For that lukewarm reason alone, Izuku deems their destruction imminent. Absolutely unavoidable if he has anything to say about it. How dare they speak that way about the League, to Tomura no less. A mangy stray cat jumps down into the alleyway when Izuku walks past, only peering out he's a good while away. The streetlights flicker before going out, and it seems to be a bad omen. Surely it would have spooked Kurogiri out. The man would have insisted that they turned around and went straight home, but Izuku steals on, double-checking that the streets are blessedly empty and he isn't being followed. He's in a quiet part of Hosu, where heroes rarely ever patrol despite the occasional villains popping up that leave citizens too afraid to walk the streets at night. This fact leads to his negligence because as soon as he's done draining all the yen from Alter's bank accounts, a woman approaches him. Ryuko Tatsuma, the dragon hero, Ryukyu, currently number 10 in the pro hero chart rankings. She looks as kind as she does when he sees her on the news, but her patrolling this area at night by herself no less seems like shoddy planning from her agency. Her quirk allows her to turn into a large western dragon. The abilities are interesting enough, and Izuku briefly wonders if Hisashi would want such a quirk. One of his underground nicknames is Dragon after all, but the transformation itself might be a bit annoying to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Still, he could add it to his horde later. No use passing up such a good meta ability anyway. Hello little boy, are you lost? Can you tell me your name? She asks, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts, and he huffs under his breath. Not lost, lady. I'm going home right now, he lies through his teeth, hoping Ryuko takes the hint and is off. She smiles sweetly at him. I'm sorry I can't let you go home alone. Not at this hour, she continues. Won't you let me walk you home? Izuku rolls his eyes, and Tatsuma can feel the annoyance radiating from him in waves. Does this child not recognize her, or perhaps he isn't a fan of heroes? She hasn't met any children who aren't. Even teenagers tend to be enamored with a few, especially those high in the rankings, so she tries again. I'm a pro-hero kid, she attempts to reason. You'd be safe with me. Ryuko reaches out to touch his shoulder, and blood splatters on the gray wall behind her, staining the graffiti as the light leaves her eyes. A small, unassuming blade does the trick, similar to the one he gifted Toga. It slices through her neck easily, almost like butter, and she immediately clutches the wound as she applies pressure to it, trying and failing to stop the heavy blood flow. Izuku isn't a fan of unexpected physical contact, especially if he's not the person who's initiated it, and that's her only mistake. His time in the vault has left him unhinged, and now his brain is conditioned to believe that he's always alone because it simply hasn't caught up to the truth as yet. The only touch he can stand is his father's or Tomura's. Anyone else has his skin itching in a way that makes him want to crawl out from under his dermis, and the sensation is enough to drive any sane individual mad. Shigaraki leaves Alter's credit cards and wallet in her costume, if only to frame her in a negative light. He wonders if the police would determine that she was the one who had actually murdered Alter just because of his items being in her possession. Finding, or rather connecting, a motive to both victims would be incredibly difficult, though, Izuku supposes, because believing that an unknown third party had brutally attacked two pro-heroes one after the other makes far more sense, and it makes for a better headline for the news. Civilians and reporters alike eat up such captions as though they were nothing more than starving pigs. His prints are already wiped off the items, there's nothing to worry about there, but framing this woman's death takes a lot of work. Father has always seamlessly done it before, laying bodies in what look like natural positions, leaving the murder weapons behind so the death can be ruled as a suicide depending on the nature of the kill, but now Izuku finds that he hasn't got a talent for this at all, and he finds himself becoming increasingly frustrated as the clock ticks on. The woman's fingerprints are already on the knife, but there are way more pressing matters that Shigaraki just can't seem to fix. Her head lolls forward at an awkward angle and her neck is out of place. Ryuko's arms seem far too straight and her legs lay unnaturally on the street. Her hair is clumped with blood and it sticks to her face, making her eyes invisible. Shigaraki's eye ticks, far too angry to properly think straight, and he leans forward, flicking out his knife and finishes slicing through her neck. Her head falls into her lap with a wet squelch, staining her costume with even more red, and Izuku just now remembers that she can't actually feel it. She can't feel the punishment he's given to her, and he huffs. She's long since been dead already. Her body already cold and lips slightly turning blue. I shot an angel with my father's rifle, he mutters, rummaging through his pockets and fishing out his phone. Although his head isn't completely clear, Izuku realizes that he's killed a rather good hero. Not one of the corrupt ones like Alter. She certainly wasn't as good as Eraserhead, but very few people could ever hope to be. Her death wasn't inevitable. In fact, it would have been laughably easy to get away with Hakigear's quirk at least, but the woman made herself the target of his ire, he reasons. The only people heroes can save are the ones who are willing to be saved, and as far as Shigaraki's concerned, she should have just F'd off. It really does pay to mind your own business. The moonlight cascades over him in all her glory, and he leans on the nearby trash can as he calls Hisashi. All for one is surprised to see his phone ringing at 2:34 a.m. Then again he supposes that evil truly never sleeps, but seeing Izuku's caller ID is odd, and he wonders just what kind of trouble has his son got himself into this time. He's surprised once more when Izuku needs his help dealing with a body. You could use Overhaul to get rid of it, he points out, and Izuku begrudgingly says, I was trying to frame her, or at least leave her body for some unsuspecting person to find in the morning to send a message. Hisashi beams. Tomura never thought such things through. Only killing and decaying with a second thought, or he'd leave the body somewhere painfully obvious for people to find. I'll be right there, Ducky. Wait for me, he promises, pushing his paper files over to his spare desk to deal with tomorrow. By the time Izuku's back to the bar, his anger has been sated. His father embracing him, telling him how proud he is, and all the physical contact that comes with it does wonders, and Shigaraki's forehead still pleasantly tingles from the kiss all for one had left there. Baby, you did a good job, his father tries to reason. I'm just better because I've had centuries of practice. Izuku supposes that the man is right, but that doesn't make his failure sting any less. In fact, it hurts even more solely because he needed to depend on Hisashi to take care of his mess. A mess that could have been avoided if he'd only stayed calm. As soon as he's been let in and the door shuts with a click, a brisk knock comes from the same door, piercing the silence. No rest for the wicked, it seems. Izuku holds the door slightly open. Not enough for the man to pass through, and definitely not enough for the nosy detective to see into the bar. Detective Tsukachi, Quirk Lie Detector. His quirk quietly thumps beneath his veins and then Izuku decides that he wants. Naomasa looks him straight in the eyes, his facial muscles betraying him, and Shigaraki can tell that he's a bit confused. Maybe bewildered by seeing such a face at a prominent bar as this one. Good night, I'm an officer from the precinct a few blocks away and we've been receiving some complaints about this establishment. Can I come in to check the premises? Even with his quirk he's a sheet liar. Or perhaps he's a bad liar because of his quirk. Whatever the reason is, Izuku can see right through him and he signals Tomura to stay back lest he blow their cover. He strains his ears to confirm that his brother is indeed walking away, but the moment he gives this man in front of him verbal confirmation to enter, it's game over. What complaints? Izuku asks, rather harshly in his opinion, and the man flounders, clearly not expecting that question. Naomasa smiles and it's painfully strained. I'm currently not at liberty to say specifically. He trails off and Shigaraki refrains from rolling his eyes. Yet another person attempting to play hero who's pissing him off. His next question is, do you have a warrant? A permit of any kind to search the building? Tsukachi's face flushes, he obviously doesn't, and when the man doesn't reply, Izuku eases the man's quirk from him. It's imperative that the conversation ends here, so he bids him a good night, hurriedly closing the door in his face, and he waits until the detective is long gone before truly moving away from behind the door. Soon enough he's just a dot on the horizon. Heroes were stupid. What kind of people came to an established villain hideout without a warrant at least? It reminded him of All Might's sidekick. Always rash and rarely ever truly thinking things through. Had any of them encountered Night Eye while they were out? Perhaps they had, and clearly the man hadn't liked the future that he'd seen if this was his first attempt to quell it before the League of Villains got entirely out of hand. Izuku smiled, lips stretching into a bright grin. He's gone, Tomura. The detective would notice his quirk missing soon enough. Tomura groans. They're on to us is what you're saying. Comes Izuku's rather tame response. The boy in question is at the counter finishing the last of Kurogiri's tea and is currently pleading with the butler for another batch. Please see Giri? I can't sleep without it. He begs, putting his hands together in a praying motion, and Kurogiri doesn't bat an eye. Izuku-sama, please relax. You can have a fresh pot in the morning. The bartender tries to reason and Izuku huffs from where he sits on his stool. He asks, and if I'm dead by tomorrow morning? What then? And Tomura stalks over to hit him on the head. Don't say shit like that. Kurogiri backs him up. Master Tomura is right, Izuku. Don't go around saying such morbid things. You can have the tea in the morning. He's said much more awful things, but Izuku keeps his mouth shut before he truly gets mad because right now the tea is something that he can genuinely do without. His hunger has been taken care of due to Naomasa's quirk, and he shouldn't feel any more unpleasant pressure for a few more days. Was that the police? Toga finally pipes up, looking oddly guilty with Twice, and they both avoid meeting the Shigaraki's eyes. Izuku nods. Have anything you or Twice would like to say for yourselves? Compress eyes widened. How had he figured them out that easily? They didn't look guilty to him, and Himiko was already a blubbering mess, and Jean had already sold her out saying, it was all Toga's fault. Please don't be mad, it was a mistake. Babaigawara joins her kneeling on the floor, holding their hands as they imitate praying to Izuku as he was some kind of god. Tuya scoffs, kicking Twice in the shin. Get up already, Ninny, the kid doesn't care. Magnus smiled, he was right. Izuku definitely didn't care, much too content to sit on his stool, hiding a sly grin behind the dessert Kurogiri had given him as an apology. Izuku chuckled, I really don't care, Hime. It's alright, we just gotta lay low for a while, right? Like I said, we're leaving town pretty soon. It'll be fine as there won't be any pesky heroes to bother us. I think taking over Redestro's little city will take a week, he says, around it. Mouthful of key lime pie sorbet. Shigaraki puts his hand on his brother's head, pinky finger raised as always. I thought you said it would take 4 days? Yeah, but I need more time to integrate Makia into our plans. I've thought of something new. More flashy. Izuku grins and Tomura laughs, teeth on full display. The days go by far too fast in all for one's opinion. Even though he's been alive for centuries, seen kingdoms rise and fall, He's still obsessed with time moving slowly to his leisure. The labs are quiet, the bar even more so with his sons gone, and his only entertainment for the next few days seems to be entirely boring paperwork that's about to put him to sleep. Getting the paperwork for the bar to seem like a legitimate business is tedious. Food safety, hazard training, customer service certifications, bar qualifications, all this is bloody annoying. Still, it has to be done because Izuku's convinced the establishment will be raided any day now, especially since he was entirely unwelcoming to the detective. The bar in Kamino Ward being shut down is something they cannot allow to happen. Heroes, vigilantes and villains alike all crowd the building almost every single night, and it's where good information is exchanged. It's amusing how his son had stolen the operative's quirk, slowly coaxing it from his very genes, and it seemed as though Izuku was better than him in that regard. All the individuals who had the misfortune of catching his eye had their abilities ripped from them in the most agonizing of ways. He had never been capable of being stealthy, and now he can see how much that is a blessing in disguise. The bar isn't actually closed, rather it's bustling with life as Kurogyari's still occupying the building. Izuku has patrons stationed, standing in as employees to be there when the police inevitably come knocking at his door, and someone has to be there to let them in. He'll be far too busy to do so manually, and the facial recognition software won't let them in otherwise because Kurogyari's been entirely uninterested in learning how it worked. Tsubakino's the happiest she's been in ages. With this gig comes certifications that she uses as soon as she's done with helping out Izuku. They're fake achievements but certifications nonetheless, and her resume has expanded immensely, no doubt, as if anyone could tell that her documents weren't actually real. She's already cut back on the drags, only doing hard liquor every once in a while, and a beer or two is enough to buzz her brain slightly. Her boyfriend's long run off, probably off to somewhere in Yakuza City with his new mistress. Haru, her sweet baby, sits at home awaiting her return. She's unfortunately used to her mom coming home in the dead of night, often far too sleepy to stay awake to greet her when she gets back. That doesn't ease the guilt that Tsubakino feels. Her daughter's only 7 and far too street smart for her own good. She knows to keep silent when the cops come knocking at their door. She knows how to use the stove and the microwave to make simple enough meals so she doesn't starve when her mother is out, and most importantly, Haru knows to keep quiet about the different men Tsubakino brings over in the dead of night. But with this, things can change. People are capable of changing, evolving into a better version of themselves, and Tsubakino will be one of them. Hisashi's done a damn good job, and he leans back in his armchair sighing, reaching into his BRST pocket for the Manitou pack. He flicks out a lighter, a bright pink one, when he'd asked Izuku to fetch him a light from the nearby konbini, and he inhales the first drag of his cigarette greedily, rewind already working on the damage to his aging lungs. Snow falls heavily on the ground, and Tuya didn't think this is how he'd spend this Christmas. Bundled up in thick fleece coats that he hasn't been able to afford in all the years he's lived on the streets, and rummaging through the sewer system under Daika City. It's necessary that they move quietly as they can hear the townsfolk noises as they move overhead. Izuku's confirmed Geeton's and Skeptic's positions already, but they have a ways to go before reaching Redestro. Magna and Compress already have trumpets secured in a marble. Toga's already working with Twice moving to capture Curious and Sanctum, so it's just him, Spinner, and the Shigaraki brothers suffering underground. Moving in pairs is necessary for their survival in this city located in the butt crack of nowhere, where people are free to use their quirks with zero consequences. This city is gross as F-. Where'd all these rats come from? Dabi asks, absolutely disgusted. Izuku replies, I had to see how well used the system was, so I deposited them here. They haven't noticed as yet though. Where on earth did you get so many rats? Tuya questions, seemingly genuinely curious. Izuku eyes him weirdly as if the answer is obvious. The reptile store? Duh. Don't be coy with me, brat. You don't get to call my brother a brat, Mr. Crispy Bacon. Tomura pipes up, giving Dabi the stink eye. Oh yeah? As if you're any better, Ashi McGee. Iguchi deems it necessary to break up their banter before it truly gets out of hand, and he pulls Dabi along further into the tunnel so their leaders can walk side by side. Tomura places a hand on his brother's head, messing up his hair as he does so. Will you be okay? You've got a big job. We can swap if you'd like. I won't think any less of you, he adds when Izuku's been staring at him in silence for a few seconds. Don't worry about me. I can handle it, Izuku replies with a toothy smile, happy that Tomura cared for him that much. All for one hadn't expected much from the League. He'd met Shigaraki's bunch of idiots that spent all their time at the bar and they weren't impressionable to him. Seeing Dabi there was definitely a surprise, but he'd thought that Jiren had done Tomura dirty with the others. Now though, he's seeing things in a different light through Makia's eyes. Twice quirk awakening leading to Toga's had him itching to get out of his seat. Their quirks weren't anything to look at before, but now he wanted them in his horde even though it was far too late to actually do anything. The citizens in Daika City are rash, fighting without a care in the world, and if it wasn't for Gigantamakia, the League would have lost ages ago. Hisashi deems the reporter around Toga as obsessive, creepily so, and he's quite pleased when the woman finally dies. She's much more pleasant when she's this quiet. Tuya surprises him too. He didn't know that his flames could reach such an intense heat, and he finds himself pleased that Tomura's little group is evolving in ways he hadn't thought possible. Iguchi meets up with Magna and Compress, driving wildly so they can run over the people who get in the way of them, finding Twice and Himiko. Spinner thinks the civilians here are too complacent, never enduring war or strife, no hardships since they've moved to this hidden city. A woman aims to stop them and he mows her down, driving straight over her leg, and Compress winces as he hears her femur crack. Fame Beach, the mutant tuts under his breath, releasing a relieved sigh when he sees the twin troubles a few meters up the street. Toga looks worse for wear, but the blissed-out stare in her eyes tells Magna that she'll survive even if she has to help her, and Twice up so they can sit in the van. Compress makes light work of bandaging Jin's head while Dabi is relaxed as always in the back seat with a half a mind to slap Spinner over the head for driving so recklessly. A loud explosion gathers everyone's attention and the van comes to a sudden halt when Spinner's view is obscured. The world has turned red. Blood, guts, organs, pieces of flesh rain down upon them for a few seconds before it halts, and a second explosion has them driving madly down the street, skidding on the blood covering the pavement. Tomura's heart threatens to jump out of his chest. What the f was Izuku doing? It's painfully hot, almost unbearably so, and the ice-cold drinks in her lap are the only saving grace she has. It's a wonder that they haven't passed out because of a heat slide, and the warm weather is entirely unwelcome. Izu, come on. I'm dying over here, Toga whines, swinging her feet from the white picket fence of the abandoned house she's currently seated on. They're in a rather shoddy part of town close to where most criminals live, just a few blocks away from Terra and IHA's bar, but Izuku doesn't bother stopping by. He sends them a text though, and Terra responds almost immediately, filling him in on what's been happening since he left last. She gives him a few more contacts, just people who need analysis done, and he sets a mental reminder to do it tomorrow. Alters Yen sits prettily in his bank account still unused, and he doesn't have any big expenses coming up that he can't use his father's credit card for, but he isn't one to refuse money even if he currently doesn't need it. Future Izuku would thank him. Give me a minute, Himi, I'm texting Terra-san. The lady from the red light district, right? She questions, pausing to look at a stray tabby crossing the street. Even ridden with fleas it's still cute, and she coos at it before it scurries away, knocking over a trash can as it does so. Yeah, Izuku replies, she's just filling me in. We can leave soon, all right? Toga hums an affirmative but still fidgets on the rickety fence, and Shigaraki can't hold back his laughter when she finally falls off, dirtying her skirt. Oh Himiko, you really couldn't wait? He tuts, making sure to brush the mud from her skirt before it dries. She shakes her head and Izuku rolls his eyes before grabbing her hand in his gloved one as he puts his phone away. Ugh, fine, come on then. The Cheshire grin on her face is absolutely worth it. The hospital is busy. Nurses scurrying around, pushing crash carts with pockets filled with AP pens. Izuku can hear patients and staff screaming alike. It's Friday the 13th and a full moon no less. Shigaraki isn't awfully superstitious, but he doesn't know why he expected better. Inko's horror stories of nights such as these never stuck with him. It wasn't like she tended to spend time with him after his 4th birthday anyway. A man vomits bile and blood onto the floor, and from where Izuku's standing, he can see thick greenish-colored phlegm mixed into it, and more runs down his nose. He looks sickly and a tad bit yellow with snot clinging to his blonde mustache. One of the nurses pass out after seeing that. It must have been her first day, he decides. He thinks in the back of his mind. Dad would have thought that it was funny. Somebody sedate me, a black-haired woman screams, clutching her bedside rails with enough force to kill a man. Her room is devoid of any individuals except for the foreign doctor currently clutching his pearls in the doorway. Himiko snorts quietly. Mood, she replies, and Izuku huffs out a laugh, rolling his eyes fondly. Am I wrong though? She asks. You aren't, but we've got to hurry before Tomura starts worrying. He's blowing up my phone. He sent him 5 separate messages already, and Tomura's attempted to call twice in the last 3 minutes. The ceilings in this hospital are high, all the hallways look the same, and every single room smells sterile. Izuku's already looped the security camera feeds, the last 4 minutes on replay, and nothing looks amiss as they enter into this room, closing the door behind them with an almost silent click. Your brother worries too much, Toga decides, a bit annoyed that her date with Izuku will get cut off so soon. Hanging out with him is as fun as it normally is. He's still the same nonchalant middle schooler that she knew back then, and now they get to spend even more time together in each other's presence because of the league. Shigaraki doesn't bother gracing her last comment with a response, far too concerned with the vault in front of them. Can you bear the cold for a few minutes? He questions, and when Himiko nods, he taps the stolen ID against the scanner once more and freezing air flows out. He almost feels sorry for the poor soul looking for their pass right now. No doubt they get fired or at the very least suspended for allowing the entire blood reserve to vanish on their shift. Blood high in red blood cells were typically stored in refrigerators at 1 to 6 degrees Celsius. All refrigerators and freezers came with temperature monitoring systems, and he looked over to see that this one was only at 1 degree Celsius. Not cold enough for him to complain, but it was cold enough for Toga to initiate skin-to-skin contact, stealing what little body heat he's generating. The contact makes him itch, and he feels as though only crawling out of his skin can give him sweet relief, but he likes Himiko enough to put up with it, so he doesn't say a word, shifting his body slightly so she's touching his clothes rather than his bare skin, and that eases the itch only slightly. Should we just loot the whole thing? Izuku asks, wondering what Himiko thinks about this whole situation. She would have to steal blood for a while if she was capable of rationing it properly. It would be convenient, and it'd save them a few trips in the near future. Her eyes are bright, cheeks incredibly rosy as she nods. Let's bring the whole thing. Kurogiri takes care of the rest. The blood bank reserve is painfully empty by the time they're finished, and as the last freezer disappears into the murky black hole, Izuku looks around once more. He seems to be doing that a lot lately. He's satisfied with what he sees, and Toga steps into the portal just as soon as the door handle turns. Izuku quickly follows suit. They watch the news that following day, propped up on the couch with Himiko's feet in his lap as he lays his head on Magna's good arm with a lemon-flavored ramen resting in his hand. A bowl of zarusoba that Kurogiri places on the counter catches his attention. Thousands of patients dead when Mizudafu General suddenly loses their entire blood supply. Did you and Pipsqueak cause that? Dabi asks Toga, who passes him a beer without looking. She slowly nods as she smiles at him with fangs on display, and Tuya takes an obnoxiously loud slurp from the can to pierce Tomura and spin her off. Sweet. Stealing that much blood for Himiko has its merits. The job wasn't hard, and seeing the smile on her face is definitely worth it, but now she has enough stamina to make her way to the labs so Garaki can attempt to copy her quirk without her passing out on his table. Izuku can't pass up on having a quirk like transform, but he doesn't intend to strip Toga of the essence of her very being, so he is capable of settling for a copy, no matter how all for one flutters unhappily in his veins. Izuku's frail form is one of the last things Tomura sees when his eyes gaze upon the battlefield. Redestro is long gone, reduced to clumps of flesh that are indistinguishable from the hundreds of corpses Izuku has scattered around him. There are a few craters in the ground, no doubt from the explosions that they heard earlier, but even so Izuku is still, entirely unmoving. Spinner whistles. Sista, the world don't look kinda crazy to you? Toga snorts. It looked like we in an orange Fanta. Magna almost laughs as Dabi walks over and slaps them over the head. He's been sick of Himiko's brain rot memes that she's been forcing them to listen to daily, and he even caught Kurogyari the other day saying Riz, unironically. Riz. R-I-Z-Z. Tuya's a few steps away from moving out of that FANG bar, but he has nowhere else to go, so for now he puts up with it. He ignores the feel of his boots sticking to the blood on the pavement as they search for where Izuku is. Bones crushed underneath his feet as he continues walking. A pale blue whistle catches Tomura's eye and his heart drops, then he's sprinting on the pavement, almost skidding on his aching leg as he does so. The League thinks he's just worried, overly protective of the only real family he has left, but they walk after him, leisurely taking in the scenery. Izuku. Wake up, baby brother. Tomura shakes Izuku's shoulders with full-blown eyes, looking moments away from being manic. Toga and Magna hover uncertainly while Spinner remains behind the wheel with a frown adorning his face. Was his condition that serious? Izuku was as tough as nails. He'd beaten them all into the ground just last week without using any of the quirks he had at his disposal. Hell, Pipsqueak went all out. Dabi gives a low whistle, only realizing the gravity of the situation when he reaches down and is incapable of finding a pulse. Tuya curses once he realizes that Tomura is of no use. He's got Izuku in an iron grip, but now he's also unmoving, unfocused, and entirely disassociated because his brother is unresponsive and possibly dead already because they were too late. Compress, he calls, help me move them. Twice, clear the back seat and Spinner, we're moving out. Shuichi revs the engine as it rumbles to life, and soon enough they're blazing down the street. Redestro's men forgotten in their rush and Hisashi tuts under his breath. They're absolutely disposable, but he wants them. And just like that they've been condemned to fate worse than death, he finds it adorable how quickly their hearts begin to flutter in his presence, disoriented as time and space bend to his whims. Simply new breakable toys for him to play with. Tomura doesn't leave his brother's side. Being jostled so roughly in the van brings him back to clarity, and he pets Izuku's head even though the boy can't feel it. He drags his eyes away from the sight of Izuku's arm that lays limply by his side with the bone protruding through the skin. If Izuku was awake, he'd probably think it was cool, moving his arm to see just how the bone contorts as he displaces it, but he isn't, and all that Tomura's left with is misplaced anger and a fat dose of unwanted melancholy. Lizard. Drive faster before the brat dies in the back seat. He's looking too pale. Dabi yells over the wind, head outside the window as he tries to gauge just how many police cars are following them at the moment. The law enforcement is clearly stalking them. They noticed them as soon as they were on the outskirts of the city, and while Compress can enjoy a good thrilling chase, 5 measly cop cars are incapable of putting fear in his heart. If it were heroes, that would be a different matter entirely, but he lets one get close, unflinching as the police officer in the passenger's seat raises his gun, attempting to coerce them into surrendering. As if that's yet another one of their mistakes, and Seiko reaches forward, ignoring the look of growing terror on the man's face as he compresses the entire vehicle into one of the pretty, shiny blue marbles that Shigaraki's younger brother loves. They're still a long way from Kamino Ward, even with Shuichi's reckless Godawful driving, and he doesn't want to lead them straight to the bar. Todoroki Tuya isn't going to jail, at least not today, and he fires off tiny flame bullets from the tips of his fingers, aiming precisely like how Izuku had showed him just a few weeks ago. The brat was smart, that much was clear, and before going to Daika City, he had helped out the League with their quirks. Analyzing them in an unnerving way that almost felt uncomfortable and a tad bit creepy, teaching them new techniques and how to awaken their quirks if the need ever arises. Iguchi yells backs, "This is as fast as it goes, Staples," and he swerves the van left, cutting off a line of traffic as they narrowly miss the green light. Cars honk angrily behind them, but the police are annoyingly persistent, so Magna fumbles around Tomura's coat pockets, searching for his phone. "Can you call Kurogyari?" she hurriedly asks, waiting for a response and frowning when he doesn't even look up. Compress is now helping support Izuku's body because their leader's leg is actually in bad shape, and he nudges Tomura's shoulder, but even then he doesn't stir, not registering the touch. Toga snarls, "Ah, f it," and she snatches the phone from Magna to put in the code. She'd seen him do it when he was playing Mario Kart with Twice and didn't bother saying anything because she hadn't planned to snoop on his device anyway. Now she's glad that she did because Kurogiri picks up on the second ring and soon enough they're engulfed in complete darkness before feeling a sudden rush of wind as they ungracefully tumble into the bar. All for One has come to regret forbidding Gigantomachia and Kurogiri from helping his sons. Izuku had expected that the butler would have been unavailable. Kurogiri had told him so himself a few days prior. Teleportation via warping was an extremely versatile, sought-after quirk and the young master couldn't ensure that the butler would have been completely fine. He couldn't risk losing Kurogiri, especially not this way, and surely Hisashi would have skinned him alive. Too many unknowns to count for. But Machia was different. He definitely had a role. He'd explained to the giant man to come to his aid when he blew the whistle in an attempt to shield him from the explosions. The giant man's skin could take, matter of fact he'd barely feel it. Tomura had asked what the light blue whistle tucked under his shirt was for, but Izuku had replied, eyes full of mirth, it's a secret. Some if a secret it turned out to be because while Gigantomachia was loyal to the little lord, serving All for One came first and he'd come to regret that entirely. His heart clenches uncomfortably, feeling too big in his chest like it'll burst solely from stress. Izuku looks worse for wear and Tomura fretting over him does him no favors. Blood pours from the little lord's mouth when All for One lifts him up and even from where Machia is standing, he can smell the burnt flesh and charred clothing. The stench is almost unbearable but his loyalties have always laid with Hisashi so he goes to guard the building when commanded, like the good lapdog that he is. Izuku was bats hit crazy Hisashi has come to realize. Who in their right mind would want Redestro's quirk? Turning stress and negative emotions into physical energy sounded absolutely exhausting and his son wasn't suited for a quirk like that. All for One previously had a feeling that Izuku was more unhinged that he let on but this all confirms it in his mind. Using Toga's quirk awakening and being capable of using the victim's quirk without actually taking it is smart. Wickedly so, but Hisashi hadn't thought that the boy would have been capable of blowing himself up, 2 times no less due to the sheer depression he felt. Was Izuku unhappy where he was? Was he not satisfied with his father or Tomura? Was the family not good enough? He shakes his head dispelling those thoughts. Izuku had tried to commit suicide and ran away from home before his brother saved him. There was no universe that he would be happier living with Midoriya Izuku. Still he slipped Izuku a better regeneration quirk, a helpful one that he liked to call speedy recovery so he'd come out of his medical-induced coma sooner rather than later. Tomura still wasn't speaking to him so he had no qualms letting his older son suffer with his broken bones. Garaki had long since finished stitching him up, wrapping his arms in gauze and was carefully removing his gloves, tossing them in a hazard bin. He'll have a few scars but the boy will live master. All for One hums. Slightly displeased Izuku was in a coma but he dismisses the doctor so he can set Tomura's leg and beckons Tuya forward with a single finger when he steps out of the room. Yo handyman, your sensei says the brat will be fine, Dabi relays to Shigaraki, who's still zoned out on the couch with Kurogiri beside him. Tomura hums, a slow low sound as he's high on painkillers and Tuya can feel sorry for him. Him and Toga both. He knows they were close but even Magna is silent at the bar's countertop. Midnight Blues is open, they've been closed for far too many days and there's food that needs to be sold before it goes bad so the kitchen is open too. Tomura wants to go somewhere far away. He feels nostalgia for a place where he's never been. Perhaps somewhere that doesn't even actually exist. Hiraeth is what it's called. Izuku explained it to him once and now once again his sweet baby brother is out of his reach. Bundled under blankets in a sterile room with nothing but his heart monitor beeping to keep him company. Sensei had wanted to lock Izuku in the vault once more, just until the boy heals he had claimed but Tomura couldn't trust him to let him out when the need arose. He had promised his baby brother that he wouldn't leave him alone again and agreeing to that definitely would have went against it. Apparently Izuku's susceptible to infection at the moment and as such human contact with the room upstairs the bar is quite limited. Only Hisashi and the doctor are allowed in. Tomura thinks it's a load of bullshit. As if he'd infect his baby brother. I didn't think the kid would blow himself up, Compress muses, ignoring the awful mood that this section of the bar is. Is he suicidal? He continues and Shigaraki drawls, maybe. Magna feels a tad bit worried but she states, the kid'll be fine. He's as tough as steel. Twice has been roped into another game of beer pong and he drags Toga over with him to the table with rowdy drunk males who have a keg. Where they got the money for a keg they had no idea, but money was money even if it turned out to be dirty cash. Indeed the young master is. He'll be up and raising hell in a few days I'm sure, Kurogyari replies as he wipes down a few mugs for new orders. Atsuhiro accepts that as an answer. Alright, he says, moving over to take a few orders as they're actually starting to get busy. Thank you, the bartender states as Iguchi and Seiko continue taking orders, although they've been a bit slow because they're not familiar with the menu. Ugh, what's a rose tippoki? Spinner groans, turning around to face Kurogyari who's busy steaming tea leaves. The queue has dwindled and now it's just Tsubakino in the line having a stare-off with the gecko. Izuku mentioned rice cakes once, so maybe it's that with a rose on top? Compress tries, cringing once the sentence is out of his mouth and Tsubakino sends him a dirty look. She drawls, where's Aizu? Unavailable at the moment, Tomura answers, slouching in his seat, still unwilling to use his crutches. So what? Is he sleeping? He won't mind being woken up to see me, she replies, and now Tomura's an unfortunate victim of her mean stare. She continues, I know you don't like me but you don't have to be difficult. It's not like I'm selling him crack. Shigaraki sighs, not being difficult okay? Brat's hurt so he's unavailable. Pick something else off the menu. Something simple that these dunderheads can make cause Zoo ain't here, he tacks on when he gives Spinner and Compress a glance. She nods in acceptance. Well, I had information so pass it along. The police are getting antsy with the heroes breathing down their necks. You don't have a lot of time left, can't stall with having the patrons covering anymore. Tomura groans, another problem to deal with. When will he ever get a break? Alright thanks, I'll tell Aizu no. Tsubakino smiles, tell him I'll bring Haru around before Sheik goes down. He nods and then she leans further across the counter to lay into Compress who's still trying to figure out the dishes on the menu, wondering who on earth came up with them. Spinner bats his eyelashes prettily at her in an attempt to soothe her increasing rage. I can make a mean grilled cheese? He offers and she sighs in resignation. Okay, I'll take it. Don't skimp on the parmesan and add brie. Compress laughs when he fist pumps the air and Magna takes over the bar so Kurogyari can take a break. The bar isn't quiet but the patrons are subdued, drunk out of their minds, slurring their words and giving each other loopy smiles. Ah, they're all out, Toga tells Twice when the last man at their table puts his head down. Soft snores are all they can hear and Kurogyari's just glad they cleared their tabs before going to sleep. What's left in the inventory? The butler questions when a HKR dressed in a tight black dress comes up to the bar counter, hanging off an equally sleazy-looking man's arm. Her cherry-red lips pout when the misty man tells her the only things they can make at the moment are hock and yakitori. Still she chooses to go with the hock, pairing it with a small bowl of edamame and picks the most expensive liquor Kurogyari currently has on the shelf. The man doesn't complain, even when she straddles him in their booth, leaving pretty open-mouthed kisses that stain his white business shirt collar red for his unassuming wife to find. The rest of the night passes without incident and the league resigns themselves to a boring weekend, just long enough that their leader can heal in peace. Himiko's consistently droopy since Izuku's been comatose and even Tomura has a hard time regaining his spark lost. Twice and Magna aren't any better, they're in the dumps as well. Jean, mostly because of Toga's awful mood lately but Kurogyari has been trying to be more accommodating. Making their favorite meals and desserts in an attempt to garner a smile from them, even a slight uptick of their lips would do. Today is one of those days with everyone lounging on the furniture, bags at their feet. Sensei says we've got to evacuate the bar for the time being. The police have already set up parameters for their raid, so where do you guys want to go to lay low? Tomura couldn't care less about where they're going, especially since Izuku is still in his room unmoving and he's still on his crutches. Oh, how he hates those FING crutches, but he isn't in the mood to apologize, not to his sensei, so healing his bone the normal way it is. France, Toga offers, wholly unserious when no one speaks up. Twice snorts before adding, perhaps Germany, And Spinner shakes his head. That's the most they've said in a while, but Dabi will be dead if they don't go somewhere sunny. December is oddly depressing, nothing but white snow stretching for miles, and while he usually loves the winter, he could use a break. Hawaii, he speaks up, just as deadpan as his tone typically is, and Magna raises an eyebrow imaging Tuya with flower lays around his neck and a fruity martini in his hand on a white sandy beach complete with a straw hat and sandals. When everyone turns to look at him disbelievingly, he shrugs before continuing, "What? It's warm, no one would think to look for us there. Might as well Vaki if we've got to go for a few weeks, and Sheet, Izuku might appreciate the sun too." Speak of the devil. Izuku wakes up feeling feverish, insanely warm with his stomach threatening to revolt. Tomura isn't by his side and his bed feels rather empty and cold, but he can hear light chatter coming from downstairs, so he sits up. He catches the last bit of what Todoroki says and raises a hand, looking dead on his feet as he walks down the bar's steps. A dash. Yeah, I probably would. See, Dabi nods, pleased that Izuku's backing him up, and he does a double take, surprised the brat's even awake, but before he can open his mouth once more Tomura's already standing. "Don't pull Sheet like that again," he starts, jutting his pointer finger out to touch his baby brother's forehead so he takes him seriously. Izuku grumbles, "I didn't plan to blow myself up in the process, Sen, but yeah, I get it. Sorry for worrying you, okay? I'll make it up to you guys. I didn't want you to have to deal with it." Tomura kisses his teeth. "They'll be fine, they can handle it." So, Compress pipes up, "Hawaii." Dabi nods, "Hawaii." Twice snorts, a small laugh escaping from behind his palms, and he gives Toga a high five. "Yay! Glad to see you awake, Izuku." Magna smiles at him and he beams, hanging off her good arm, showing off a smile full of teeth. "Yeah, I'm all good. Are you sure we're even in the right country? Did Kurogyri drop us off somewhere weird?" Toga asks, looking at the scenery. Dabi pps his head. "Why wouldn't we be?" She shrugs. "Dunno, the temperature's weird. I said it'd be warm." "It is warm," he deadpants, and she lets out a little oops. Tomura's glued to Izuku's side, hobbling on his crutches, and he laughs. "What? Did you pack for the weather back in Japan?" Himiko almost looks ashamed, a light blush adorning her cheeks, and now Iguchi joins in with Tomura's laughter. "You did," he accuses with tears in his eyes, and the locals look at them weirdly, but they wave and smile as they walk past. Izuku returns their greetings. He's polite if needs be, and he rubs Toga's back. "You can wear my clothes if you'd like. You look like Adam Sandler, but you're cute enough to pull it off." Twice agrees with him, no rhetorics in sight, and that is enough to soothe her, and soon enough she's back beside Compress, chatting his ear off. Magna's holding most of their luggage, with Izuku using his quirk to help. He isn't in a position where he can use his quirk freely without repercussions, but a few days' worth of headaches are nothing if he manages to help her out. "We should find a hotel or an inn," she speaks up, and Tomura agrees. They've only been walking for a few minutes, but he's already bone tired. The one they pick has bright yellow paint that's peeling off of every surface imaginable. The sign is broken and the policies are handwritten in English, so Izuku takes the time to read the sheet of paper twice. A boy sits behind the counter. It's really more of a table with his mother behind him, manually updating their books. "Heyo." Toga waves at them, trying to get their attention in broken English. "Hello" is one of the few words she knows, so Tomura shoves her in Jin's direction before booking the last 4 available rooms under a fake name. Magna laughs when she sees it. "Tom Hardy? Really?" Tomura bristles defensively. "What? It got the job, didn't it? Don't I look like a Tom?" "Hard no, bro." Spinner claps him on the back, hauling their luggage up the wooden stairs. Dabi speaks up. "If it's any consolation, you look more like a Billy or a Buck. F.I.N.G. hillbilly." And now Spinner can't hide his amusement as their leader dusts a piece of the flame user's shirt. "F off, Staples." Toga likes Hawaii, she decides. The locals are friendly and quite forthcoming even though they don't understand basic Japanese, but she's figured out the currency and has been shopping for days on end using Izuku's money with Magna and twice trailing behind her. "Ah, Jin-kun, look." Himiko presents them with a rather large bag of seafood, filled to the brim with clams, mussels, lobster and shrimp alike. Babaigawara grins. Let's roast them on the beach later. I don't FING like seafood. Magna quickly pays the bill with the dollars in her pocket because in her excitement Toga's already looking at another stall and the middle-aged man behind the counter gives her a sweet smile waving them off and inviting them to come back again for a discount. Tiny crabs scurry past Izuku's feet. He doesn't mind them, they're cute as long as they don't pinch and the sounds of the waves crashing against the shore almost lull him to sleep. His chest feels tight but he ignores the feeling, pushing on. Izuku. Hisashi's voice comes from the phone when he's zoned out for far too long. Yes, father? All for one size. How much longer will you continue being this petty son? I can tolerate this behavior from your insolent brother, but you do not have such a luxury. Izuku rolls his eyes, monotone as he lies. I don't know what you mean, father. Hisashi knows that it's a lie and he sighs once more, loud enough for his son to hear it even though he isn't on speaker. Perhaps if he turned his Ichi into a Nomu he'd be more compliant. He'd simply be Kurogyri 2.0, incapable of doing anything else outside of following orders. Cease this childish tantrum immediately. He's had enough of putting up with Izuku's nonsense. Even Tomura tended to have more grace when he rebelled, but his youngest seems to have forgotten his place. Now it's Izuku's turn to sigh. Disappointed that he couldn't keep this going for longer, but he's smart enough to know when to not push his luck. Yes, father, as you wish. Not father, Hisashi corrects before continuing, Papa or Dad will suffice. Father seems quite impersonal, precisely why Izuku uses it when he's mad at Hisashi, and he smirks as he continues to walk across the sand and into the shade. Of course, Daddy. Daddy, on the other hand, is childish, something that most children grow out of as they get older, and he wonders if Hisashi cringes every time he says it. The man hums, You don't listen, do you, Izuku? I'll have to train that out of you, as it seems you get more brazen when we spend a few days apart. Perhaps a few more months in the vault would do you well. Izuku's breath hitches. Maybe I'll keep you locked in there for a year or throw away the key entirely. You'd only have roaches for company, his father continues when there's no reply. Not even Tomura could save him from such a fate. Sorry, Izuku mutters, kicking up sand before sitting under a coconut tree. All for one raises an eyebrow even though the boy can't see it. Sorry who? I'm sorry, Papa. Izuku corrects and Hisashi smiles. Now he's pleased. You're forgiven, Ducky. You'll do well to remember to behave next time. I need you to come home immediately. You've been out of the country for far too long and they've blown up the bar, the man says, entirely nonchalant, and Izuku stops breathing for a second time. They blew up the bar? He questions slowly, hoping that he misheard, but his father confirms it with clear disinterest. Yes, Hisashi drawls. The explosion was quite large. You would have loved it, and Kurogyri's been awfully distressed about losing his red wine collection. Shigaraki can't wrap his head around this. They blew up his brother's home? The League's home? Wait, if the heroes are bold enough to blow up the bar, shouldn't we be staying low a while longer? All for one ceases looking over his paperwork, shoulders tense as he grows increasingly more angry. Izuku, do not question me. Be back by Wednesday this week, or I will be coming to get you, and you will not like what'll happen to you when you are in my sight. He hangs up after that. No goodbyes or letting Izuku get a final word in, and the nighttime air seems so much colder after their conversation. Hisashi leans forward in his chair, catching his breath. He misses his son with every fiber of his being. Izuku with Tomura is a volatile combination, he realizes. He much prefers when the boy is docile and malleable, but he isn't angry, at least not anymore. Izuku's already been punished even if he didn't know it yet. The heroes hadn't descended on the bar. All for one had blew it up himself. Two birds with one stone. 1. Teaching Tomura a well-needed lesson. 2. Reminding Izuku of his place. Hi's eldest was smart. Surely he would be capable of finding a hovel for the League to stay in, and his only regret is that Izuku would continue to suffer as a byproduct, a mere afterthought due to his increasingly selfish actions. He smiled as he dipped his pen into more ink, signing letters in stunning calligraphy. Yes, Izuku would fit right in by his side with the heroes, none the wiser. Magnus tanning as seagulls fly overhead. One stoops down to steal a fry right off Twice's plate and he yells, waving his hand at it, and Toga swears that it stuck its tongue out at them. Seagulls don't tease. That's illogical. Dabi speaks up from under the straw hat he's using to block the sun's UV rays. It stuck its tongue out. I saw him do it. Himiko insists and Magna placates her. Yes, yes, we believe you, love. See. Toga continues. Mags knows. You're just dumb, Dabi. You're dumber than me, you effing freak. He denies and Toga replies instantly. Nah, you're the freak punk. Who's a punk, you brat? He questions, blowing a gust of sand her way, forcing her to close her eyes. She audibly sighs as though she's sick of Tuya's sheet. Compress also sighs, sprawled off on the sand. We're straying from the subject. I do believe the seagulls were conspiring against us. Let's plot their demise. Let's roast them. Twice claims and Himiko nods in agreement, looking quite serious as she does so. Maybe they'll be real yummy. We can dip them in hoisin sauce. That'll probably be fing gross. Jean continues, and from where Izuku's sitting, he can tell that they're wholly serious. You'll contract diseases. It probably isn't smart to eat stray seagulls you don't know about. He pipes up, and even the chaotic duo can see reason. Tomura grumbles. Nah, let him do it. They'll learn when they get fing sick. Mean. Himiko exclaims and Spinner groans, burrowing himself further into the warm sand. Their leader tunes out her whines in favor of focusing on his brother. Tomura wasn't normally nosy, but Izuku had been quiet, eerily so since yesterday. The only thing he found interesting on his phone was the call log. Sensei called every few hours, sometimes even 7 times a day, with their calls lasting a minimum of 2 hours. Hisashi must have been letting him stew in his anger, or perhaps he had been taking it out on Izuku. That would explain his baby brother's odd mood, and Tomura frowned. He'd have to make up with their father even if he really didn't want to. Has Dad called? He asks, feigning ignorance, and something flashes in Izuku's eyes that he's too slow in deciphering. Yeah, he said I should get back in a few days. The way how the sentence is phrased isn't lost on Tomura. Father would have been content if Izuku was the only one to return when he said so. He was always fond of having his youngest son right within reach and under his thumb. Oh, and the bar blew up apparently, Izuku added as an afterthought, and Compress craned his neck around to look him dead in the face. Blew up? The magician questions, and Izuku nods. Yeah, Dad said the heroes did it. Good thing we cleared out when we did then. Dabi speaks up, holding no significant attachment to the bar, just another home ripped out of his grasp that he's had to give up. Quiet chatter is all Izuku can hear surrounding him. The birds go unnoticed, but the sand underneath him is starting to feel uncomfortable as he can feel a few grains in his shorts. The wind is appreciated though, and Izuku feels a cool popsicle press into his skin. He looks up to see Magna. Spinner got us some, she explains, and he gladly takes one, savoring the pineapple flavor on his tongue. A local ropes Tuya into a game of beach volleyball, and considering that he isn't one to back away from a challenge, he drags the rest of the league with him to play. Who? Baby brother? Izuku. He zones back when Tomura touches his face, looking beside him to see his brother's face scrunched in worry, frown lines evident. Don't be sad, wasn't ignoring you. Sorry. Izuku apologizes with being prompted, seeking to rectify the sadness seemingly pouring out of Tomura's eyes. What's wrong with you? He asks softly, and Izuku's heart clenches uncomfortably. I made Dad mad and now I'm scared, he admits, and Tomura pulls him closer so they're hugging, and he huffs out a breath, his chin on Izuku's head. I think I'm dying, Tomu, he continues, decompressing completely in his big brother's sturdy embrace. Izuku can feel when he shakes his head in denial. You'll be alright, okay? You've got me right beside you, so don't leave me. We'll crush the heroes and then Papa will go back to normal once All Might's gone, he murmurs, looking past the ocean straight into the horizon over Izuku's head. I would never leave you. I'll always come back to you, honest, Izuku promises, and now Tomura smiles, kissing his forehead. Thank you, brother. Izuku ends up returning late. Only technically by 1 single minute and a few seconds, because he had dragged out his stay and traffic was simply awful at this hour. All for One is good at hiding his rage in front of the league, but Tomura can see through it. He has always been capable of doing so. Isashi's fingers twitch in his suit pockets and his face is set in a neutral expression, but it's entirely unnatural and he can tell that his sensei is going to blow his fuse. "Good night, father," he greets when Izuku doesn't seem as though he'll say anything and Hisashi looks up, mild shock visible on his face. Still he returns the gesture. Idle chat is made before he sends them off with Kurogyari only holding Izuku back. Tomura pulls the boy close to his chest as his hoodie hides his face, so he bends down, nuzzling his head in the crook of his brother's neck. Izuku can feel Tomura's hot breath on his ear as he says, "Come back to me in one piece, alright? Don't be coy and upset Dad any more than he already is." He receives a stiff nod and before long the league is out of sight, gone with the telltale of one of Kurogyari's warps. A large hand settles heavily on Izuku's curls. He looks up to see his father, no semblance of humor present on his face. "Come Ichi, we have much to do." Toga hadn't wanted to leave Izuku behind. She was wise enough to realize that Tomura and Dabi didn't want that either, but in the face of a man with such a great presence like All for One, what could they really do? The answer would always be nothing. Absolutely nothing, so she settled down, withdrawn to Big Sis Mag's side and stepped through the warp into their new hideout. This one was much better. It seemed as Tomura's sensei had handpicked this one himself, and the kitchen was huge as if to cater to Kurogyari's whims. It was just another bar with a few rooms on top, but nobody minded as the bartender busied himself with tidying up so he could reopen Midnight Blues. They weren't too far from their usual clientele. After all, who would expect them to hide when they just had been found? That was the reasoning All for One had used, and she was inclined to agree. Hopefully the heroes would ignore them until they were making their next move. Magna sighs as she drapes herself over the bar counter. Tsubakino was back and making a racket as usual, waving her clenched fist at Spinner. "You still haven't learned how to make the rice cakes? You're a shitty employee." "I don't get paid to help out, I'm not even an employee, Beach," he fires back, and Twice is far too busy pouring himself a shots of whiskey for him and Dabi to even care. She grunts, seemingly having no response to that. "Where's Zuchan?" she questions, looking at Tomura with narrowed eyes. "He's with Dad. He probably won't be around for a while, but I'll tell him you showed up." Tsubakino sighs. "He's never around when I'm here and Haru misses him terribly." Himiko can almost feel sorry for her. She misses Izuku too, unbearably so. Still she has patrons to tend to, so Kurogyari doesn't get too overwhelmed with the amount of orders rushing in, and she slithers behind tables with compress sneakily, soaking up information floating around the underground with the intention of relaying everything to Shigaraki later. Overly drunk individuals are the best to listen to, especially the villains and vigilantes that come in. They're loud, incredibly so, and their mouths are entirely loose. That way Compress learns that Endeavor's agency is actually going under reconstruction right now in an attempt to gain more space so they can host interns from UA. Seiko isn't sure what good that information will be, but he relays it anyway and watches their leader immediately text Izuku in real time. Still the night passes without much fanfare, although the bar oddly seems as though it has far too much open space without Tomura's screams as he rages on a new game or Izuku coming back from the 24/7 konbini with new ice cream flavors for everyone to try. Magna tucks a small carton of vanilla bean ice cream in the back of the freezer for Izuku to have later. When Kurogyari sees him next, he feels as though he may throw up. Gigantomachia is with Izuku, a single finger on his back prodding him to move as the giant bodyguard shows him their new hideout. The bartender hears Izuku thank the man softly and Makia grins, extremely sharp, jagged teeth on display, and he pats the boy's head before taking off. Only Izuku's legs are uninjured. It's just been a few days, but his face and arms have a plethora of bruises that are in various stages of healing naturally. Blue, yellow and purple splotches decorate his white milky skin, and when he looks up, Kurogyari can see how dead his beautiful red eyes look. A bit of blood is matted into his normally pristine white hair, and his left arm is wrapped tightly in a cast. Izuku looks out of place with a sling, and he's reminded of a few days ago when Tomura had a broken leg. Master did end up healing it though, just moments before they had left, so why wouldn't he heal Izuku? Was this some form of punishment? "Izuku-sama," he begins hesitantly, "is there anything I can do for you?" Can you call Tomura for me please, and can you make a batch of black raspberry tea if you don't mind? I don't mind, the butler confirms, and he whisks way up the stairs and Izuku can hear him knocking presumably on Tomura's door. Tomura is quick, wasting no moments to get down the stairs, and even in pain, Izuku smiles at being able to see his brother through his black eye. Came back in one piece, he relays, a futile attempt at soothing Tomura's soul. Clearly they had different views on that. He looked as though he was about to keel over, and the bruises on his face especially hurt Tomura's typically unfeeling heart. He wasn't capable of protecting his brother, not from their own father anyway, and he can feel the rage welling up in his chest. Tomura audibly sighs, "Just what am I going to do with you, Izuku?" The bath is blissfully warm, it makes his bruises ache even more, but it soothes his soul so he doesn't complain. His brother is oddly good at drawing baths, Izuku decides, and he appreciates the bubbles and yellow rubber ducks floating around in it. Tomura washes his brother's hair, taking his time to get the blood out from his curls, and frowns when he sees a gash at the back of Izuku's head that hasn't been stitched up or cared for. "Were you snarky with Dad?" he questions, and Izuku looks up, squinting his eyes. He shakes his head. "I wasn't, I even apologized as soon as we were alone. Said I'd make up for my mistakes too." That was a surprise. Even when Tomura was a brat, he wasn't disciplined that harshly. He'd be grounded, gain a slap on the wrist, and lose his console for a month or two, but Sensei had never laid his hands on him in such a manner unless it was for training. "I see," he replies and leaves it at that as he continues to work the conditioner through Izuku's hair. Hisashi inhaled the smoke from the lit cigar in between his fingers. His mind was awfully clear, capable of much more focus than it had been last week. Izuku was back and properly disciplined. Kurogiri's appointment with the doctor went swimmingly, and Tomura had even apologized without being prompted. Surely he only did so in an attempt to soothe his rage so he wouldn't have been so hard on Izuku, but Tomura should have known better. Seeing his youngest son covered in bruises and cowering from his hands in the vault had filled him with an immense amount of joy that he had been giggling to himself in this cramped office for nearly 2 hours. It reminded him of Yoichi in a way. He never laid his hands on his brother. He considered Yoichi far too precious, but Izuku wasn't him. His son was just a spare. Maybe not even good enough to be deemed a spare actually, because they didn't totally look alike. His sweet Yoichi wasn't simply one of a kind, and Izuku couldn't hope to measure up to that. It wasn't abuse, he had told Izuku that, much less the boy get any more silly ideas into his head. Actions always had consequences, and his son was expected to comply with his every demand no matter how insignificant or inconvenient it seemed. Maybe he should have healed a few of his injuries, however. The black eye and cuts on his face seemed quite unpleasant. No doubt Tomura would be angry once more, but manipulating that boy was always an easy matter. Izuku's red eyes were now vacant. No silly dreams or aspirations behind them, just an unyielding desire to follow his father's every command lest he earned his ire once more. The darkness in the vault had made the days that passed by seem even more oppressing, and Izuku hadn't thought that he'd be capable of making it out alive, and the thought of breaking the only promise he'd made to his brother had tears welling up behind his eyes. "Have you learnt your lesson, Izuku?" Hisashi had taunted, putting special effort into pronouncing the syllables of his son's name. There was only so much patience the boy was capable of expressing, and for the first time since they'd been in the room, he had raised his hand against his father in an act of defiance. "You'd hurt me? Your loving father who took you in? Don't be mad, Ichi. You did this to yourself, so Daddy's just disciplining you until you know better," he had responded, and Izuku froze, thinking his words over. He cooed, continuing, "You wouldn't want me to be a bad father, would you, Aizu? Having a good father equated to being harmed when he messed up? Was that what this was? Inko was never this rough. She'd only used her quirk once or twice on him in passing and never hard enough to leave a bruise. Was that why she was such a bad mom? Because she hadn't cared enough to discipline him in such a manner when he'd f'd up? With the last of Izuku's psyche broken, Hisashi grinned, a feral thing really. His lips stretched unnaturally wide, moving to backhand his son when the boy was no longer moving. How dare Izuku stop paying attention to him in the first place when he clearly loved his son so much? Izuku couldn't even feel the pain registering behind the blow. Just another raging bruise to add to the others he's already collected. His father had hit him and it felt like a kiss. The fish markets in Hawaii tended to be quite busy, always bustling with life as long as the sun was up. It was his favorite place to be, especially after he'd snagged a quirk that seemed interesting. Something to do with lava, which had him wondering if meta abilities were capable of manifesting based on precisely where individuals lived. Perhaps there were some geographical aspects to take into consideration. He couldn't use it as yet, but Izuku hadn't told Tomura. Not when he was on such good terms with their father of late. He could remember small children haggling prices as their parents chatted and the sun beat down on everyone unmercifully, but those memories felt years old even though they happened merely weeks ago. Still, Izuku didn't hate it, and Tuya was thriving in this weather. It seemed as though he really was sick of the cold air back home, and he spent his days sunbathing as often as cats did. He's like an overgrown kitty, Himiko had teased once, but a good noogie had her behaving for the rest of the day. Izuku wouldn't have minded moving to a country like that, spending all his days lazing at the beaches with the League by his side. He's come to see them as family, even the ever-so-prickly Dabi when he begged his father to heal his burns with Rewind. Todoroki had been pleased. Spinner couldn't call him a crispy McNugget anymore, and Tomura could no longer refer to him as burnt bacon. He could still tease Iguchi about his scales though, and Shigaraki's skin wasn't much better, so every now and then he ruffles Izuku's hair in passing, ignoring the murderous looks his leader sends his way. Magna was an absolute sweetheart. She was the glue that kept this band of misfits together, and Izuku had almost cried when she'd kept up the tradition of getting new cartons of ice cream to try when he wasn't around. A small container in the back of the freezer had all the flavors they'd managed to steal in the few days he was gone. He wasn't left out. Matcha lime, grape nut, strawberry sorbet, raspberry cheesecake, and a new version of the caramel fudge stared back at him when he returned. He even had a whole carton of his favorite ice cream to himself, but he shared it anyway, laughing at the pleased hums Himiko gave as she liked the spoon. For those reasons entirely, he left guilty walking around with so many bruises. He had pawned off the regeneration quirk to Tomura when he had a broken leg, but he hadn't explicitly told his brother that he had the quirk, so he'd feel weird asking for it back. Perhaps he'd steal it. He'd healed many bruises in the past though. This wasn't something new, but now Dabi couldn't even meet his eyes as he handed Izuku an antiseptic cream for his injuries. His jaw was permanently clenched whenever he looked in Izuku's direction, and he wasn't a fool. He could figure out why. He knew of the skeletons in Todoroki Tuya's closet. The bar is somber and it's entirely his fault. Still, there's work to be done, so he drags Dabi out of the bar under the guise of buying more sweets even though the fridge is stocked. The dim lights in the konbini hides how shady they actually look, and the man behind the counter doesn't even give them a second look, far too engrossed in the video playing on his phone. "So, Pipsqueak, what do you want to get?" Dabi asks, scanning the aisles, a few cake boxes in hand. "Is your birthday coming up soon?" Izuku replies instead, redirecting the conversation with minimal effort. Tuya hums an affirmation as he tosses a brownie mix into the cart. Izuku continues, "What would you like for a present?" "Endeavor dead at my feet," Dabi replies, not missing a beat, and Shigaraki laughs. He shouldn't have expected any better. "We can do that for your birthday if you'd like." Izuku's version of poetic justice. Tuya looks at him in disbelief as Izuku adds cream cheese, a bottle of wine for Kurogiri, and graham crackers to their cart. "You'd help me kill the number 2 hero? Have you no self-preservation?" He confirms, and Izuku gives a Gallic shrug. "I said I would, didn't I? Let's do it in the morning though, so we can go home and bake your cake after." He continues in absolute nonchalance, and Dabi doesn't waste the brain power to figure out if the younger Shigaraki is being sincere. Still, he appreciates the gesture even if Izuku hasn't thought it though properly, and he pulls the hood of his coat further over his face. With his burns gone, he's easily recognizable, and he'd rather not out his secret in some dingy 24/7 konbini where crackheads frequent. He tosses some gauze into the cart and raises an eyebrow when Izuku looks at him weirdly. "Are your bruises healed?" Shigaraki lets out a quiet laugh. "Touché." Spinner spots the new carton of matcha ice cream in the bags before Dabi's even walked through the door, and he snatches the bag, feigning excitement at putting the groceries away. He just plans to monopolize that flavor. Toga has descended upon him in the kitchen, grabbing the carton that has strawberry shortcake and pulling Tuya along with her. Ponyo plays in the background as Dabi indulges her, wiping her face with napkins when it gets too messy. He's an older brother through and through, Izuku thinks, and he wonders just how many more days of peace the League will have just like this. Endeavor's agency is hard to miss. It's in an incredibly busy area, but no one bats an eye at the two hooded figures making their way in with the construction crew. Stealing two IDs are light work, and Izuku wonders if it really should be this easy. The gas masks filtering out the air they breathe should be suspicious enough, but still no one is concerned or even curious. This is the number 2 pro-heroes agency after all, but Tuya doesn't seem too surprised. Todoroki Enji has always been conceited. Unironically, that seems to be his downfall as the lobby is bustling with life and the receptionists turn a blind eye to any man in uniform. That's too easy, don't you think? Izuku hums under his breath, turning away from the elevator and choosing the stairs instead. Dabi soaks in the new scenery with a toolbox in hand. I'm not surprised. He watches as Shigaraki's eyebrows shoot up in what seems to be surprise as Endeavor himself comes around the corner. Still, the man doesn't give them the time of day, gruffly barking out orders over the phone. Izuku finally replies, "I see what you mean. Are you doing the reveal here?" Tuya shakes his head, a small smile gracing his lips. "Nah, I'll let his sins chase him until he has no reprieve." Izuku hums, wondering if he should have done the same. Should he hate his father? He's half of the only biological family he has left, but was family really that important? Have his relationships always been so fickle? The League has worn out an immovable hole in his heart where they take up so much space entirely, it feels as though his chest will cave in from the inside out. Tomura means the absolute world to Izuku. If his older brother asked for his heart, he'd give it with no questions, but who was Hisashi? Where did he stand? He recalls the man who'd left him beaten in the vault for days. The man who gave him bruises and broke his bones as DS-Pin with no cares in the world. The man who attempted to break his mind with solitude and minimal human interaction. The man who'd prefer if his son had some version of Stockholm Syndrome so the boy would be much easier to manipulate. The man who blew up their home with no remorse and deemed it simply to be the consequences of their actions. The man who saw his children as mere pawns. But the man who listens to his well-thought-out plans is fresh in his mind too. The father who insisted on tucking him into bed every night while reading one of his favorite comics under the warm glow of the nightlight. The father who pets his hair as Izuku sits on his lap recounting his day. The father who turns a blind eye to all the mindless spending his sons do, never once limiting their credit cards. The father who got them out of trouble if needs be. The father who gave Izuku a home. You should hate your old man too. I would, Tuya casually adds into the conversation once they're far away from everyone else and in the midst of the paused construction. Izuku looks at him, seemingly have made up his mind in the past few minutes that have passed. I don't though. Dabi's eye twitches. Izuku reminds him too much of Fuyumi in this instance, and he'd much preferred if the boy channeled Natsuo, who was far more vocal in his contempt. You couldn't pay Tuya's brother to stay in a room with their father, much less have a conversation with him. However, Izuku was a child. A brilliant child, but a misguided one nonetheless, and Todoroki could still see purple bruises peeking out from the younger Shigaraki's collar. A ring around his neck as if he'd been choked without mercy. Tuya sighs, muscles bulging under his shirt as he moves a propane cylinder beside one containing acetylene. Chemistry was never his strong suit, but he's trusting that Izuku knows enough to actually send Endeavor straight into hell. You are kind and you have become blind because no one has been as caring to you, and your father's voice saying that he loves you is going to lead you off a cliff like it's done to me. He doesn't look back to see the look on Izuku's face when the sentence is finally out of his mouth, only turning to check the valves before getting Kurogyari's warp on standby. Let him off a cliff. Hasn't father already done so? There's no coming back from terrorizing this many heroes. Father had told him to jump and Izuku had only asked how high. Izuku watches as Tuya fiddles with the valve once more, a thumbs up as confirmation. Kurogyari, get us out. And the butler does so in record speed. They're on a far enough building that has the agency in their direct field of vision. Tuya wasn't sure why Izuku had waited until the agency was undergoing renovations. But only one thing was running through the younger Shigaraki's mind. Propylene. Propylene, a flammable hydrocarbon gas, is commonly used in industrial applications like welding, cutting, and brazing due to its high energy output. No doubt multiple canisters would be in the agency if Endeavor was rebuilding like the news outlets claimed he was. The canisters came with valves that allow users to safely open or close the cylinder, regulating the flow of gas to the equipment being used. Gases under pressure are fire hazards and are capable of creating beautiful explosions. Simple canisters can turn into missiles if not handled correctly, and Izuku gave Dabi the honor of destroying the propylene cylinder valve that vents the gas. Stocking the cylinders together helped the first one they toyed with. At first it was just a small fire that needed no more than a fire extinguisher to put it out, but it spread to the other propylene cylinders, and adding the acetylene canisters to the equation didn't bode well for Endeavor. The fire allowed the cylinders to explode, damaging the property and turning their world into nothing more than dark reds, warm yellows, and welcoming orange hues. Adding hydrogen sulfide to the equation was a last-minute idea, and Shigaraki's only regret is that he wouldn't be able to see the exact moment Endeavor dropped dead. Izuku whistles, "Burn baby, burn," from the railing of the building that Kurogiri deposited them on, and beside him Dabi is laughing with glee, letting out little giggles before yet another earth-rocking explosion happens and the roof of the agency finally crumbles. A grandeur spin is what Izuku graces Todoroki with as he goes round and round, watching the fire from all angles. "Have I given you best birthday present?" Tuya looks at him as though Izuku is of lesser intelligence, but his face breaks out into a grin and he beckons Izuku closer so he can ruffle the white curls that sit atop his head. "Of course, Pipsqueak, best gift I've ever gotten in my whole life, Scout's honor." Shigaraki frowns. "You've never been in the Boy Scouts though?" A scoff comes his way. "How do you know that?" Izuku leans further across the railing, Lucan moments away from just toppling off into the busy road below. "I know everything about you, Tuya." Dabi rolls his eyes, pulling the boy back by the scuff of his neck. "You're creepy, you know that? No wonder you don't have any friends." Izuku nods in agreement. "I'm quite aware. My mama and classmates used to tell me that all the time." A stark silence fills the rooftop, minus the blaring alarms and sirens coming from below. Tuya doesn't know what to say to that. How effed was this kid's family life? Worse than his, and that's saying something. He's knocked out of his stupor by Izuku pointing. "Look. They're wheeling Endeavor out." And indeed they are. The man isn't completely fireproof after all, as his clothes are singed to hell and back, and he's entirely unresponsive. His skin looks gaunt, as though he's been unable to use oxygen for a good few minutes at least, and his sidekick Burnin doesn't look much better. The civilians wailing in the background are comparable to the white noise Izuku uses to sleep, and by the looks of it Dabi feels no remorse either. Just collateral damage similar to bycatch. He watches as a young boy, maybe 12 or 13, holds his mother's purse in his hands. The falling debris must have hit her, and from where they're standing the vibrant pool of blood is hard to miss. Her entire brain cavity is spilt on the concrete, yet her son isn't disgusted, doesn't hurl, only clutching the purse to his chest, and he lets out heartbreaking sobs that rack his chest. Izuku wonders if anyone will ever love him that way. Tomura feels as though his baby brother must be some form of karmic retribution for all the sins he's committed up until now. Not a day goes by where Izuku doesn't stress him out, and he wonders just how much of this is a result of their father's influence. Still, the scolding can wait until later. Right now he's channeling an alter ego that's a professional baker so Dabi can continue to have a good day. Kurogiri's made omuris for lunch, and now Izuku has insisted upon baking a cheesecake with a brownie-inspired crust. Spinner feels the early onset diabetes settling in, even though he hasn't actually tried the cake as yet, but Izuku doesn't actually let any more get close. Tuya sits on the counter overseeing everything, giving little pointers on how he wants the base to turn out because again, it's his birthday. Magna and Toga were allowed to sift the dry ingredients and grease the pans, but since Compress preheated the oven, they've all been shooed out of the kitchen. Twice is sulking wholeheartedly, but Kurogiri promises to share the wine that Izuku had brought back from the latest grocery trip. It's tart, tasting heavily like cherries, but 2 glasses has Jean forgetting what he's upset about. It's hot in the kitchen, so much so that Tuya has ditched his usual get-up for basketball shorts and a plain white tee. Izuku is in a similar get-up, with Toga's Hello Kitty headband pushing his curls out of the way and his tongue sticking out in absolute concentration as he pours batter into a greased pan. Todoroki feels oddly warm, dare he say loved? He has no memories like this back home, and when he was out on the streets he never celebrated his birthday either. Far too occupied with just surviving. Living to see another day triumphed over momentary joy in his book, but now he was with the League. In their slightly cramped kitchen with a brat making him an extravagant dessert just for his birthday. The same brat had killed his father just a few moments before, and that warm feeling comes back full force. But? Yes, he is. You That's so detailed. Toga says, itching to cut a slice of cake but willing to wait until it's cooled. The top of the cake looks marbled, with brown and white swirls, so Tuya is inclined to agree even though he's not quite sure what flavor it is. Izuku stands dutifully as Magna wipes off his cheek. There's powdered sugar on your face, dear, she'd said, and now she's rubbing his face raw with a warm wet rag as a mother would her child. Happy birthday, Tia, is written on top of the cake because Izuku didn't have the time to grab a cake topper, and even though he's good at baking, the younger Shigaraki isn't very skilled at working with buttercream. Still, Todoroki insists on lighting his own candles and uses his quirk to do so. Atsuhiro's eyes light up. It isn't too sweet, the magician exclaims, and Iguchi is beside him nodding as Tomura has his slice. Have your cake and eat it too, Izuku tells Tuya as he passes him a plate, and the flame user gives him a knowing smile. Himiko flops dramatically on the floor, her slice in hand. Zuzu. I want it sweet. Tomura watches as his brother looks around frantically before answering. I've got chocolate syrup, strawberry jam, whipped cream, more powdered sugar, and sprinkles. All of them in that order, is what Toga declares, and Spinner can't hold back the grimace adorning his face. Yuck, he tells her, but she sticks her tongue out at him and twice lightly hits the back of his head in support. The sun has set even with the city in chaos, and Tuya stands outside on his bedroom balcony lighting his second cigarette. This way the smell doesn't cling to the walls, and he's not too keen on smoking around others either, but of course the brat stuck to him like a leech, barging into his room but at least having the common decency to shut his door. Happy birthday again, Izuku says, tossing him a pack of the cigarettes that he loves that are a bit on the pricier end. Dabi leans further over the railing, watching the dispelled smoke flutter away as he grins. This day just keeps getting better and better. What's next? Gonna buy me a house? Pipsqueak has the audacity to pee his head, asking, did you want one? Todoroki sighs. The concept of sarcasm is almost always lost on Izuku, and he shakes his head. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the cake though, and earlier. He waves his hand around, unwilling to explain further, but a small smile graces his face. Don't mention it. The city is still chaotic even when night finally falls, but the subways are painfully empty and the streets even more so. It seems news reporters had seen Tuya and Izuku perched atop whatever building they were on, and with the discarded gas masks laying at their feet and Kurogiri's portal in the background, it was obvious who'd caused the agency to be in such disarray. Even so, Izuku's in quite a good mood. Their faces weren't being broadcasted on the telly anyway, and his literal skipping down the street has Tomura laughing slightly. Hell Zoo, slow down yeah? His pleas fall on deaf ears, but Izuku skids to a stop, bouncing off his legs as he waits for his older brother to catch up. Tomura grumbles as he walks up, planting a firm hand on Izuku's head as he pats his curls. What's got you so excited, huh? He asks, but the answer is right in front of him. An arcade that opens late. Thought you'd like it, you know? Video games and stuff. I got your gloves too, Izuku tells him, waving a pair of black artisan gloves around. Tomura didn't need them, not anymore, but sometimes when he got too excited or overwhelmed he'd decay something without truly meaning to. You're the effing best Aizu. Izuku, Hisashi begins, blowing the smoke from his cigar away from his son's face. How was your day? From his position, all for one can feel his shrug, and he sighs, prompting Izuku to speak. Any trouble? No, Dad, comes the reply, and he smiles, pristine white teeth on display. Good. How was the arcade? At this Izuku perks up, always glad to brag about his brother. Was really fun. Tomura was so excited, and he stretches his arms out dramatically to show their father just how excited Tomura really was before continuing. And he was really good, he set new high scores for almost all of them. It's just arcade games, but Izuku's rather proud anyway, and Hisashi thinks it's sweet. If only he and Yoichi were like that. They'd spent a sizable amount of time at the arcade, and as a result they spent a good chunk of their allowance. Well, Izuku's allowance mostly because Tomura tended to blow his as soon as he got it on games or new consoles for his setup. Hisashi places his cigar on the ashtray beside his desk and pulls Izuku up closer to his chest, pretending to not notice when his son starts listening to his heartbeat. "Ah, I almost forgot. You did so well today, Ducky. With endeavor I mean," he clarifies as his voice drops an octave, using his free arm to rub small, soothing circles into Izuku's back. His son flushes at the praise, waving him off. It was just for Dabi's birthday. Wasn't hard or anything. All for one sincerely doubted it. Tomura probably wouldn't even have been able to set foot into the building unless he used brute force, and by then his element of surprise would have been over. Even so, he wants to nurture Izuku's mind into something more analytical. A mind capable of coming up with flawless ideas to cull the heroes standing in their way. Pushing Izuku past the point of no return. A child stuck in his own ways, incapable of ever being saved. "Still, I suppose you deserve a reward. What would you like, Ichi?" he asks, in an attempt to butter his son up and gain forgiveness for the bruises on Izuku's milky white skin that just won't seem to go away. It seems that his guilt will eat him whole one of these days, because his sweet son doesn't even shy away from his touch. Doesn't flinch from his hands, not even once, and instead shuffles closer, making himself more comfortable on his father's lap. As long as he's good, father won't hit him. He wraps Hisashi's arm around him and lets out a tiny pleased sigh. "I want an arcade." All for one raises an eyebrow. "An entire arcade? We don't have the space for that, Ducky. I want a room at the bar filled with games then. Have Tomura pick them." Izuku's pleased when his dad nods, even though his request is a bit bratty. "Alright, it'll be done by the morning, love." And with that, Hisashi pushes his curls back to plant a kiss on his forehead, ignoring how his son used his reward for Tomura's benefit instead. Such a selfless little ducky he had. Much better than Yoichi ever was. Izuku was normally better than this. He was typically more sensible when dealing with his urges. Shigaraki Izuku was never this unhinged or careless in an uncontrollable environment. "Come back here, you FNG punk. And drop midnight right this instant." Some no-name hero behind him shouted, scaling the roofs with incredible parkour. The streets were bright, far too bright than they typically would be at this hour, and Izuku wonders which hero behind him has an illuminating quirk behind him, because the city definitely hasn't fixed any of the street lights in this area. No doubt father would be mad. Would he be angry enough to lay his hands on Izuku again? Angry enough to squeeze his throat hard enough that he'd start seeing stars and start wheezing in a pathetic attempt to get oxygen flowing? God, he hoped not. But what would Tomura think? One day he'd give his older brother a heart attack for sure. He could feel his heartbeat becoming more erratic, an insistent pounding in his ears. No matter the time or the place, heroes served to be a royal pain in the butt. He could feel them breathing down his neck, their shouts ringing in his ears as people scrambled to shut their doors and windows. All he wanted was a quiet evening to soothe the migraine threatening to drive him crazy. Being with the League made it easy to forget his actual needs. He's been eating the regular food that Kurogiri makes for dinner because they all ate their meals together. Himiko had insisted real families did, and she loved them enough to consider them as her family, so everyone did so without complaint. The only thing of sustenance he'd had was sushi and sashimi from a few days ago that Compress had requested, but that wasn't enough even though Tuya had pawned off his share. Beside, he couldn't stand eating fish. Hence the urge for meat. The intense craving for flesh that he couldn't possibly ignore. He'd been a stick in the mud all night, and Izuku had desperately wanted to get rid of his foul mood before seeing his father. No use in making the man angry just because he was in a PSS poor mood after all. Rooftops were Izuku's favorite place to be, though he tended to remain on ground level just to avoid Eraserhead and the other nighttime underground heroes that patrolled the slums. Though tonight, the demon that plagues him comes in the form of Midnight, Quirk somnambulist. Her appeal and persona is lost on him. He doesn't have crushes and rarely deems individuals as attractive, so Nemuri seems to be an annoying fly that doesn't go away even after being swatted. Even though it's chilly, her costume remains the same. Scantily clad and paper-thin fabric don't leave much to the imagination, and she's dead set on having a conversation with Izuku even though it's awfully one-sided. At first he'd just been window shopping. All the respectable stores in the area closed at normal times, and he'd been waiting for the clock to hit midnight before he even thought of visiting Terra and Aichi. Up close, Midnight was even prettier than she was on television, and his quirk begged him to initiate close proximity. That in itself isn't hard. She's dead set on invading his personal space anyway, and he habitually starts holding his breath anytime she slightly moves because his mask that Seiko had gifted him is back at their base. "Ah, what's a cutie like you doing out so late?" she coos, making herself comfortable on the rooftop. From where Izuku's standing, he can see that her ankles look swollen, and he wonders why she doesn't just take the goddamn heels off. Or at least swap them at night. That was logical, right? Izuku deflects. "Shouldn't you be busier? Out saving people?" She shrugs a hand non-committally, turning off her comms in the same movement. "It'll be all right." A scoff is the response she receives in turn, and Nemuri teases, "What? Worried about little old me?" As if. Izuku wonders if it's this easy to pick heroes off when they're alone, and he ponders on why fate allows them to seek him out knowing it'll lead to their untimely demise. "So, how old are you?" she asks, attempting at an icebreaker. "Old enough," comes the reply, and Nemuri laughs, but it feels incredibly hollow. "Yeah, should have expected that." Unknowingly, Izuku's caught her undivided attention, but he knows secrets that the public doesn't. Her shady advertisements present on the black market, the lawsuits that have been swept under the rug, and the reason why most of her interning hero students leave her agency with a dead look in their eyes. He wonders just how students from the general education department had been led astray, and he wonders if any promising hero students had interned with Midnight this semester. Izuku knows of one, Momo Yaru, the everything hero, Kriati. She's always put together, a bit of a prude if you'd ask him, but now the poor girl was so traumatized that she could barely focus in her class whenever it was a male teacher. Yairzu had latched onto Nemuri as a result, even though that same hero was the one who had cast her into hell, but clearly Midnight had some grandeur way of painting herself into a savior of some sorts, and Izuku wanted to take notes. Watching the cameras rarely ever provided entertainment though, but he figured the short purple boy with the ball on his head would have deeply appreciated his time there. A shame it was Momo instead, but Mineta wasn't considered to be conventionally attractive, and his application was rejected under the guise of him not being capable of reaching his full potential at Midnight's agency. "So," she starts up again, not deterred by the stiff replies that Izuku gives. "Would you like to intern at my agency? You wouldn't be doing much, just shooting videos. Kinda like a model." She hides her smile behind her sleeve, obviously finding her turn of phrase somewhat funny. A model, she'd said. As if she wasn't selling out her interns to do glorified SEC work to the sleazy individuals who bid the highest in her shady chat rooms. Izuku knew all too well. He made it a habit to study heroes' lives, especially the ones that frequented UA. Nedzu had a bad habit of employing scum if they fed his pockets just right. "You know what? You're a CNT. Off. Kill yourself and jump off the bloody roof." Izuku gestures to the railing in front of them, prompting her to go forward. Still in a foul mood from earlier and now too set off to even listen to any more of her squabble. She holds out both hands, waving them around in mock frantic, attempting to placate the rather attractive young boy she'd noticed on the rooftop. "Huh. Why so hostile?" Nemuri laughs, attempting to improve this white-haired angel's mood, but to no avail. "It's just a job," she continued, stalking closer into Izuku's personal space. "Just videos, yeah?" Izuku asked. "Just you pumping me full of drags until I'm in a half-lucid state, limbs unresponsive and entirely under the mercy of whatever sick F paid for me?" At this she freezes, a scowl on her chapped lips. "Who told you that? How do you know about that?" Shigaraki smirks. He really can't help the pleased smile that overtakes his cheeks. "I know everything about you, Kayama Nemuri." You effing brat, she spits out, moving closer to put him into a headlock, but Izuku dodges her advances with ease, weaseling out of her grasp. She's frustrated, Izuku can tell. He makes that same face when he has to try repeatedly over and over again. You know, attempting the same thing over and over while expecting different results is defined as insanity. Are you really that unwell? Won't you give up? He teases, holding his breath when the woman finally sees red and jumps forward to grab his arm in a vice grip, and he lets her. Kayama squeezes impossibly harder until Shigaraki is painfully aware of all the bones in his forearm. I was going to allow you to come with me willingly, but since you'd prefer being so insufferable, you're coming with me by force. She looks a lot like his mama in this moment. The satisfied look that adorned their faces, and they have the same grin like a cat that got the cream. He doesn't miss seeing a face like that one bit. Be a good little boy and come along, and I'll tell my clients to take it easy on you. Hell, maybe you'd even enjoy being raped. Some of my younger interns do, they just can't help it. Every threat she's dished out so far is nothing but the absolute truth. Even without Tsukachi's quirk, he could figure that out, and while he hates heroes, the students at UA are only children. Not much older than he is, and he sympathizes deeply. For the trauma they'll spend decades working through, for the endless therapy sessions that are bound to come their way eventually, and for the betrayal they all faced at the hands of an educator who was supposed to protect them. Kayama's still talking, but Izuku tunes her out, giving her a sweet smile before touching her and ripping somnambulist from her very being. He covers her mouth to swallow the ear-piercing scream she lets out as a result, ignoring the bite Midnight gives his palm, and soon enough she's hunched over, eyes rolling back into her head before she hits the ground. Still, her scream caught attention. Apparently she doesn't patrol alone, and now her sidekicks and a few other underground heroes are giving chase. She's not heavy at all, not to Izuku, but he can feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins and the blood pumping to his head. It's not a feeling he hates, it's a far cry for how he felt earlier, but he is going to be caught at this rate. He can see more heroes up ahead, and that certainly spells his demise. Shigaraki's eyes bulge when he watches another hero that's more noticeable than the rest. With a rifle he can tell is well aimed at his heart, and he's only a few hundred meters away. He can feel his heart stop for only a moment, and now Izuku's incredibly aware of just how fast his heart is beating. Can people young as he is have heart attacks at such an age? It sure feels like it, and Shigaraki sees the moment the man releases the trigger and the bullet flies towards him. He almost wants to laugh when he sees the telltale signs of Kurogyari's warp opening up. Silly hero, didn't he know? The one in front of the gun lives forever. All for One isn't easily surprised, but watching Izuku's heartbeat rise each passing minute was definitely puzzling. His younger son wasn't necessarily quick to act if he was angry, he was unnaturally rational and thought things through. He wasn't the type to become frantic or panicked either, so if his body was reacting in such a way to whatever situation Izuku had found himself stuck in, he must have been fretting to some extent. This modification is one of his favorites. It's like an electrocardiogram, EKG, that allows him to assess an individual's heart rate or rhythm. This is a quirk he never turns off, as he uses it to tell when exactly people decide to lie to him or when they aren't being entirely truthful. Their racing hearts give them away every single time, but for some reason he can never tell what his youngest is feeling. Izuku is capable of lying and withholding rather important information from him with a straight face. A byproduct of needing to lie at every turn in his earlier life. This doesn't bode well for Hisashi, but he's made his peace with it, especially since it works wonderfully on Tomura. Still, Izuku isn't a stone-cold monster. His heart picks up whenever Tomura's in trouble, when he gets to pet the stray cats that pass the building, or whenever he internally preens when his dad praises him. Izuku, Hisashi's baritone voice rings out, "What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into, my prince? Do I need to have you on a leash?" All for One chuckles as his son shakes his head in quite a comical manner, waving his hands, to further prove his point. A thud catches his attention, and only then does he notice the woman who's fallen face forward beside Izuku. He recognizes her immediately and grins once he remembers what her quirk is. Is this a present for me, Ducky? He knows that it isn't, but Izuku's not inclined to tell him no whenever he asks for something. A small pout graces his son's lips and he smiles, pulling Izuku closer as he shoves his paperwork aside to put his son to sit atop his desk. "It's for me, Daddy," he mutters out, grasping his father's hands when Hisashi prompts him to do and traces over the slight wrinkles that he has. The response is unexpected but not entirely unwelcome. All for One had missed their earlier dynamic, back when his son had a backbone and wasn't entirely afraid of him. It seemed he had been far too harsh in the vault, and he wasn't about to make that mistake again. Those bluish-yellow bruises haunted him in his sleep as he imagined it was Yoichi instead. However, he liked when people would talk back to him despite him being capable of killing them in a single blow. So Papa gets nothing even after he sends Kurogiri to bail his baby out? "Weren't you nervous without my help?" the man teases, cooing when a faint blush dusts Izuku's cheeks. He's embarrassed, he feels loved, but dealing with such emotions have always been embarrassing to Izuku, and he attempts to hide the flush behind the palm of his hands. "Daddy can have it if he really wants it, just that one though." "You won't share the rest of your hoard with me?" he asks, gasping in mock hurt as if Izuku had just wounded his heart. His son reiterates, "Just the one, Papa. Only midnight, and can you be gentle this time?" Hisashi had no need to be gentle when stealing quirks. He normally wanted the victim to feel as much pain as humanly possible, and as such he typically ripped the quirk from their genes rather than being subtle like Izuku normally is. All for One pats his head, taking time to remove the leaves that found their way in Izuku's hair while he was on the run. Of course, he lies, poking around in the better version of his quirk, searching for the newest edition. His father isn't gentle, not in the slightest. It's not as painful as it used to be though, and Izuku doesn't even pass out this time, just a few tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Hisashi wipes his tears away, speaking to him softly, "I'm sorry, Ducky, did it hurt?" And he nods, seeing no reason to put on a brave face when he's only moments away from truly crying and smiling when his father promises to make it up to him. "But Izuku, you were reckless today, The man trails off, waiting for his son to agree with him, but the boy stays silent. "I'm not mad anymore, sweetheart, but now you've got to make it up to me too, yeah?" "What do you need me to do, father?" he asks, always eager to please, and All for One beckons his son to come sit on his lap as he spins the armchair around, prompting high-pitched giggles from Izuku, who is now going in circles. He procures a lit cigar seemingly from the thin air and takes a drag, a small smile adorning his face, and from this close, Izuku can see the freckles they both share. "Here, baby, have a drag," he insists, and Izuku does, turning his head as he blows out the smoke away from his father's face. He doesn't even choke, much less cough as he does so, and just 5 drags has him loose and sluggish, scara almost the same shade as his irises. A childish glint appears in All for One's eye as he asks, "Who taught you how to smoke?" Izuku rubs his nose against his father's neck, breathing in his scent as he gets even more comfortable on his lap. "Got cigs from the convenience store," comes the reply, and when he asks his son why, the answer is a bit of a surprise but utterly pleasing nevertheless. For the first time in a long while, Hisashi remembers the unconditional love that can only come from family. He had left a lot behind when leaving Inko, and his clothes were no exception. Although a fit of misplaced rage had the woman donating all his clothing to charity, Izuku at 5 years old had managed to snag one of Hisashi's old suits before his mother had sold the rest. It was one he wore often to less than legal meetings, and no matter how many times Inko had brought it to the laundromat or the dry cleaners, the smell of cigar smoke was there to stay. Izuku could understand why his mother was angry even if he didn't know why his father had left. Still, he'd missed his daddy and spent every night cuddling the jacket, inhaling the smoky scent embedded into the stitches. When his father's scent had all but vanished, he switched to the previously pristine white shirt normally worn under it, and even the bloodstain on the sleeve nor the red lipstick on the collar could deter him from holding it close. No amount of begging had spared him from Inko's wrath when she'd found out though. Unbelievably angry that her son would seek comfort from the same man who had completely abandoned them without a care in the world just a few months prior. She'd thrown out the suit, even the pants too, and tossed out all of baby Izuku's toys for good measure, claiming he didn't need them if scraps of clothing were enough to ease the pain in his tiny heart. "You beautiful boy, I missed you too," he proclaims with a swift kiss to his son's forehead. "I love you, kiddo." Izuku hums and Hisashi shivers a bit as he feels the vibrations on his skin. Love you too, Papa. Are you going to sleep before dealing with the pest in the room? Don't you need to eat, Izuku? Come to me if you need help, Ichi. Izuku lolls forward and all for one scrambles to support his neck as it's now at an odd angle. He would have thought it was dislocated if he didn't know any better. Ducky, he tuts, be kinder to your bones. Yes, yes, your majesty, Izuku placates, patting the man's broad shoulder, and Hisashi swallows the smile that threatening to show up. I mean it, he says with a stern voice, and his son finally stands up, correcting his posture. He hauls himself to his feet not before welcoming a goodnight kiss from his father. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, Ichi. I expect your job to be done by then. Kiyama's silky black hair is wrapped, or rather tangled tightly in Izuku's fist as he drags her across the cold tiled floor. Izuku smiles, looking over his shoulder. Of course, Daddy. Good night. Nemuri wakes up upside down. The room is freezing cold and the goosebumps on her arms and legs tell her that she's been in this room for quite a while. The blood rushing to her head makes it hard to think, hard to see, but she strains her eyes to make out -6 degrees Celsius on the thermostat by the door. The buzzing sound that echoed across the space stopped when she had opened her eyes. Was that a power drill? Her world is just white. The room is white. The ceilings are white. Izuku's hair is white and the room is covered in saran wrap. Even though it's cold, the boy doesn't even have a sweater on and she can see the muscles under his white shirt. He's got black overalls on that aren't buttoned, so the thick fabric bunches around at his waist. His heavy-duty black shoes aren't subtle in the slightest, and Nemuri can see the spikes on the soles from where she's hanging. Like a pig to be slaughtered. The ceiling light reflects off the curved blade in Izuku's hand and it has Kiyama feeling nervous. Wait, dash, she chuckles nervously. Can't we talk this through? You're just a kid, right? You don't want to kill a pro hero, not someone as limelight as me. I saw, just kidding about the videos. I'll forget that I ever saw you. Izuku hauls her up further, not bothering to even respond, positioning a rather large garbage bin lined with a clear plastic bag. She feels as though she may throw up again. There's no way she'll make it out alive, and all her pleas and threats fall on unhearing ears. Please, she wails, I have family to go back home to. I have nieces I haven't seen grown up yet. I'm their Auntie Nemi. Please. This catches Shigaraki's attention as he PPS his head. Oh. All the more reason to kill you then. You shouldn't be allowed around children, you sick F-. She shakes her head, pleading him once again. Pretending that she's seen the error of her ways and she'll change. But Izuku sees right through her facade. Nemuri has no intention of doing so. This hero is only spewing lies to save her skin due to the fear. Shigaraki clasps his hand together tightly, almost ceasing his blood flow to the tips of his thin, bony fingers. May you only know pain and eternal suffering. I pray you die a miserable, unfulfilling death. The blade catches her jugular vein beautifully and blood sprays from the wound, falling into Izuku's open waiting mouth. He can see the moment the light leaves her eyes, her mouth fixed in the beginnings of forming a sentence that he'll never get to hear. Shigaraki sighs, savoring the taste, feeling his complexion brighten already. He sits patiently as her blood drains quietly into the bin. The cold air in the room helps with slowing the flow of blood, turning her flesh into a sickly shade with her veins prominent beneath the skin in a few hours. Cell crystallization is always a marvel to look at, and once the bin is filled to his liking, Izuku cuts the rope and drags her stiff body over to the waiting table. The surface is painfully cold but isn't not like she can feel, and Shigaraki picks up a number 22 Swan Morton scalpel blade. He takes his time as he cuts, serene jazz music filling his head as he does so. This time he'll have to settle for just her organs. After what he's got planned for Nemuri's body, she won't be needing them, and she certainly isn't missing them either. Her intestines are a stunning shade of red, and Izuku picks up a piece of the coil to start nibbling on it as he works. This flavor is new and bursts into his mouth, but he definitely doesn't dislike it, and he decides to save her liver. For later, putting it in a box on ice. He plans to share the blood with Himiko. She'd absolutely love that, and Izuku can visualize her grin even though she hasn't received it yet. Her stock from the hospital has been running quite low, so Izuku doesn't mind parting with most of it. What he does mind is parting with all this supple flesh just to send a message to the heroes. Nomuri had run her mouth without ever noticing his body cam. It was wonderful for collecting evidence, and he'd pawn the device off to his father so he could release the footage at his discretion. Izuku uses a meat cleaver to cleanly sever her limbs, plucking off each one of her phalanges to serve as his snack since he's done with the intestines. They're awfully crunchy. He hadn't bothered to remove the bones, and he can feel the splinters on his tongue, but even as blood splatters across his face, he's uncaring, reaching for another digit to chew. Carving out the tunnels in her limbs takes up quite a bit of his time, and by the time he's finished stringing her up like a puppet, he's worked up quite a sweat even though the room is still ice cold. Her head is wholly intact. Izuku's even taken the initiative to clean off the tiny blood smears on her lips. What a kind boy he is. Her body looks like a grotesque marionette when he's completed, and Izuku chuckles under his breath. The irony of the situation. She is left with no fingers, no toes either, and her chest is flayed open, her ribcage bare to the human eye but no organs in sight. Just an empty husk of her former self. Shigaraki likes this. It's his best project yet. Katana Nomuri is much better this way. As usual, Tomura knows what shenanigans his younger brother has up to through the news being broadcasted on the telly in his messy room. Izuku's quite creative, he'll give him that. Stringing up her body on a light post right in front of her agency. No messages, no threats to society. Just her puppeteered body and the release of his body cam footage from the night before. It's on every single news channel and on the streets. It's the talk of the town. Press conferences and interviews are being held one after the other, and UA especially is in hot water with the recent allegations against the deceased pro-hero. With students coming forward, testifying against her, relaying their experiences at her nightmare of an agency, Netsu himself is scrambling to gain good press. Regardless, for a case like this one, it's best to cut all losses and pretend to have been unaware, claiming that a situation like this one will never happen again. Ironically, that doesn't work either. Citizens hold heroes upon a particularly high pedestal, and there's absolutely no room for error. Excuses like, "I didn't know," especially won't work considering that so many children lost their bodily autonomy. Still, it's impressive just how far Izuku's going to destroy the public's trust in hero society. Any kinship he had with Netsu is long gone. That bridge has been thoroughly burned. The news is still quiet background noise because Midnight Blues is open, and even though it's early in the morning, people are already in giving themselves liver damage. Kurogiri's lost count of all the beers he's sold so far, and he has enough to recycle the bottles for a bit of extra cash. Izuku had insisted it was better for the environment, and now all the patrons of the establishment are expected to do so, and absolutely no littering is allowed either, as clutter gives him the ick. Tsubakino is in with little Haru on her side as she browses the menu for something new to try. "You're so cute. How old are you, darling?" Magna asks, smiling at the baby on Tsukabino's hip as she slides her a lukewarm beer. Haru holds up 7 fingers, giving a toothy grin that shows that she's missing one of her front teeth. 7. Spinner seems to be the unlucky soul behind the counter every single time when she comes in, and he lets out a quick sigh through his nostrils and sends a quick prayer to the heavens, hoping she won't be on his case today. "Ah, mama." Haru starts, waving the few paper menus around. "I want a cheesy teppanyaki." Iguchi grimaces and Tsubakino spots it, raising an eyebrow at him. "There's no way you still don't know how to make it, even though I've come in here twice asking for the same thing." He holds up his hands in mock defense as Seiko replies, "We've been busy, love. Isn't there anything else you'd like to order?" Tsubakino meets his eyes with a mean glare. "The rose teppanyaki then. With a side of miso soup because my baby has a cold." She looks oddly satisfied, and Kurogiri thinks he's absolutely tired of hearing this many sighs in only a 10-minute PRD. He can tell she's only moments away from cussing them all out, but his savior comes in the form of one Shigaraki Izuku. He appears out of thin air, but Izuku snatches Haru from off Tsukabino's hip, swirling her around, and the air is filled with her congested giggles. Her face is resting on his neck, and he can feel her snot on his skin. Still, this doesn't deter him from holding her. It's been a while since they've last seen each other after all, considering that he hasn't been around much, so it's the least he could do because Izuku knows just how much she's missed him. "How are you, sweetheart?" he asks, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, using it to wipe Haru's runny nose. "I'm good. Mama promised me tekbaki, but your lousy employees can't make it," she says with a slight frown on her face as if she's unaware of how she's just disrespected the men behind the counter. Luckily they don't hold it against her, turning around to hide their faces as they laugh with Magna, and Izuku has to bite back a grin. "Don't call them lousy, alright baby? They're trying their best," he defends, and the mama in question reaches over to pinch Izuku's cheek as if making sure he's really there. "Watch her for a minute, alright? Mama's gotta get her fix," she says, and Haru averts her eyes, looking over Izuku's shoulder at nothing in particular. "Just a cig, yeah?" he confirms, and Tsubakino gives him a soft smile. "Yeah, just one cig, no toot." The side door chimes behind her and a slight chill enters the bar. It's gone as fast as it comes, and with Tsubakino gone, Izuku gains her attention once more. He plops her on the counter, not before pulling out a tablecloth for her to sit on. "Stay here while I make your food, alright sweets?" Haru nods before asking, "How much is it gonna be if I get a root beer float too? Mama gave me money." She's been learning about different currencies lately and how things are paid for, so she's been a tad bit obsessed with paying for her own items, hence the allowance. Izuku stops what he's doing before walking back over to her, tilting her chin up so she can look into his eyes. "For you, princess, everything here is free. You don't ever have to pay. It's on the house. I love you that much, alright?" To seal the deal, he reaches into his pocket and sticks a fat wad of yen right into her Barbie wallet that he got her for her last birthday. "That's for you, okay? Buy yourself ice cream or more dolls or some sheet." Haru doesn't have the best male figures in her life. Her father was an absolute jackass, and the men her mother used to bring over at night were nothing more than scum interested in a quick F-dash. They never stuck around long enough to get to know her one bit. She's certainly not used to anyone being as kind to her as Izuku is, and under the dim lights her eyes water just a bit. "You sure?" "I'm sure, honey," Izuku replies while thinly slicing some green onions to garnish the miso soup. "If anyone tells you that you gotta pay, shoot him." As if just remembering that he's only speaking to a 7-year-old, he catches himself, flailing his arms. "I don't shoot them. Shooting people is bad and wrong, and you definitely shouldn't do that unless they try it first." He sets down the bowl that he saves especially for her when she comes over. "Just come find me, alright princess?" Haru nods, closing her eyes when Izuku starts rubbing at her face to wipe away a few stray tears. "How come you lost a tooth?" he asks, just now noticing it missing. She scowls. "Some punk pushed me off the swing at school. Want me to go beat him up?" Izuku asks, a prominent frown overtaking his features. Tomura's little brother isn't above beating up children at a playground. Haru shakes her head. "He already apologized, so it's okay." "It's really okay," she insists when Izuku's frown lines don't go away, and then finally he sighs. "Okay, if you say so. Finish your soup and you'll feel better, baby." By the time the bowl is empty, Tsubakino's returned inside and Haru's back on her hip, looking moments away from falling asleep. She's just about ready to head back home, and Izuku presses a kiss to Haru's forehead as he pushes her bangs back. "I made the rice cakes too, alright love? They're cheesy and filled with sausage and bacon, just how you like it." She smiles at him, raising herself up to pat his cheek sleepily. "Thank you, Izu," she slurs out, and he packages it into 3 takeaway containers, walking them to the station so Tsukabino doesn't have much to carry. "I'll see you soon, promise," he tells them, and Tsubakino looks at him with a wistful look in her eyes. "Yeah, I'll see you later, Thu. No nose candy, I swear." Shigaraki smiles, a sad one as he waves them off when the train finally comes. She wasn't good at hiding the white powder smeared on her handbag. Still, Izuku doesn't hate her, he understands completely. He holds that tiny family close to his heart and doesn't intend to turn his back on them now. After all, helping others is what it means to be human.